Well, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. We're broadcasting live on this rainy Sunday afternoon. It is 3:02 p.m. Today's incredible live stream, we'll be having Nightiger Comics. He's supposed to show up at some point with his grandson, and we'll see what his grandson picked up somewhere, flea market, and he'll be coming on later. Let's see. Quite a bit later, around 7 o'clock Central Time, he'll be on to, show his usual incredible Golden Age, Silver Age comics. And I was hoping other people would see this and come on. And I have a link in the chat. I'll put it there again. And man, I was really hoping that Dr. Phibes saw it because I want to see more of his comic collection. If you saw that live stream a few days ago, I think that was Thursday night. 5.5 hour live stream. It's hard to find because I changed the thumbnail on it a couple of times because I wasn't happy with the picture. But anyway, currently it has a corpse coming after a girl and it's 5.5 hour. You got to go and watch the last 2 hours of that and see his place is better than Forrest J. Ackerman, in my opinion. Anyway, let's see what's going on in the chat room. Gotham City Comics. Oh, emojis. I have trouble with those. I see looks like the second one's maybe a 45 RPM record. Then I see a musical note, a skull, and a bat. The first one, maybe is that a roll of toilet paper? I'm not sure. But those are all the important things in life that he has put there. Hello, party people, says, I am one of us. Hello, Gotham City. Hello. I thought that said limit. Okay, I am one of us, yes. Library 88 is sending some lightning. Yes, it is a stormy day out there. That's me saying hello. I was just filming an episode upstairs that's now currently uploading, which will probably show up in about an hour. Thomas Fairfowl said hello, everyone. And Graphic Man, hello. And Meyer Greenblatt says, Kriga and Bundolo to everyone. Oh, we got more. There's the link. You know what was a great pinball machine? The Terminator 1. Yeah, I don't think I ever played that. I don't think I ever saw it either. Hello, Graphic in Gotham City. Well, that's just amazing. Yeah. Well, I finished that last show, and I was going to bring some Golden Age books down, and then I saw that the show was supposed to go live in 3 minutes. And how many people? We got 10 people watching. Wow, incredible. I think I'll go bring the books down here live on the show while I wait for people to pop on. Friar Tuck. And Friar Tuck, that Roku channel that has a bunch of channels embedded within it is just incredible. I turn on Hanna-Barbera. I mean, some of that looks like it might be somewhat bootleg. It was because I was watching Hanna-Barbera cartoon. It looked like it might have a VHS source. I think, we just need to be kind of quiet about that Roku channel because they may be bending a few copyright rules. Gotham City says Terminator had the pistol handle trigger to launch the ball. I might have actually played that. That does sound familiar. But, okay, so what do I need to do here? So, YouTube crashed, it says. Did that destroy my upload? Is that what they're trying to tell me? It keeps telling me YouTube crashed, and then it kicks me out of YouTube. Let me restart the phone. Friar Tuck gives a thumbs up. Yeah, I'm going to bring some books down here. How about that? See, Jambo just posted a new video not too long ago. Okay, restarting the phone. Let's see what something horrible has happened to YouTube. Yeah, it keeps telling me YouTube crashed. Would you like to contribute anonymous crash reports for this and future crashes to help us fix issues like this? No. Figure out your own mess. Okay. My my show is still uploading. This was the commercial that 32 people have seen for tonight's episode.
Nightiger Comics is going to be a special guest on the Orloff show tonight, Sunday night. So be tuning in for the live stream, and you can be on the show too, showing off comic books and collectibles. Just come on in. There will be a live the live show, and it will have a link. And you will click on the link on the chat, and it will get you into StreamYard. And then you will come on the show and show off your highly valuable comic book collectibles and movie memorabilia and all of that kind of stuff. So tune in tonight.
So now it's at 33 views. And then I put this commercial up too.
Later today on the Orloff Inspirational Network, we're gonna be having a special guest, Nightiger Comics, all the way from Florida. Is gonna be appearing here, and then a bunch of other people are gonna pop on. Maybe you know, all of you are welcome to come on. Show comics, movie memorabilia, whatever. We're gonna be having a really wild swinging party here on the Hotel Orloff, and it's gonna be here Sunday, March 24th, I believe, and have fun, and come on by, and we're gonna do that.
Yes, is it March 24th? Let's see if that's even correct. Why, yes, it is indeed March 24th. And what is the weather like? Well, it says the sun's out, but it feels kind of like it's raining outside. What's wrong with these people? Okay. So all right. Well, I guess it'll be a solo show since no one wants to come on, so I will show stuff until Nightiger appears. So wait, we've got a guest, a special guest here. Who is this person?
Hey, Nightiger too. How are you doing? I'm fine. How are you? Yeah, I'm fine. Up at endorsements. His library 88.
All right. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go get those comic books so we can show them later.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right.
was just filming up here, but I realized, do I still have the S box out? Flash. Oh, there it is. I got to do something real quick here. I don't know if anyone else has tried to come on because I can't see from here, but I'll find out in a minute. I'm gonna file these comics into this box real quick. Okay. Lois Lane number. What the hell does that say? 52. That's Jimmy Olsen, man. Oh man, this is hard in the back. I better sit down. Darn it. I don't have the camera on the tripod. I wasn't expecting this. Let's see. I'm trying to file this Lois Lane comic in this box. Because I was filing Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen comics in the video I just filmed, and then I discovered several I'd forgotten after I closed up the box. Okay, that's Jimmy Olsen. Oh, man. These aren't in order, are they? Okay. 59, 51, 52. Okay. And then Jimmy Olsen 131. Let's get this one in here. Okay, right before the Jack Kirby run started. And then 129, which you can't even see. Okay, fantastic. All right, so what I've got to do is move 2 of these boxes into the elevator. Oh, wait. All right. Okay.
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 All right. No one else has appeared. Let's see.
No one else has appeared. Let's see.
Okay. Well, let's get you into the tripod. All right. That's better.
All right. That's better.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Meyer Greenblatt says top notch puppet promos.
Puppet promos.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Yep. Yeah, we're on live already.
Yeah, we're on live already.
Yep, the link is in the chat.
Link is in the chat.
All right, there you go.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
Okay. Incredible.
Okay.
Okay.
The voice you're hearing in the background, not my voice. Let's get this guy off. Goodbye, anti-gratu. Is he still
Not
there?
my voice.
Go away, man. He's still there? What? That's David Wilcock. He's broadcasting live. So I'm recording that, which you probably already know because I told you in the last show, except for the fact that it hasn't uploaded yet. So no one has seen that show yet. Fantastic. Well, I'm on against the David Wilcock stream, so that's why we only have 14 people. And no one wants to come. All right. Where is that? So, incredible. Okay, so this box. Oh, excellent. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is file this book from Atlas, this fine publication. Suspense number 26, which is no relation to Tales of Suspense. And this goes, it would go in the S's. It would go between Science and Seventh Voyager Sinbad. That's where that goes. And then this facsimile of Whiz Comics needs to go in the W's. Now, this box I already showed the other night, but this would go before. Yeah, that. Okay. So, yeah. Yeah, what are you doing? Yep. Yeah, we're 26. I don't know how we're 23, 24 minutes into this. Yep. All right. Okay. I'm going to take the recycling out. So again, we're going back down to this interesting slide about Phibes surrounded by critters. And then shortly after, right around this time, there was a big version of the RMC. And so other things probably happened as well around this time we just don't know about it. Then they did another really weird one. Mark 17, it shows images that it says the Fed has been closed for about 3 years and hasn't printed any new currency since at least 2019. This post has had a 250,000 views, 245.3. Then they're showing you a picture of the building and it's all boarded up. It's been closed for 3 years. It hasn't printed new currency since 2019. What in the hell are they talking about? Well, this again gets to the idea that there's going to be secret courts that are run by military, not part of the open world. Everyday thing, not going to hear about it in the news. They're never going to be publicized what they do. But apparently, some type of secret covert court order cut them down. Maybe it has to do with executive orders. I don't even know. This is very, very bizarre. But this again, like, why is the building boarded up? Why is it all covered up? And I want to go and actually look at the money and see, okay, can I find one that's got based on views? Next thing is really, really super bizarre. It actually made me feel great. It was on March 18th, and now I'm going through all my snow stuff. They aired the climax scene. Did I ever tell you about this old friend of mine named Kenneth back in 6th grade? His birthday was real close to mine, and he had the same first name as me, but he was not me. He was a different human being. Yeah, I wonder what happened to that guy. Is this red-haired guy. He would take Elmer's glue and pour it onto the tiled floor of the classroom there at South Davis Elementary School. And then he'd get down and lick the glue off the floor. He would do anything for a laugh. He was like a performance artist. He was like a sixth grade G.G. Allen, almost. Every day at lunch, green beans, one would be stuck up this nostril, one would be stuck up this nostril, one would be in his ear. We always sat at the same table. Well, one day, the other thing he did, he had a regular routine, It was like the sitcoms of that era where, you expect Jimmy J.J. Walker. He's always going to say dynamite. There's not going to be an episode where he doesn't say dynamite. By the way, I see that Netflix or somebody's doing an animated version of Good Times, like a cartoon version, like they used to do in the old days. They make cartoon versions out of sitcoms. Anyway, I digress. He had his regular shtick, just like all the sitcom characters would always, it's like, hey, you're a nerd. Well, at lunch, he would drink from his milk carton, right? And then he'd pretend to laugh at something. And then milk would stream out of his nose. That was his thing, is to get the milk coming out of his nostrils onto his tray. Without being caught by teachers, seeing his shenanigans. I think he got caught a few times. Sounds like the story has a tragic ending. No, it has no ending, because I remember I said whatever happened to him. So I'm not going to tell you that. No, I wish I knew. I think I've searched for him a couple of times just out of curiosity, but I don't know what happened to him. No, it's a completely pointless, ridiculous story told by an idiot just because no one else is coming on to talk to me. So anyway, Kenneth Graham, one time, what was the name of the guy that was sitting across from me? He was this little short guy that later became kind of a rock and roller, and he had this little short girlfriend that was kind of cute, but they were like little tiny people that were potheads. I'm sure they're living somewhere in a wonderful little pot-fueled fantasy tract home somewhere. But anyway, that kid, I should pull out my yearbook and show you pictures of these people, but no, that'd probably be an invasion of privacy. So that one time, he lost control of the milk streams. He had that, down to a science, but he blew the milk out of his nose and it went all over the tray of this little guy across from him. But that particular day, usually the milk was pristine milk that would come out of his nose. But this day it was all mixed with blood. And this bloody milk went all over the tray of this poor little guy, sitting across from it. I don't remember what he said. But to Kenneth, I'm sure he had some interesting comeback to that. But yes, I wonder what happened to that guy, Kenneth. And I won't tell you his last name because you'll probably find him. And here's Meyer. Hey, Meyer, what's up?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much.
Hanging out. March Madness. Watching basketball.
I was doing jokes about basketball yesterday, but then I was thinking, what if that's already over? I don't even know. In my world, I have no idea. So maybe that's why no one's coming on. I'm on against March Madness and David Wilcock. Huh? David Wilcock's talking about that. You hear people talking about this eclipse that's they're thinking all this horrible stuff's going to happen during this eclipse.
Yeah.
One day after next.
Oh, shit. Oh, man. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. As I got down, I was thinking I'm about to be hit by a semi truck.
Off the bat, I get work in the crowd for laughs right off the bat.
It's just like Bozo's horn. Well, anyway, Also in that sixth grade class was a kid named Hardin Harrison. I'll tell you his name because he's borderline celebrity now. Because he and this other guy, Casey Orr, later formed a band called Rigor Mortis, which I think has some name value amongst people into that type of music. But Hardin Harrison, I remember I think his parents ran the Tandy Craft store there, and he's just this tall blonde kid. He won the spelling bee that year, but then as junior high came along, he started to become more of a heavy metal guy. Back then, they let kids wear these long, what do you call them, gauntlets with spikes, like pointy spikes to school. And I guess it was such a new thing, they didn't think to, they probably thought, well, we fought them on the long hair back in 64, 65, and that didn't work. Maybe this is just a phase. We'll let them wear these things that could kill people. But they're, anyway, rigor mortis. Have you ever heard of rigor mortis?
I think I've heard of it. I haven't. I don't know what the music sounds like.
But anyway, they were at that point. They were just the guys in sixth grade that were into Kiss early on, but they later became rigor mortis, and then some of the people that they knew later formed Pantera, which is a band everyone's heard of. But they also grew out of my high school and the neighboring one that we'd all, it was a new school, and it had one of those gym floors that opened up and there was a pool underneath, like in It's a Wonderful Life. But that was a new thing to us Hicks. Okay, Gotham City Comics says, look at that Bernie Wrightson poster. What behind you? Oh yeah, the Frankenstein, of course. Was that always there, or did you move it?
Here, let me see if I can get it closer. Yeah, this is a promo poster from when I worked at the comic shop in 1983.
Oh yeah, Gotham City says my high school was a hotbed.
I can't get it on. I can't show it. Anyway, yeah, that's it.
There was also a girl in my high school graduating class that was a direct descendant of George Washington, and her last name was Washington. And you could have lined up the whole high school class, and you could have spotted her as part of the Washington family. And she wasn't ugly. You would think, well, a girl that looks like the guy on the dollar bill is probably, but it was just that she kind of had the jaw, but it didn't look bad on her. And just the way that she wore her hair, it kind of came out kind of like the wig that George Washington wore, but she was blonde. And so that enhanced the, that look. But I think I pulled my yearbook out and looked at the pic, but you don't really get it out of the picture in the yearbook. And I'm not going to show people's pictures. That'd be a little weird. Let's see. So
one time for laughs. So there was this kid that I went to grade school with that was like on the periphery of my friend's group, and he played sports, so he was always on our team. And he was a little bit slow and a big guy, and he was just always hungry at lunch, and he would ask people, "Are you going to eat that second roll? Do you want your milk?" That sort of thing. And it was like a running thing that he was doing so for a while. And one day, just I don't know if I caught the idea, like if maybe I saw this idea in a movie, I can't remember. And it was just the timing had to be perfectly right, because had to do with there being a couple girls sitting with us and all that. So those little rolls that you got from the cafeteria, those soft rolls, I took one and I took my spoon, and we had a real cafeteria with metal forks and forks and spoons and everything. Took my spoon and I perfectly carved out the inside of the roll, and I made like a plug so it was hollow on the inside and you could plug it up and it looked like a regular roll. So I hollowed it out and I filled it with cold spinach, because we had spinach as the vegetable, and it was cold and watery, and it was in the tray. So I scooped that in there, and I plugged it up, and I set it down on my tray because I saw him at the other table walking through. His name was Vernon. So Vernon comes through and asks, and I said, "Yeah, man, he can have my roll." And he takes it and he bites into it, and instead of the reaction, I don't know what I thought the reaction was going to be. Like I thought it was going to be funny, or if people were going to think, "Wow, that was great," like the girls are going to like me more or something. But he started crying because he was so caught by surprised by what was in. He was thinking he was going to bite into a soft roll, and he gets cold, wet spinach, so it didn't process a lot for his brain to process in that short amount of time. And he was in sixth grade, or this is seventh grade. This is seventh grade. And he bites it and he cries. He starts crying, right? I mean, he really started crying. And the lunch lady came over and took him away. And he was only out into the hall before they came for me. Like all it took was for him to tell her in a second. She's like, "What happened, Vernon? What's going on here?" And he's all, "Dave gave me this roll and it has spinach in it." And she's immediately took me right to the principal's office. And I was immediately in trouble for bullying, or I don't know what they called it, but I got in trouble.
Yeah.
Bullying back. They didn't call it anything. I was in trouble for being an asshole is when I got in trouble.
Well, yeah.
It was a good bit, though. It was a funny bit. It was a very funny bit, right?
How did the girls handle it? Were they upset at you?
Everyone at the table laughed. It brought me great notoriety. Okay, nobody was laughing at Vernon, right? Nobody was laughing at Vernon, and they weren't like hating on Vernon. They weren't hating on me either. They thought the whole thing was funny, and they thought what I did was people. Everybody that was at that table, I'm sure, still remembers this exact moment.
Yeah, and that's the era right about the time Animal House came out and everything. And let's see, Library 88 says, "I used to have that Frankenstein promo poster in the book and the signed lab print back in 1990 or 1991 or so. Beautiful." Gotham City Comics says, "Those soft rolls were the best."
Yeah, they were.
Sounds like a delicate lad. Isn't spinach baked in a bread thing, some kind of Italian thing, maybe Greek? Probably.
I think
there was a gigantic guy that came into about seventh grade. He was a seventh grader, probably. This is about 10 years ago. And I mean, he was like the Hulk, but he was this nice guy that drew. He was more into, I don't know if he was into manga, but he was kind of into, nerd stuff. But he was colossal. But kind of a smart guy, too. And of course, everyone wanted him to play football, especially his father. And so, he went out for the football team. And I watched him out of my second floor window. The other football players were, it reminded me of the scene in Mighty Joe Young. And it's like they were all trying to take him down. They were just having fun playing before the coach came out on the field and started the regular practice. And he was just like lifting his arm, and it seemed like he had two guys hanging off one arm, and he was just laughing. And they were all falling and trying to bring him down. And it was just like King Kong. Anyway, the first game comes, and it's held at the high school, and all the high school coaches come out, and they're just drooling. And they say, "When is this guy coming to us? Holy smoke, this guy." The other team, you could tell they were pissing their pants because it was like David and Goliath. Isn't that funny how that Davy and Goliath animated thing? Whenever I talk about the biblical David and Goliath, I want to say Davy and Goliath.
Right.
Anyway, David and Goliath, it was just like that. This guy comes out and he's twice as tall as anyone else on the field, and they're thinking they're about to get slaughtered. And they bring him out, and his dad and mom are watching, and they didn't have a helmet that fit him. They had to get a helmet from the high school. That's how I guess the coaches first found out at the high school. The coaches are coming needing a giant helmet for someone. And he comes out there, and he doesn't really even know what to do. And it's just like they take him out after 2 plays. It's like it turned out it doesn't have a happy ending. He wasn't cut out for football. That wasn't his thing. But it was great to see, the reaction from everyone. It would have been great if he'd gone on to the NFL. I'd have a story, but my stories all kind of just peter out. I don't know whatever happened to Kenneth. um, Moondust, is pineapple on pizza un-American? Well, I don't know.
I don't think
Hawaii's part of America now.
I think it's an American thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's not something I would do, but there used to be a place, what is it called? A Tejas de Brazil in Texas. There was a chain of these restaurants that I'd never been to one. It's a place where you go and you pay about $50 per person, and you just sit there and they say, "Would you like some buffalo?" They just keep coming to you like you're a king and offering these exotic meats. "Would you like some unicorn meat?" And then they cut it for you, and it just. I think my friend was getting married. We went to the wedding reception dinner, and we went to this place, and I'd never encountered anything like that. And I think I went to another steak. It's like I guess it's like a Brazilian steakhouse kind of deal where they're like that, where they just keep bringing. Is this something that's a thing, or is this a Texas thing? I don't know. I'm just random things coming to my head is what I'm talking about now.
I don't know. I don't, just to go back to that story about Vernon. It wasn't like he was soft. He was crying out of embarrassment because of all the people that were at the table. So I was popular. My best friend was popular. This kid was like a lineman on the football team, and we were like the running back and the quarterback, and the girls at the table were pretty, and he was embarrassed because he felt like he was being made a fool of. And I wasn't necessarily doing it like to shame him for mooching food. It was more just to get laughs. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
And I got in trouble for like the principal thinking that I was actually making fun or messing with Vernon. It wasn't so much that. It was just that the timing happened to be right. It was but Vernon doesn't remember it anymore because he passed away. So that's one thing that
he may be up there in heaven waiting for you.
He's hearing me. He's listening to me right now. He might be up there waiting for me. Yeah. I remember another time with him that was another story that involved Vernon that was a messed up situation as well that might have made him hate me in the same time frame. We're at a football practice, and we used to do this thing where we would switch offense and defense sometimes. And so Vernon is playing quarterback, and I was playing middle linebacker. And they're all getting ready to start the play. And I thought that I was able to call a timeout. Like I looked because my shoe was completely untied, and it was really fucked up because we're playing on hard gravel, like not grass at all. It was like hard gray dirt with gravel on top of it. So slipping is fucked up. Or messed up, excuse me. So I'd like to get a timeout, but I don't, but I'm already in the motion of going down to tie my sneaker, to tie my shoe. I tie it real quick, and in the motion of tying my shoe and standing back up, the ball has already been snapped. And the timing was that Vernon's throwing a pass across the middle. I was completely bent down tying my shoe when he threw it, and it was a ridiculous timing, like something in a movie. I stood up and intercepted the pass. I stood up, and the ball's right there, and I catch it. And he's all pissed and embarrassed and bummed, and the coach is like making correction stuff, like telling me good job. And I'm like, I didn't even make a good play. I completely got lucky. And it was another instance where like I made Vernon feel bad. And I still remember it to this day that I did that. I feel bad for him because it was like, I didn't really intercept his pass. He didn't throw an interception. I just got lucky.
Yeah. Thinking back on things I regret from my childhood, I remember in 5th grade, I was I don't know why I was organizing books on the teacher's bookshelf. Was I asked to do it? Why was I doing it? I don't know. But I remember I was organizing. This is in the school on the Army base in Fort Lewis, Washington. That was Fort. Was it Madigan? What was the name of it? Do you know what fort used to be in near Seattle?
Well, Fort Lewis is it?
Fort Lewis. Why am I? Oh, it was Madigan
Fort Lewis.
Army Medical Center. That was the hospital at
Yeah.
Fort Lewis. Yes, of course it was Fort Lewis. I don't know my mind. And I was there in that fifth grade classroom, and this girl, uh, she was Asian. I don't know if she was Japanese, whatever, but she had a crush on me, and it was obvious. And she was like, she came over. It's like, can I help you with that? And I just kind of like said, oh, no. I was kind of, I guess I must have been blunt and rude. Like, I don't think I said go away, but, it might as well have been. And she just like so dejected and sad and walked away. And I thought, boy, I really am. Why am I? Why? Because in fifth grade, you're not really, girls are still somewhat icky that are your age. I don't know. I feel bad about doing that to her. You wonder if these people, decades later are damaged by things you did way back then.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay, let's see what people are saying here. Anyway, Graphic Man says he's going to try to pop on.
That's great.
Still uploading some burros on Instagram. I was going to look, but then I remembered I in order to film a show, I took Instagram and Facebook off in order to have room to film, because I got to get a better phone than this. So I'll put them back up in a bit. But I saw Captain Strange. I contacted him earlier, and he said he was going to be filming a show today. And I said, well, pop on after you do the show. And he said he'd try to, but anyway, that's why I accidentally clicked on it, and his theme song started playing, and I was going, I try to stop that while you're telling that story. Moondust says, I regret not kissing Mrs. Johnson, my fifth grade teacher. Man, oh man, she was that's kind of weird. Okay. Moondust, I am pro pineapple on pizza, says Library 88, but I am a damn Canadian. Ha ha. I believe pineapple pizza originated in Canada. That figures. Via Greek immigrant pizza maker. Okay, all right.
I don't think I've seen Moondust before. Where's Moondust from?
I don't know. I think Moondust has been here before, but I don't. Moondust, identify yourself. Where are you from?
But it sounds like they're from England or something. I'm just assuming. I don't know.
Yeah. So
I pulled it up, so now I can read the chat with my glasses easier.
Oh, he's from California.
Oh, there you go. Same as me.
Yeah.
It's a very California name, Moondust.
Yeah. So Captain Strangelife has put up one about EC Comics. More EC Comics and new acquisitions. Oh, it's also promoting Wednesday's Graphic Man show. He says, Wednesday, March 27th at 7 p.m., I'll show some unusual funny books. So he'll be showing some funny books. I was just asked by someone to show some Harvey books, which is a long box. I'd have to go up in the elevator again and bring it down. I mean, I could do it if people want to see Harvey books bad enough. How about I do another show soon, like this week, where I show my Harvey stuff again, but I do it up in that room. I think that would be better on my back, but I will show him. Captain Strangelife loves Harvey comics. Yes, he's like I am like him in that's how I first was exposed to comics, through those. I think a lot of people were possibly the people that were first exposed to comics by things like Spawn, and they're a different breed of people, because it's like you get into the more gentle stuff, and then I just showed my entire Spawn collection in the video that's uploading, which is, I think, 3, possibly 4 comics. And it's like, it seemed like all of them had that angel Angela on the cover. So that apparently is what interested me. The Gray Man is here from England. How are you doing, Gray Man? Let's see. What am I doing? Yeah, so anyway, other childhood memories. In 3rd grade, I moved back to San Antonio, Texas. And I meet a group of guys that are into comics, and they're making their own comics. And I join in with them, and we make comics, and we have price tags on them like they're going to be sold, but we never sell them because we keep them because they're just a single copy. You know, we didn't know anything about how to photocopy them or anything. And back then, I don't know, in 1973, 74, I don't know that photocopy machines were even that readily available because you were still getting the mimeographed worksheets from teachers. So one of them had a character that he had created called Kooky Cat, as I recall. And I did an issue of Kooky Cat. And they had already named their comics group Coke Comics Group. And they named it after, I said, why is it named that? Well, because we really like to drink Coca-Cola. And it was just a group of friends that kind of bonded over comics. And then Star Trek started playing. It started going into syndication right about that time. So we all got into Star Trek. That was showing right when we got home from school. And then they would rotate Star Trek out with Lost in Space on that local San Antonio station, which I think the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hills reminded me that that's Kono, Kono, I guess. I think it was Channel 5 was the one running those. Because he grew up in San Antonio and is still there. That was an important place. That I lived in San Antonio from age 1 to 5, and then third, and then came back for 3rd and 4th grade. And if my father didn't get orders to go to Washington State and then retired and went to the northern part of Texas, you know, those friends would probably still be my friends. I found a couple of them just a few years ago, maybe 10 years ago. I look them up and it's like, oh, there's my friend Mark and my friend Sammy. But there was a guy named Sammy, and his father was older and had a Japanese wife. So I think this was early 70s. I think he must have been stationed in Japan after World War II and married a Japanese woman and then had a baby late in life in the mid 60s. And that was my friend Sammy. And so we'd go over, and he had all his comics in this closet, and he had some famous monsters. He had a few Silver Age comics that were completely exotic because it's like, wow. And I traded some things to him. I had some, but it was you had to take your shoes off at the door there because his mother was Japanese. And he was a really great artist, but I had trading value because I was obsessed with wacky packages, and I bought them just voraciously. And so I had I would acquire tons of duplicates trying to get the one that was ridiculously short. You know, they had the rare ones. And I remember, I think it was maybe the 4th series. It was early on. And it was Truant cigarettes. I think the real thing is called True cigarettes. I don't know what the real brand's called, but it was Truant, and it was some kid skipping school fishing like Tom Sawyer on it. And it was impossible to get that. I had to buy so many packs of wacky packages to get that one. And so I had all these extras, and so I could trade. And I traded and got 2 humor comics that were just, to me, I consider them the tail end of the Silver Age because they still had the corner box. And it was Peter the Little Pest, which was a Dennis the Menace knockoff, reprints but it was just so cool to see the old ads and everything. And I got, and then I traded and I got the famous Monsters of Filmland with the hideous sun demon on the cover with blood streaming down his face. I got that from him, and he also had the one with the Westworld cover, but I didn't get that one from him. I got that one later. Yeah. But anyway, we did this trading, and I traded for a spoof number 5, which was a Marvel humor comic right before they started doing crit. You ever see Spoof?
Yeah.
It was the one with Rod Serling on the cover, parody of Night Gallery, but it was after a nuclear war. Everything in there was after a nuclear war, and I was fascinated by the Maurice Severin art. It was about that same time. Okay, so I got that. I traded spoof number 5 from him, and then he would come over to my house, and I'd go over to his house, and we'd draw. And then one time I'm going through his comics, and I see that spoof number 5 is back in his collection. He swiped it back after we did the trade.
Whoa.
And it became a big issue where I remember his father came over and talked to my father, and they're both, high ranking military. The other guy was retired, but they had stuff in common. But it's like our kids are having a squabble over a comic book, But after that, I was still invited to his house, but I could never go back into the bedroom. Like it was my fault that he stole the comic. But that was one thing I remember. So he later, I found out, became a teacher, a science teacher, and that makes sense because he was obsessed with Mr. Spock and Star Trek, and I think he's a big deal in that. And then this other friend, Mark, this not the red-haired kid that I met later in a different part of Texas that streamed milk out of his nose. He, over at his house, that's where I saw my first Golden Age comics, because he had some comics that came from his mother, and he had some of those G.I. Joe, early 50s G.I. Joe comics. They were not in good shape, but that was pretty wild because I thought, G.I. Joe, this is before the big G.I. Joe doll. They were called dolls then. They weren't called action figures. And he had the Spider-Man where they had the little circular picture of Aunt May on her deathbed, and Steve Ditko issue, which I later got after just a few years ago. And anyway, what I traded him for was an issue of Crazy, the comic book before it was a magazine that was just not brand Eck reprints, and it had a reprint of the issue with the parody of Superman's origin, and the parody of the Fantastic Four's origin. It was in the worst condition of any comic I've ever seen in my life, but you felt like you had to wash your hands after you handled it because it was just so grubby. And I later replaced that, and I got multiple copies of the original issue that it reprinted. But that was so important to me. And anyway, we made comic books together. The three of us. The three of us. And there was this, there were a few others. There was another kid I traded my first Silver Age superhero comic was that X-Men with the Neil Adams cover where Kazar's up on top of a cliff looking down at them. I got that from him. That guy, I remember I'd go to his house, and his sister had all these Monkey records, and then one time I heard his sister passed away, and it's like, so after that it was really weird going to his house because her room was just there exactly as it was, but she wasn't there anymore. And this other friend of mine, one day I was getting on my bike and opening up the garage door and to go, and it's like all these people were going down the street all headed one way, like a Godzilla movie, like they're fleeing. It's like, what's happening? And so I kind of ride my bike down the street, and and look down this cul-de-sac where there's a kind of a ditch that goes along, like drainage ditch, and they're bringing up this person on a stretcher, and I could see it from a distance. The person was completely charred black, and I I later found out it was a friend of mine who was flying a kite with not a string, but a wire, and it hit a high tension wire, and it just he was and it turned out later that my father was down there, was one of the ones carrying the stretcher. I didn't know that, and he had heard the explosion. I didn't hear it. It just somehow I didn't hear it. And that's why all those people are heading that way. They'd heard an explosion. And so he went down there and was helping him up and everything. And so that was, I think his name was Ron. These are my memories of 73 to 75.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh, the kid Mark that had that real grubby issue of crazy. I contacted him later. So let's see, 75 to 85. Okay, maybe 40 something years later, I contact him on Facebook, and he's got an Iron Man picture as his profile. And what he does now, he's like a sports announcer for the local school district. And I guess you can make a living just being the guy that does the sports announcing. And he, it would go over, at least the internet. I don't know if he was on the radio or, but I guess sports are big enough, I guess, in high schools that you could be a sports guy, but not for a pro team. Yeah, he still looked the same pretty much. I don't know. Let's see what people are saying here in the Library 88. Says Harvey's are great and you get more. Yeah, but get them prior to 75, maybe. After the UPC code comes along, somehow they're just not as much fun. I don't know why. They still kind of look the same. There's something about that sweet spot of the 60s and late 50s and very early 70s that are same thing with Archie's. Evening, gents. John Goris says, my friend used to show me his dad's dirty mags. It's the best of times, the worst of times. Yeah. Hey, peeps, all this reminiscing you're doing has got me doing the same. I think these things stay with us more than those we've wronged. Well, those people weren't people I've wronged, although that whole thing where he stole the comic back from me. Oh, wait, is the live stream over? No, we're still talking. I was looking at David Wilcock. I'm recording. What was what's bothered me more than anything over the years is my grandfather on my mother's side moved in with us for a little while there in San Antonio, and he was in his 70s, and he was losing his memory, and he was like writing notes to remember people's names, little pieces of paper. Sometimes they'd fall, and he'd written down people's names and things so he could remember them. And so, boy, this really is bad what I did. I made little parodies of his notes and just kind of dropped them around. You don't think when you're that little, and it's like just like my blah blah's name is blah, and it was I tried to make him look like his notes, and I guess I saw him pick them up thinking they were his notes, and then he went to my brother Mike and said, "What are these?" So of course he had no idea. So I never got in trouble for it, but I just always felt bad about it. Now he's no longer alive. He knows now, looking down, that I did that. I felt bad about that forever. And then there was a time I came home from school and he wasn't there anymore because they'd taken him to a nursing home, and he had had an accident in the bathroom where, gotten everywhere. And, I guess my mother took him to a nursing home. And I remember that was not a fun place. So, yeah, that was, yeah. And then, yeah, David Wilcock has a huge forehead. Yes, that's not his fault. You can't blame him for that. Missing Mars says, "Hey peeps, I already read that." Okay, this one says, "It is and getting bigger as he loses his hair." Yes, that's true. Okay, you guys know who David. I just assumed no one knew who David Wilcock was.
I had this friend in high school, all through high school. I guess I met him in 8th grade. He would have been, he's from the class above me. So when I got to high school, probably about 10th grade, I was really not participating. I was just, if I did go to class, I wasn't doing any homework. I was really resistant to anything. And I was hanging out with kids that were older than me and this group of people that were from a year older. So this friend of mine was kind of the screw up of the group, right? Like he was the one who got made fun of for things, and he was kind of like also a little bit slow, kind of absent-minded. Like
Yeah.
like if he did, his name was Ian. If he did something, oh, you pulled an Ian or something like that, right? That sort of thing. And but then he also made really poor decisions. But he was also a really good athlete and was popular. Like people knew him, the whole school knew him, and he was a great athlete and everything. But he came from a really scary home. Like his house was really scary. His parents were really scary. They were actual like biker people, like Harley Davidson biker people. Like
I'm listening, but I've got to walk over there, but I'm still listening. Okay.
So every time I go to his house, like the first time I went to his house, it was really scary. Like you ever go to your friend's house and as soon as you walk in, his mom starts yelling at him because he didn't do something or because he's just a screw up, or right. So that's every time. And the place was like the ashtrays overflowing and like the exact opposite of my house. Like, and the trash, it was all messed up. And you make you feel bad for Ian. So, but anyway, Ian also made poor decisions. Like one night in particular, we were going to this big party that was in Carmel Highlands. Like you had to go down Highway 1 through Big Sur, and we had all these girls. And he drove a van, one of those like a Chevy Econoline van, but it was all primer gray. He had like shag carpet in there, the whole setup.
Uh-huh.
So we had like a bunch of girls, and there's probably 8 people inside the van, and we're going to a house party, and a bunch of high school girls, and he's drunk and high and messed up, and we're like driving real fast and dangerous along this mountainous road that just hangs over the ocean. Like if you just like hit a cardboard box or sneezed, we could have all gone down a cliff or something. So I can remember really being angry at him about that and about other things. But in particular, this one night, we're at this party, and there's these those mixing tables, like where there's 2 turntables, and he's acting goofy. And it was my friend John's, who was a DJ, his mixing tables, and Ian was behind the table and touching stuff and everything. And I'm like, God damn it, Ian. And I'm like messing with him. And on the table was a Phillips head screwdriver, like the regular sized Phillips head screwdriver, because it's just sitting there because it's a DJ table, right?
Yeah.
And so I pick up this screwdriver, and I was just doing a bit. Again, I was just doing a bit. And my bit was, God damn it, Ian, get the hell out of here. Gosh darn it. And like I was gonna go reet. And right when I did that, he turned when he heard his name and put his head right in the spot where the screwdriver was. And the screwdriver went right between his eyes. So he looked like one of the Manson girls. So he had, and it broke the skin. So he had like a little X right between his eyes for at least a week or more. I don't know. I felt really bad. I get bruised and everything, and everybody laughed. I felt really bad. But the kicker of the story is, after I come back, after a couple of years of being in the Army,
Yeah.
I reconnect with my friends, and I'm like, to find out what's been going on and where everybody is. And I ask about Ian. I'm like, so what happened to Ian? What's up with Ian? What's that?
I gotta feed the dog, but I'm gonna listen. I'm still in the same room listening.
So,
Dog's about to bite my belly.
so they're like, "What's up?" I'm like, "What's up with Ian? What happened with Ian?" And they're like, "Oh, it's bad." And I'm like, "Bad? What do you mean? You know, what happened?" And they said, "Well, he joined the Navy. So he joined the Navy and he went to like boot or Navy boot camp or whatever they call it, naval basic training, like in San Diego or something. And maybe like he was in the Navy for a year or more or something. Anyway, he took leave and he went with a buddy of his from the Navy came up to like for leave or something, Liberty or whatever, to where we lived, to Pacific Grove. And he took this friend of his that he was in the Navy with out partying, and they went to this place that we used to go called Sand City. This place, Sand City, I probably should have prefaced this whole story by telling you about Sand City. So Sand City was a small, like incorporated area that people didn't actually live in, but it was filled with these giant sand plants. It was like these big machines that would grind up rocks and make them into sand. And it would go up these like conveyor belts and then down these chutes. And there would be huge, like cone shaped like walls of sand that would come down like huge piles of sand. And at the bottom of these piles of sand, they would like back up these trucks, and then they would fill those trucks with the sand, and then they would take the sand to the beach to replenish the sand up and down the beach. So
Yeah.
we found out about this place, Sand City, when we were in high school, and we would go there because nobody knew it was there and nobody knew about it. So you could park the car, jump the fence, drink beer and hang out all night and climb up on this machinery, and we would take pieces of cardboard and slide down the sand, right? And we're like, 15, 16, 17. So Ian comes back on leave, brings his buddy. They go to Sand City. He must have been telling his friend about, I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking he told him about Sand City. And so that he's like, I'm going to show you, I'll take you. It's going to be so awesome or whatever, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, Ian gets them both killed. They go down this super high spot. And at the bottom of where they went was one of those trucks I just described to you with these containers that almost look like dumpsters, but they're larger than dumpsters, and they're on like these pivot points, right? So when they fill up with sand, they pivot. And so they went down and slid and went into one of those, and it filled with sand, and they were suffocated by the sand. They both died by being buried in sand. Horrible story, awful. And then the kicker is that shortly after that, both of his parents died in a motorcycle wreck. It was like a horrible. So then now his younger brother, who was my same age, was in my grade. His younger brother, it's like he's the only member of the family left. It was two tragic accidents, and they were all lost, like in the, I don't know, the mid 80s. This all happened. Very sad, very sad.
Wow.
Never got to apologize to Ian again, like reconnect and say, dude, I'm so sorry in high school when I hit you in the head with that Phillips screwdriver, man. It's great to see you. I never got to say that to him. It's such a disappointment and a bummer.
Yeah. I was asked by Moondust, do you have any of those 70s Dynamite magazines? It started in 1974, came out from Scholastic Magazine, etc. Incorporated. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of them. I've
have to
not
smoke
recently, but I've done some episodes where I show them all. I could do that again. I just need to dig them out. So I'll dig out the Harvey and the Dynamite soon. Yeah, that was a big part of the being a kid in the 70s was Dynamite and the Electric Company. I was just reminiscing about the Electric Company on this show that is currently uploading. It's at 37%. It's going up very slowly. Bananas was the imitation, but it was really good. And there was another one called Smash.
Yeah. I got Dynamite and Bananas. That's pretty much all you got was Dynamite and Bananas. That's what I have.
I think Bananas was edited by that what's his name that made the Goosebumps books, R.L. Stine.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Which I don't know if that guy really writes all those books or if that's just like McDonald's, because there's more of those books than there are McDonald's cheeseburgers.
Oh yeah.
That was after my time, all those Goosebumps. I just kind of always figured it was all garbage, but kids.
Some of them were good. I read them all. I had kids, so my kids liked those Goosebumps, so I read them all. Those
Bananas was for a different age group than Dynamite, both from Scholastic. Okay, yeah, Bananas may have been for the slightly older, maybe 12 to 14, and Dynamite might have been a bit younger. But Smash was there was Scholastic, and then there was, what was the other company? There was another company that sold books to kids, and it had Smash, and it was. I've got a lot of them.
never even
Not
heard
a
of Smash
complete
before.
collection, but a lot of them.
I don't know Smash.
I wonder if mycomicshop.com has that kind of garbage.
Somewhere along the line, my mom got rid of all that Scholastic stuff, and I wish that I had, had the forethought and the mind to keep it all. But I probably only have a couple issues of Dynamite and Bananas left. But I used to get it every month or whenever it came out from Scholastic, all the way from like 4th grade to maybe 6th grade. So 4th, 5th, and 6th grade is when I was buying all of those, and I was ordering like the adaptations of the Disney ones. The Disney movies, and like the monster. There was like a paperback book that was all about Universal monsters. Remember that? And I had one about Morris the cat. Remember that type? That's what I was buying. Anything?
Yeah, there were only 2 issues of Smash. I remember getting the first one that has this kind of weird cover from Emergency.
Oh yeah.
And it has Marvel Comics stamps, and I think maybe an interview with Stan Lee. A lot of these were real heavy on getting comic book stuff in them. Dynamite would have origins of Marvel heroes, and then for a while they were doing DC heroes, and they just said, to heck with it, let's create our own heroes. And it was like the Dynamite duo. This is the 2nd issue. And then after this, that was it. There were only 2 issues, and it came out from, says Xerox Education Publications. Oh wait, no, I take it back. There's a 3rd issue with
JJ.
Yeah, did you see there's a cartoon version of Good Times being made?
Yeah, I heard you say that earlier. I hadn't heard about that until now.
There's the Fonzie issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it only lasted 5 issues. There's an Elton John. Neil Innes, the guy behind the Ruddles, that was the John Lennon figure. What was he? Ron Nasty. It was supposed to be John Lennon, and he wrote all the Ruddles music, and he wrote all the music that you hear in the Monty Python movies. He was kind of like the musician arm of Monty Python, and I think he had his own TV series in England. I stumbled on this parody of Elton John that he did that was hilarious. My wife didn't think it was funny. Not that she thought it was disrespectful to Elton John. She just didn't find it funny, but I did. He had like wine glasses sticking out. This glass, and it was I guess it was a parody of a couple of Elton John songs. I mean, like he did with the Ruddles, you could kind of tell, oh, this is supposed to be this Beatles song, and this. Mm-hmm. He had to surrender the rights to his music because he was forced to say it was written by Lennon and McCartney, when I think his music was different enough. The Ruddles music, I think it was different enough, but some of it was pretty close. But and the thing was funded, I think, partly by George Harrison. But the people that own the music aren't necessarily the Beatles.
Was it shown on PBS? I'm pretty sure I saw it on PBS one time.
What it was is there was some show in England, and if Gray Man's still watching, he would know better than us. But I think it was called the Rutland. It was kind of like SCTV. It was a fictional TV station from a fictional place, and Rutland Weekend Television was supposed to be from some channel, real poor channel from Rutland or something, and it would show different show. It was just the same thing as SCTV kind of, but they would have music, and and Neil Innes made the music. In one episode, they've got this Elton John, I think, but you know, the song Daniel by Elton John, it's like he's got this song called he's singing Godfrey Daniel, which was, you know, W.C. Fields' thing. Instead of saying GD, he'd just go Godfrey Daniels, and you know, you're supposed to know that he's saying GD, but he can't say it in a Hollywood movie. But yeah, the Ruddles, what it was is they did a Beatles parody on that show, and it was then it was really cool, filmed in black and white. And then when Eric Idle was on Saturday Night Live in the United States as a guest host, he took that clip because he was on that show, that Rutland show. This is post Monty Python's Flying Circus. And he brought that clip and they ran it on Saturday Night Live, and people thought it was hilarious. He was playing Paul McCartney. And then they filmed that, because it was so well received, they made a whole documentary, an hour and a half, probably close to an hour and a half long, less than an hour and a half with commercials, documentary about the whole career of the Ruddles. And it was shown on a Saturday night on NBC. I think they were going to show it in place of Saturday Night Live, but they thought, no, this is actually pretty great. We'll run it in prime time. But no one watched it. I remember we were coming back from Six Flags over Texas, and so that's why I know it was a Saturday night. And we got home in the middle of it, and anyway, it was called "All You Need Is Cash," and it was like a Gray Man saying here. It was a one-off documentary. They later made a sequel to it, but it was pretty much all the same footage, just reused. It was just kind of a con, but it was wonderful. And they put out a soundtrack record with all this. To me, it's just like another Beatles record. But it's hilarious. But I got comments here, but I can't, play the music, but maybe I could find that. I could probably just show you what it looks like without actually playing the song. But this is, just look up Neil Innes. There's so many great music videos. This "I'm the Urban Spaceman" is just hilarious, but I'm not going to play the music. I think he might have spun out of the Bonzo Dog Band. Possibly he was involved with them. You know that group? The Bonzo, yeah, he was in that. It was like a humorous, the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band, also known as the Bonzo Dog Band. This "I'm the Urban Spaceman," it's a greatest video. He's like the Invisible Man walking around. Yeah, Neil Innes passed away a couple of years ago. He was great. Neil Innes. Okay, I'll put an Elton John. I think I just got a message from Hans that he can't come tonight. I'll look at that. Anyway, I guess they're calling him Rutland John, but I'm not going to put the audio on because I'll just wind up with a copyright something or other. Oh, there's the music. I didn't mean to do that. So it's just, to me, it's hilarious. Just he's got gigantic boots, and what do we get a close up of him?
No, I've never seen this before.
Look at that. It's wine glasses. Yeah, you just got to look up Neil Innes. Okay, what did this message say? Hans says, wife had they had an appointment. Says, yeah. He's got an important appointment where he couldn't come to this live stream.
Okay.
Let's see what people are talking about here. I remember John Goris said our teachers in grade school used to get so pissed when we brought Mad to school. I never brought it to school because I had so much respect for Mad. I didn't want it to get damaged. Never leave my house. Paulo Costa says, I remember R.L. Stine books sold on newsstands when I was about 14 or 15. Book design made me think they were for little kids, so I never tried them. Yeah, I figured, why don't kids just read, Stephen King or something? But then maybe those aren't available in the elementary school libraries. Grayman says, I think Ruddles was a one-off documentary. Yes. Docu-comedy. Yes, it was. Well, is connected to the show Ripping Yarns. Ripping Yarns, I remember that watching that, and I've got a book version of Ripping Yarns where it's all adapted like pulp stories. That was an attempt to do a humorous version of like British pulps, and it didn't translate well in the United States, and it was on PBS for a while. It wasn't super funny like Monty Python, so people were expecting it to be a joke a minute. And then some of the parodies, what it was parodying, people in the United States weren't that familiar with those genres. So Moondust, I have some Twilight Zone, the magazines from the first 4 issues from 1981. Really cool magazines, lots of material inside. Yeah, I think I've got an issue or two of that. But Graphic Man is here. Hey there.
Hey.
Micah.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir.
So let's see. You're inside the house today, it looks like.
Yeah. It got too cold out there.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of cold in the house here. Let's see what temperature it is. Weather. 51 degrees. It's not, and the rain's about to start in 21 minutes. Got that. So, what is going on?
Oh no, just uploading some stuff to Instagram. So.
Yeah, I can't look at Instagram because I have to delete Instagram and Facebook just to have enough memory to do a show, and then now the show is only up to 41% when I did earlier today. Well, Nightiger's supposed to come on 7 o'clock Central, which is that's 2.5 hours away. But I just use up my StreamYard hours like a drunken sailor, and then there won't be any more. Oh.
So what's your episode that's going to be running concurrently with this one going to be about?
It's the episode before this. It's numbered before this, but it will air after this.
Okay.
It's just me filing comics. It's nothing. It's like a million other episodes because now I have bags and boards courtesy of Hans. So I was bagging, boarding, and putting some comics in here and there. It's really just me killing time because my wife's working. So I don't have anything else to do on Sunday. I'm not a sports fan, and so I just figured I'll just film my life. Completely self-indulgent.
A couple weeks ago, Meyer, you were going to show me a jungle pulp, but then your back started acting up. You don't have to go run and get it now. I just want to remind you.
I can have it right now.
That'd be great. Because Meyer was going to show me this, and he kind of reviewed it like it was a nice attempt, but it wasn't exactly, Edgar Rice Burroughs. I think that's words to that effect. And I told him I'm still going through all the sci-fi before I even get to jungle or detective. But
okay. That's
the Terrible.
Thoth the Terrible. I started reading this Kygor, the Jungle Lord. That's who's on the cover. And I was telling you, it's a really poor Burroughs ripoff. Like, it's not like reading Burroughs, but you can tell they're trying to be Burroughs.
Okay, if Edgar Rice Burroughs didn't exist and you read that, would you think it's pretty good or on its own? Or
I would give it a 5 or a 6. It'd be okay. But not
Well,
like the 8 or the 9 or 10 that you would get with reading a Tarzan. The Tarzan's like a 10.
now is that the original logo of the comic?
Yeah, I think so. This is a pulp. So yeah, this is it. I think that this is
Okay.
not
So,
original.
so that's
wow.
one of the Adventure House reprints.
This is an Adventure House reprint from about 10 years ago, I think.
Was it originally a Fiction House title?
Yeah. Also,
Yeah.
did it have ads? Okay. Yeah. There's the
Yeah,
logo.
that's Fiction House. Okay, so what it's going to read like is maybe a slightly more adult version of the Fiction House comics. I mean, it's not going to be on the level of Edgar Rice Burroughs, but it's not going to be. It's going to be fun, and this is going to be. You got
Nice.
all the illustrations, and it's.
Look at this title. How are you going to pronounce this in your head? This immediately pisses me off because I'm like reading this. That's the Diamond Fangs of Mamubi Mani. Yeah, so I'm immediately pissed off when I have to read
Yeah.
this.
You need an English transliteration there to help you out.
That's just me. But there is, it's nice. It's you know, one thing about this is like those other ones that you showed there that recently or somebody showed, this is original typesetting.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes
So,
they do that.
well, that's nice. They're giving you a lot of pictures.
There's a ton of there's a lot of illustrations. Now this would be because, like Gratu said, this is a Fiction House publication, and they're going for the same people that buy the Jungle comics too, right?
Yeah.
What year was the original publication date on that book?
47, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fall of
okay. So that's
1957.
concurrent with the comics that are coming from the same company.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that would
That's-
be. I guess what that would be like is Marvel putting out
Oh,
Son of
nice.
Satan, and meanwhile you've got the same characters appearing in their black and white magazine, where you can have a little bit of nudity and more gore. It's in Dracula appears in Tomb of Dracula, and then in Dracula Lives, where it's a little more adult. I think that's maybe
Yeah.
what was going
Oh, yeah.
on with that. Oh, look, that's a.
I got this one too. I got this one because it's one of the larger ones. It's 160 pages. And then I noticed because it has this Fangs of Gold, it has a Robert E. Howard story in it.
Oh, nice.
Is this a is that are you getting these from like mycomicshop.com or?
I'm getting these from Amazon. This is also an Adventure House from about 10 years ago, I think.
Okay.
Are they still in
2015.
stock, or are these people selling older publications?
No, they're in stock.
Oh, okay.
This one is a Strange Detective Stories from 1934.
Cool.
Did you find them by typing in Adventure House?
Yes. I found them
Okay.
by typing in it just Adventure House Pulp, I think. Adventure House Pulps or something like that. That comes up.
Are
Before
they
you keep
still
going
the cover
on,
price of $14.95, or are they?
Here's the Howard story. It has good art. Fangs of Gold.
Hold
I haven't
on.
read this yet, but it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I wanted to say in your last pulp, those monkeys look dynamite. It's really good.
Yes, I haven't read that story yet, but it looks good. It looks like that
really.
story is about those. It looks like it's about those baboons.
Yeah, that's
Fiction House comics and pulps
great.
they always had great art. I mean, it unquestionably.
Of course, right now I'm doing a lot of Fantastic Adventures. The art is not quite on that level, but the stories really make up for it. I'm totally enjoying them. So
Yeah. Fiction House was also known in their pulps for being a little more lurid, and they had they maybe not those jungle ones, but they had ones that were pretty out there. Moondust is asking if Captain Strangeliffe has every comic in his collection. Who does is probably what's his face that runs Mile High Comics. What's his name?
yeah,
I think he's trying to make sure he doesn't really want to sell comics. He's just trying. He wants there to be every single comic ever printed in his warehouse, and he'll sell the extra ones. But really, I think he wants to keep his core collection there stored. It just and so that's why he doesn't care about charging $30 for a book that other stores charge $3 for. He believes in charging what he thinks they should be worth. He then
I'm not a fan of Chuck, and I think Chuck likes.
Rodansky, right?
Yeah, I think Chuck likes a lot of attention, which is also evident by his second pastime.
Oh, I know about that. Yeah, yeah.
And I think he wants people to look at him, and so
he has drag queen pageants at
yeah,
his
well,
comic store where he comes down in a wire
yeah.
as a princess or something. I don't know. It's not.
So I
So
don't give him any business. I would go to other places before I would go
well,
to him.
but he might have the biggest comic collection
I'm sure
possibly
he does.
of
I'm sure he
everything.
does.
But his story is fascinating as far as how he stumbled into
Yeah,
the Mile High comic collection. That's always endlessly fascinating. And reading his account of how he got those books, that's the interesting thing about that. Friar Tuck says Nightiger has almost every comic. He's got a great collection, but having almost every comic, that's just like an impossible thing. So
the problem with people having every comic, they're usually jerks. There's this one guy in England who has every DC comic ever made, but you would not want to talk to him for more than 3 minutes. And well, so I better stop there. But
yeah, so what have you seen him interviewed on TV or
oh,
something?
I corresponded with them. I see before YouTube. While people like Captain Strangeliffe were out here, establishing themselves, I didn't know that existed. So I wasted my time on the chat boards with CGC, and uh, I wasn't into slabbing, but these guys were talking about comics. And so I would make a cute little picture graphically for them every now and then. They'd have a little laugh, but it'd be, let's get back to slabbing. And so I wasted many a year there. And that's where I bumped into him, and he asked me some help to set up something internet wise.
Mhm.
But yeah, he now not every of those old detective and old action, not every one of those is better than a 3 point whatever. But he's got a copy of each one. And there were some rare ones. There was this guy named Brad who took a tour of the DC studios back in the day, and they made a whole comic book to him, that little kid. And so there was only like a handful of those, and he managed to get one of those. And so in his house, he builds shelves sky high, and he just crams, and I'm thinking all the junk that DC put out, they did a lot of great stuff, but I wouldn't want to have every DC. I mean, a lot of just absolute anyway. So,
Well, it sounds a little. Yeah, I mean, the guy has to be very wealthy.
oh yeah, yeah,
And you think, well, if I had that kind of money, what else could I do with it?
yes,
Let's see. Grayman says, was he not selling the whole collection? He used to be in a band, I think. And Library 88, every comic is a road to insanity. I prefer seeing people's individually curated and honed collections comprised of their personal odd aesthetic interests and obsessions. Yeah, I mean, when you see how much horrible stuff is out there, and
yes,
if you work in a comic store just for a brief while, you'll almost learn to just hate comics and just maybe like that little pocket of time when you were a kid, because there's so much garbage, especially the 90s, and
yeah.
looking at that stuff. Hey guys, how's it going? Says Higgy Pop. And Library says, hello, hey yo, Higgy Pop, if you'd like to come on, you could. And anyone else in the chat, there's a link here. But we're waiting the arrival of Nightiger, which is still probably T minus 2 hours and 17 minutes, something
Yeah.
like that. He was going to come on earlier. His grandson had picked up some cool comics and was going to show him. We'll see what happens. Howdy Library 88, Higgy. There's the live stream address.
Don't think of this as criticism by all means, but just something tells me you may have started the stream just a tad early.
I don't have anything else to do.
Okay.
I mean, people can just fast forward to when he's appearing.
I guess.
I just thought it'll be fun to hang out because
Sure.
otherwise I'm just going to be staring at the TV.
Yeah.
Speaking of what I'm doing right now, what I'm looking down is I think we pay $2 a month to subscribe to David Nino Rodriguez, who was, I guess, a somewhat famous boxer at one time. But a few years ago, he's retired, but I think he's a few years younger than us. He lives in El Paso, and he came out, politically aligned with us, and he interviews people that, and his interviews he can't put on YouTube. He puts on his own little private pay channel, and so, and it's fun. But I keep getting logged out, and my wife sent me the password. I gotta type it in because I like to record some of these because he's incredibly funny because he'll be praying 1 minute and then he's just so foul the next minute because he's an ex-alcoholic and and did who knows what as a boxer, but he's still, if he ever met like someone that's real Christian, but they're also really profane. Have you met these people? They're really funny because it's like, wait a second, you were just praying 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Now I can't even tell you what he does. It's hysterically funny. Because it's just when he does the news on his show, he's on YouTube Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings doing the news. And it's just, I wish there were real news people that would just deliver the news and just whatever words they want to spout out. And he's funny. I don't know. Oh, Higgy Pop I listen to David Nino Rodriguez every time he comes. Of course, because that's why we're all friends.
Yeah, I listen to him.
I don't know that you would be a big fan, Micah, of this guy, but you might enjoy it. But he's out of his mind.
Oh, well, I think men ought to talk like men. So I mean,
he's definitely not. Oh, and he does whenever he's doing a liberal voice. It's like a complete.
I may not have
sissy voice. He's like, you know what it is? It's like when you watch him, it's like you're friends with the really cool bully in school, but you're okay with him.
Yeah.
But he's going after everybody else. But in this case, he's going after all the right people, the people politically, and it's hilarious. Anyway,
I may not have the vocabulary that some of these wonderful gentlemen have, but I certainly don't hit anybody over the head with a Schofield Bible just because they're saying words. I think a man ought to be like a man, right? Yeah. And so when people see me going down the street because of maybe this scruffy beard or whatever, I want to appear as a man. I want people to think of me as a man. I don't want there to be any doubt. And so you won't see me putting on some frilly little, men ought to look like men, they ought to sound like men. And so anyway.
No, because you look like someone that would be going after Moby Dick. And I had an English teacher in high school that looked exactly like you, Micah. And every year he would read Jonathan Edwards' Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God. He'd read the whole thing aloud to his class. But he wanted us to hear how this would have been delivered in the 1700s or probably the 1600s, when he delivered that in New England. And he would come in with his beard and you could hear him all the way down the hall of the high school. It was insane. You could hear him throughout upstairs. On that day, he delivered his sermon in every period. I'm surprised he didn't blow blood veins.
Now, we don't really have any recording of Jonathan Edwards when he delivered that. He might have been the most soft, milk toast, quiet, and he's saying all these rough words, but we don't know how it was delivered.
You're right. You're right.
So
But unless there were some contemporary accounts that described how he delivered it, you're right. That
I
could
don't
be.
know.
He could have been completely off. He was a high school teacher, not college,
Yeah,
some historian, and he could have been completely off. And it's just like we look at pictures of people, we figure that Abraham Lincoln had a deep voice, and he's always depicted as having this deep voice. And
yeah,
apparently, from what there's no recording of him, obviously, no film. There's just photographs because moving film and
yeah.
audio recording hadn't been invented. But contemporary accounts that heard him speak said he had a really high pitched voice. So
I've
you
heard the
know,
same thing about Teddy Roosevelt, and yet you expect Teddy to be,
yeah,
uh, Teddy had a bullet shot in him, and he went ahead and finished his speech. And but he might have had a chipmunk voice. We don't know. I don't guess I know. But
yeah, that's one of those
exactly,
weird things.
exactly. No
Um,
purple hair for me.
I'm trying to go back in the text messages to when she gives me the password to this David Nino. Every time you put on one of David Nino's interviews on his pay channel, he's put together this collage that just is explosions and him yelling, and it's just like if you lived in an apartment and clicked on his,
Yeah.
it was it's just like unbelievably loud. Come on, where is the password? He interviews frequently this guy who calls himself Juan O'Savin, which almost sounds like a James Bond thing. And this guy is like real mysterious. He's someone that, like he's clearly around Trump. He knows what's going on. He's in the know about things that are happening, but you don't really know how, and he never shows his face. And when he appears in public, he's got like what is a very realistic appearing mask and like a big. I mean, this guy's a big guy, but he's got like a fake, gut, and it just you can't really tell who he is. And there was a documentary about him. You see all his sports cars. This guy's clearly ultra rich, and he'll come on and he'll always show he's talking, but the camera's pointing this way, and you're basically seeing his boots and his legs. He doesn't point it at himself. And whenever David Nino asks him a question about what's going on, he'll say, well, it was, and then he'll give this biblical allegory. He'll talk about some story in the Bible. And David Nino, you could just tell, just give me the answer, but he has to explain this the way it happened in the Bible, and this is what's happening.
Okay.
And sometimes David Nino will just go to his little circle profile of his image because you can tell he's probably punching through the sheetrock. Just answer my question. There were people speculating that this guy Juan O'Savin was secretly John F. Kennedy Jr. because he put out a book called "The Kid on the Side of the Road," and they thought, oh, like John, like the little kid that was watching his father's body go by, and they thought that he'd really not died in that plane crash, and now was secretly wearing disguises and appearing at Trump rallies. And that's not true. And that's been, but
I really
some people
believe.
still believe that. But the
Yeah.
guy's clearly extremely rich. Apparently, he's a spy. He's been a spy. He's somehow come up with he's very rich and he knows a lot of stuff. And so when he comes on and different people have him on as guests, it just, like last night, he was saying that all of these, like B-52 type bombers had left from Russia, and he said you'll hear about it soon, and it's like, but I haven't heard about it in the news. But he said within a few days you're going to see the response for what because I don't want to get too political.
I really believe JFK Jr. Died.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because, and here's why: it's conspiratorial related. He was the only competition for Hillary to become a New York senator.
Yeah.
And so he had to be eliminated because
and
she
it was
needed to
always so
set herself
weird.
up.
he was never really embraced by that crowd. He was
Right.
always made fun of and they talked about how dumb he was. He had to pass it took him
The
so long
bar.
to pass the
Yep.
bar. It probably would have taken me a long time too. And they made fun of him for dating movie stars. And it's like he was portrayed as this dumb. It's like, why, when he's the heir apparent to that dynasty, and this good looking guy, why wouldn't you want to pump him up instead of someone? Why would you pump up someone like Biden, who's always been a criminal, who's always been incredibly stupid? It's not just a guy that used to be really smart and he's just now demented in his old age. He's always been that way. And he's always been a crook. Why do you like him instead of this? I guess John F. Kennedy Jr. never really came across like his father, but I have to scroll back a long ways to find where she gave me that password.
I recently, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Am I getting the name right?
Marjorie,
MTG.
yeah.
Marjorie. She's asking to vacate the speaker again, but I wish that I like her. I just wish she would settle down because we barely got by doing that the first time. And now we've seen two senators come out and say, or excuse me, two Republican congressmen say they're resigning come April, whatever. We're out of here. And now we've got a one seat majority. So if two more go, and the first one, I forget his name, he already said there'll be three more behind me. Well, now he's already had one show up, and so we're about this close. We're just like a week or two away from seeing that Hakeem Jeffries guy have the gavel. And then, if there's any question come the November election, they will have full charge of deciding things. For example, if a third party candidate like Bobby Kennedy Jr. gets a lot of votes and there's this no clear 270 majority, then the House of Representatives gets to decide who's the president. And
Yeah.
that should scare everybody. So, yeah, I'm disappointed in Mr. Johnson, the Speaker of the House, but my goodness, let's just hold the course until November, or because we're in very good shape to get the Senate.
Yeah.
I think we're going to get West Virginia. We might get Ohio and blah blah blah, but we're going to lose the House, and that's the power.
Yeah.
But not that we talk politics on the Groucho Orloff show. But
Oh no. Oh, there's the code.
Never.
Yeah, guys, keep talking. I'm going to put in the code. I'll still be able to hear you. It's just
all right,
actually, I'll tell you what. Let me just turn this around. All I got to do is turn the note crates around, and you can tell I haven't actually left the room. I'm still listening.
okay. So anyway, Meyer, thanks for showing me those pulps. I've still got to finish the Fantastic Adventures, Thrilling Wonder Stories, and of course, I can't really get any amazing stories unless I make them myself. But
Well, Fantastic Adventures wasn't a long-running pulp, though, right?
I think about 8 years, maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I'm thinking of something else.
From that website, I got an older one, and it surprised me. It was 8.5 by 11. It wasn't 7 by 10 like the others. Man, I double checked.
Okay.
Yep, it actually said, this is 8.5 by 11. So I guess they were really big, or what we call magazine size. And then later they got down to 7 by 10. I prefer the 7 by 10, but
I've never seen those big ones.
I'll probably
I
show
just
it
grabbed
in a
a stack.
couple of weeks. Yeah.
I got a stack that I just grabbed that we can look at. I don't know if there's anything here that you haven't seen, but it might be stuff that the viewers haven't seen, and maybe it'll interest you because it's
All right.
All right.
Oh, I'm going off camera for about 30 seconds, so hold on. Or go ahead.
I'm going to pull these out of bags as we go because you'll be able to see them better. Fantastic Story magazine with this great cover.
Yeah, and I think that's a totally different one than Fantastic Adventures.
This is it's kind of readable, but I mean, every time, this is from 1943, you know, every time you open in 20 pages, little pieces fall off.
Yeah, yeah.
But some of the ones I have are in pretty good condition, good enough condition that I can actually take them out of the bag without worrying about them falling apart. Like this Western is really nice.
All right, folks.
And it's got a really
Now
cool cover, right?
we noticed that Dime Western cost 15 cents.
Again, I tell you folks, a lot going down.
Yeah.
Lots going down. We were gonna do this for YouTube, but we're gonna do
I've been chosen for some pens.
we always mess up the first time. So we want to get
Here's one that's not coming out of the bag. I must have paid $1 or $2 for this because half the cover is
Yeah.
missing.
Yeah.
But I really like the top half of the cover.
Yeah.
Oh, I should be giving you full screen. Sorry.
Amazing story.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Some kind of like witches having a black mask, but they're in like these bikinis, kind of. I don't know if these are even bikini. What are these? Yeah, these are bikinis. It's great. I love the art.
So is the villain supposed to portray an Orient or of some sort? Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Mickey Rooney from Breakfast at Tiffany's.
Well,
Like Broderick Crawford as Fu Manchu.
okay.
There's a great cover. Fantastic Adventures.
Yes.
He has tigers in the eyes that are the same as his tiger ring that he has now.
I was getting ready to ask what kind of ring. Yeah.
Minion of the Tiger.
Wow. Very, very good.
This next one, I think you have this one. I think I saw that you have this. Fantastic Adventures?
No, I do not.
Oh, you don't?
No, I do
Somebody
not.
showed this. I don't remember who it was. Excuse me.
I'm going to guess 1948 or something like that.
Queen of the Panther World. Isn't that cool?
Very.
It's 25 center. Let's see. You said 1948? It is.
I'm guessing.
Ziff Davis, July 1948.
Yeah.
And this is Ziff Davis.
I was just lucky. I don't want anybody to be super impressed out there. Nice little stash of them.
Here's an amazing stories that's really beat up and missing chunks out of it, but it still looks pretty cool. Probably a couple bucks I paid for this.
Any story that's on Venus or Mars, I totally dig.
It's a neat cover. What is left of the cover is really cool looking.
Yeah. Great
Here's
hat,
one of those
too.
really nicer ones. Like I kind of stumbled across a lot of these and I would buy them on price alone, but then every once in a while I would come across like a stupid like gold mine where this is like almost new condition. This amazing.
Yeah.
Maybe a 7 or a 6, maybe a 5.
Yeah.
But it's maybe it's a 5 or a 4.5. I don't know, but it's completely intact and readable and not missing chunks and not dry and messed up. It's got a little water damage, but it's in real good shape.
advertising their Western pulp. Yeah.
Yeah. what is
Yes.
it?
Amazing is a sister publication to Fantastic Adventures.
The chemical.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when I made that Amazing Stories pulp is because I was reading Fantastic Adventures and they said check out our May issue of Amazing Stories, and that's when I went searching for it and I realized I need to make my own. So. Oh, cool.
So they're pretty much all readily available as on the internet, but you just have to print them and make existing ones.
No,
Or
only a few. And that's the one I have, Meyer. I've got that
Yeah.
startling, and I got the
This
real
one.
one. Yeah,
This is the one you have exactly.
yeah, yeah. I thought it looked gorgeous. I couldn't resist.
Oh, and this one, I love this one because this looks like one of my exes.
Oh,
Exactly.
wow.
Looks just like her. She had borderline personality disorder. She'd go on these rampages with a shield and a sword, just like this.
So you're saying if she were on the internet, that would be a perfect avatar for her.
Not even go there.
Look at those eyebrows. My goodness.
No, look at this.
Yeah.
Look at it.
what's
Oh.
especially effective is the way the helmet comes down to a point that immediately indicates that she's evil.
Yeah.
I assume she's evil.
That's it.
Oh man, cool. So Missing Mars and the library, they all say it's great stuff.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
And looks like the library has read Chemical Vampire.
Oh, awesome. I need to read it myself. Especially considering this is the one that's in the most readable condition in my entire, collection, and I still haven't read it yet. It's just, I don't know. I want to read it, but this is the one that I'll read first for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm going to read Chemical Vampire.
And
But
that
the other
villain,
one, they'll fall apart, a lot of them, if you go through turn every page.
that villain on the Chemical Vampire, he looks like he'd be an accountant or something. That blonde hair is just nicely combed, and
Yeah, he looks like, I don't know, like a matinee, like Burt
Yeah.
Lancaster or something. Kind of like a Burt Lancaster
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, he does have movie star look.
See, and this was
they're
like
great.
a lot of these don't have back covers. That's how
Okay.
also why I got them for $2 because there's not
Yeah.
even a back cover in it.
He says he hasn't read it yet. He's just admiring the title.
Oh, okay. Library, you could have pretended. We would have just gone on and believed it.
Nightiger's he put up shelves and is redoing his comic room. And I said, boy, that'll be great to see. He says, well, unfortunately, it's the wall that you don't see, the wall he's looking at when he films his shows. But there's no real way to compete with Nightiger because he's
no.
developed such a collection of Golden Age. Let's see. I thought about staying silent and appearing well read.
Yeah.
This fantastic story has a Ray Bradbury story in it.
Yeah.
This one.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that cover. Where have I seen that cover? I don't know.
So cool.
Man,
Yeah.
bet that hurts.
Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. It looks like some sort of it looks like LSD experiment or something.
Yeah, I've got my eye on you, boy.
The Tuskegee experiment, something like that. Doesn't look pleasant, but who knows? Maybe it is. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Just putting pulps in bags.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to get out of here. I got to get supper going. So, but I wanted to pop in and say hello to everybody, and hope your Nightiger visit goes well.
Yeah, that should be a little less than 2 hours. Well, he said he'd come on a little early, possibly. We'll see.
Good.
But yeah, it was nice to have you
All
drop
right.
by. If you want to come by later, you're welcome to, or
Okay.
just watch.
Good to see you, Micah.
You too. Have a good night, both of you.
Yeah.
All right, take care. Um, checking the news.
You know, I picked this up recently. I'll show you this. It's this Captain America book. This is the paperback version. They also have a hardcover version of this. This
Okay.
What is it called? Penguin Classic Marvel Collection. So this is like a compilation of reprints of the earliest Tales of Suspense Captain America stories.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty well done.
Oh, it's in
They
color.
also reprint, I think Captain America #1 is reprinted in here, and then it jumps into the Lee and Kirby Tales of Suspense.
Oh, wow.
And it's pretty nice, and it's inexpensive, and it's thick. It's like 350 pages. But the thing that stands out about it, that stood out to me immediately, was the introductions. So this was printed during the well, actually it's 2022. I really thought it was earlier than that, because in one of the introductions here, this one, it's not an introduction, it's the forward. This forward in here is just filled with leftist identity politics. Inside of this Captain America Penguin Classics Marvel Collection, Colin Kaepernick's name is in here. It talks about Black Lives Matter in here in the forward to the book, guys. Talks about this guy that wrote the article struggles with understanding and supporting and being a fan of Captain America, or even America itself. It's really rough, guys. So rough that once I got it and I read it, I was, your first instinct is, I'm going to cut this thing out, because I buy these books to pass on to my kids and grandkids. That's who's going to end up with the collection. Or do I take a black marker? And then I go, no, this is the luckiest thing that could happen, because now we have an example of how disgusting these people became. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Well, you can write in the margin, and just say, just put BS there. I listened to someone in a lecture talk about the virtues of writing in your books. And I always thought, well, why that would be the worst thing in the world but apparently I just don't. I always thought, even my college textbooks, like, we're supposed to underline everything, but that's a book. You're not supposed to write in a book.
What was happening here is Penguin Classics felt they needed to apologize to the reader for reprinting Captain America comics because they're patriotic. That's what the forward was about.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And someone was doing, maybe, who was that? Was it Howler Mouse? Somebody was doing a video where they were talking about Captain America is not as popular a character now. And it's because a lot of these younger people are just embarrassed that, it's a patriotic hero that's in red, white, and blue. But what was my point? They were saying that you should write in your books as you read them, make comments, and that's what a lot of great people have done. And then your book is a one of a kind. It's got your dialogue talking to the author there in the margin, and then people in future generations, see how you interacted with that book. And, if I thought, well, that's interesting. And as an example, she was talking about Bruce Lee's book collection, where Bruce Lee had all these books on martial arts, and in the margins he would put his comments and his opinions about things. And then those books are incredibly valuable, one of a kind. You're entering into Bruce Lee's brain and mind as he's reading these books. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And you can hand down all these books to your great grandchildren, but if you really want to communicate with your great grandchildren, there's a dialogue there with the author that they could, it's the next best thing to writing your own books. Then you could really get into someone's head with that. But I don't know. I never was fully convinced that I should start writing in all my books as I read them. But I don't know. That's just one of those things.
Never heard that before.
But I wouldn't, mind writing a comment to that a-hole that wrote that if there's not comic art on the other side where it might bleed through or something. Let's see. What is Gotham saying here? When we look back, we know who's to blame for the destruction of America. Oh, I was just reading this. This is pretty good in Rolling Stone. This is coming from InfoWars. Biden is building a superstructure to stop Trump from blanking the blank. I don't think you're allowed to say those words on YouTube, so I won't say them. They're so worried that the T-Man will blank the 2024 blank that they're working on blanking it first. They're creating a legal network designed to challenge a close election finish. There's the Rolling Stone link they're referring to. This is it's just a bizarro world. Yeah. So Kevin, Paulo's here. I wanted to ask you a question. I think in early April, the first issue of this new revival of Famous Monsters of Filmland's coming out. I saw a meme where they're bragging that they've really made it look very close to the original production design of the real Famous Monsters. And I guess I'm asking if you've ordered. I'm sure you've ordered copies of Famous Monsters. I've just been meaning to ask you that. Let's see. Gotham is asking if Missing Mars has received his package yet. He says not yet. New York got pounded with bad weather yesterday. Here's Paulo. What time is it there? Like
10:15.
11 o'clock at night or something?
No, it's only 10:15. We only
close.
go in, we only go into daylight savings time next week.
Oh, okay.
Wow. What's up, Paulo?
How's it going there?
Good, man.
I'm one of us says my friend Toby would write in all her books with all kinds of notes, pictures, you name it. What do you think about writing in books, Paulo?
I'm not a fan.
Yeah. But if you got a book by some famous person in the auto industry and it had notes all through it, that would probably be fascinating. It just depends on who wrote in it.
I guess.
If it's someone famous, I guess,
Well, they wouldn't
or
write
it
on
just
a
depends
book.
on whether it's an interesting person that's doing the writing, as opposed to, I've got to figure out if I have enough money for groceries. I'll just write on the front of this comic book. I'll do my math right in the front of right in the middle of Captain America's face. That's usually what people do.
Well, if the current CEO of General Motors ever puts out a book on how she saved General Motors by, I'll be sure to writing the book. She's lying everywhere.
Yeah.
Imagine that you abandoned the European market, you abandoned the Southeast Asian market, you abandoned the Middle Eastern market, you abandoned the Indian market, you abandoned the African market, you abandoned the Australian market, and you save General Motors.
Oh wow!
General Motors is exclusively in North America, Latin America, and China. and Latin America are now using the General Motors China products, which America doesn't make any money of.
Kevin at Gotham City is telling me the new Famous Monsters is $25. I think he told me that before, and I thought, yeah, who cares? Because I'm not going to be interested. But then I saw an ad that showed really how close it looked to the original. But apparently they're not even offering it through Diamond. You got to order it directly from the newly revived Captain Company. It's just one of those things where they try to bring something back, but it's not the people that did it originally, and it's not 1963 anymore. It's today, and there's going to be articles about Tim Burton instead of Lon Chaney. And is it, $25 is kind of
about
insane.
Stranger Things. No, but worse, articles about Stranger Things.
Yeah, they probably would. What are you up to, dog? Okay, so let's see. All right, so that solves that problem. As far as being intrigued by the new Famous Monsters. Let me see if I can find their website. They're saying, welcome back, monster lovers, and they show a cover from the Kennedy administration is when that was printed.
So that thing
are
is
they doing anything new?
$25 for how many pages?
Well, it would have to be a thick book.
Yeah.
Any magazine for $25. Yeah, I don't know how many pages. That's what I'm trying to get a feeling of what they're doing. Well, they have an article, looks like, on Frankenstein Jr. That's something the original Famous Monsters never did.
Cartoons, yeah.
And they're covering this movie, which I think is a Korean or it's an Asian movie, Revenge of the Zombies. I remember that's something Famous Monsters never covered. They're covering Godzilla -1, but I don't know. I think it's mainly just, it's a property that it's more valuable just for its logo and being able to sell merchandise with it. I guess this is the first issue, and who would have thought you'd have a cover with Sid Haig from Jason of Star Command on the cover? That's actually kind of interesting. They've added some drippingness to the letters. I mean, the logo itself is valuable in that it was stolen. No, it's not stolen, but it was the Misfits, the band, the Misfits, used the logo as, Glenn Danzig used the logo as his inspiration. So that brings in some people. But see, they're selling blacklight posters and puppets, and I don't know what they're up to here.
Okay, so
the shirts are interesting.
Okay, so they don't tell you how many pages in this thing.
I bought
I don't know. They have a tapestry of this. That would look good on a wall. I don't know. I don't know how to figure that out.
If you purchase an annual subscription, they'll give you one of the four. So it's quarterly, and with an annual subscription, they'll give you the fourth one for free. It's still it's still 70. Yeah, it's still $75 for 4 magazines. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, that's pretty rough.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere here how many pages this thing has. So.
Okay, so Gotham's saying a friend of his is bringing his duplicate original Famous Monsters. Cool. I'm sure those are going into your collection and not into the store. Let's see. The new Famous Monsters fan club certificate has to be downloaded. They don't know their audience.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not understanding the audience is people in their 60s or older. They're trying to sell it to, is this merchandise from the new incarnation or is this older?
This is about 10 years old, but I bought it right from them, from the same the website. I guess it was Famous Monsters at the time. It wasn't actually
Yeah.
Captain Company.
Kevin, is this a new ownership, or is this the same people trying to bring the magazine back again? That's pretty nice.
It's really nice. It's very high quality. It's lasted about, like I said, about 10 years. It's doing really good. And I think it was probably about $50 though.
Yeah. Well, everything's insanely priced. You forget everything's just yeah, I don't know. Nothing is the way it was.
But that was expensive even like 10 years ago. But it was,
Yeah.
that would have been like the going, that, you know, that's the going cost of a specialty merch hoodie like that. That's heavy and high quality. And it's a new owner, Kevin said.
Okay. Well, the question is, how expensive is it to do that? And maybe that's actually what you have to charge in this current clown world. But are prices that crazy in Portugal, or do you have a lot of inflation there? Is what they're asking.
Yeah, we had inflation last year. Inflation was crazy when the prices of energy went up. Also, there were some food shortages because of the drought, and food is about 25% more expensive than on average than a year ago.
But it's a man-made drought, right? Or was it actually nature?
No, it was natural drought. It just didn't rain.
Okay. They didn't restrict the farmers and what they could do and grow.
You don't have to restrict the farmers. There was really no water. It didn't rain for 9 months.
Oh yeah, all right. I mean, it's been known to happen in other countries where they tell farmers, let your stuff grow out in the fields. You know.
They did that in the 80s. They paid us not to grow food. We could buy it from France.
Yeah, well, where there isn't inflation is in Russia, because apparently you can get for $100 there what it cost us $500 or $600 to get it.
Right, but no.
But they're in a wartime. They're kind of in an economy where they're producing lots of
the thing is,
and building up their. So it's kind of like
what Tucker bought. No, what Tucker bought is not what the Russians don't have the same wages as Americans. What Tucker bought is way expensive for for Russians.
Oh, okay.
So it's only $100 in here. Yeah, but we only make like $200 a month. So yeah, so it's kind of stupid to make that comparison. See, food here is cheaper than food in the United States, but it got very expensive for us. Olive oil is like 3 or 4 times more expensive than what it used to be about a year ago, because olive productions was one of the things that was affected by the drought. And since we use olive oil for everything, for cooking, now all of a sudden, okay, there's also a lot of counterfeit olive oil, which is basically just water with food coloring.
Well, I have to say, when they captured that guy, and it's like, what? You can't hear us? You're not understanding what we're saying? And it's like they're proud of what they did to that guy. You know, they released the footage. I guess, did you hear about that? I don't know what gets to people.
About what? And I'm not sure what.
Oh, they've captured 11 people that were behind.
Oh no, they didn't capture anybody that was. They didn't capture anybody
who was behind. Was like down on his knees, and they cut the guy's ear off and made him eat his ear.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, They didn't capture anyone involved in it.
You know, it's gonna kind of prevent future people from doing things like that. Mm-hmm. I mean, you kind of, if you're crazy enough, people are scared of you. You know, you've got to be crazy in war like Patton, you know, it's like you got to have these generals that are crazy, and then you keep them in check and put them somewhere, and then when war breaks out, you unleash them instead of the politically. No, we have to be politically correct in how
You
we
know the
wage
fun.
the war.
You know what's funny? The CIA warned the FSB in Russia 2 weeks ago that ISIS was going to attack them. And the FSB said, "Haha, your American propaganda is weak. We do not believe you."
Well, you could make it. We probably shouldn't talk about this, but it's like, how did they know? But anyway, we won't get any more into that. But
By ISIS, you
you know,
mean
how do they
CIA,
know
right?
about that pipeline? You know, how did Biden know a few months before? It's like, something's going to happen to that pipeline. I don't know who's going to, but I trust me. Something's well. Anyway, it's all lunacy, but insanity. So, oh, I am trying to upload a video, and it's like moving so slow. It's still at 46%. Maybe I should turn the phone off and back on, and then see which Wi-Fi I'm using. Yeah, then everything gets wackier and wackier every day. But yeah, $25 for a magazine, unless it's like that Illustrator's Weekly, which is really like a soft cover book, and it's this thick, not weekly, but it's an Illustrator's magazine, and it's like, it is a magazine, it's a periodical, but the price seemed ridiculous, like 30 something dollars, but then it's actually a book.
Yeah,
but
like
then,
history like history. If you there still are history magazines, but and they are expensive precisely because they have long form articles which take quite a while to research. So if it's the same quality that takes somebody a lot of time to read, then it may be worth the $25. But still, if that thing is less than 80 pages, it's way expensive, even if if everything is really good.
yeah.
You know, I was thinking about 10 years ago when I used to subscribe to Scary Monsters magazine, you know, the Dennis Struck Tennis. And
Yeah.
he used to, you know, have those great ads in the back of Scary Monsters. And I ordered some stuff from him. They were reprints of Castle of Frankenstein. I think I paid $25 for a reprint of Castle of Frankenstein #1 that he made, but he was making limited quantities of those things at the time, and I felt like it was worth it. But I did pay $25 a couple times for reprints of old magazines.
Well, that's a different thing. It seems like it's about time for a new issue of Castle of Frankenstein. That revival, you got one of them, didn't you, Meyer?
Yeah, I did.
That revival is actually respectable to me. That's why I had high hopes maybe for Famous Monsters. Oh, this is terrible. I could tell just by half a second of the music how bad it was. Kind of like, what was that? Name that tune. Can you help? Can you identify the song in just how many seconds?
3 notes.
It just
It would start with like 5 notes, and then they'd have to go down, and 3 notes. It became really hard, right?
But this is what I saw on YouTube. It says the Psychos, A Hard Day's Fright. And I thought maybe this is great, but no. No, it's horrible. It's a cool cover. I'll save it and look at it later. So let me switch to a different Wi-Fi. So the countdown to Nightiger's arrival is about an hour and a half now. little less. Did you see the picture of him from high school that I put on the ad for this show? Let me conjure that up. Yeah, he was class of '86. Where is it? Where is that picture?
That's just 3 years younger than me. I was class of '83.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Nightiger's doing. He presents well for a class of '86.
Well, I remember there were a lot of guys in my high school graduating class that looked just like him. Yeah. And
Nightiger, definite 9.8.
see if I can find that picture. Oh, here we go. Let me give myself full screen.
Didn't you have to dress up for a yearbook pics?
Did we have to dress up? As
Kind of, but they
seniors,
give you
we
gowns
did.
that you wear over your shirt, you know. Right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to dress up.
I think they put something over us to make it look like we were wearing tuxedos or something.
That's what I thought too. They put
when we were
something in front of you
seniors.
so everybody looks uniform, like a smock kind of thing or something. I don't know. Maybe not. I can't remember. Did they?
10 years ago, $50 was one expensive hoodie. Castle of Frankenstein 39 comes out April 3rd and it's $10.99. See, that's more reasonable, although it's still insane. Karatu, you're the first person I met that also listens to David Nino Rodriguez. Oh, yeah,
Biggie, you're the only person that I met other than Karatu and I that listened to David Nino Rodriguez.
See, I proselytize for David Nino Rodriguez. No one's going to listen. But when Higgy Pop says that he listens to it, his subscriptions are going to go way up. Because Higgy Pop is like the Fonzie, I keep joking, of the comic book community because he's just the coolest guy. He's the guy you would never think is into comics. The guy that looks like he would beat us all up is cool. And it's like Fonzie's coming to Potsy and Ralph Malph and saying, "Hey, those comics you're reading, they're really cool. Hey, you're all right. You're not a nerd anymore." It's like we feel like that when we see Higgy Pop going crazy about these comics. It's so great because he looks like a tough guy. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, but we need to get Higgy Pop on sometime. I would love to have him on. I would like to have my friend Randy on. And my friend Randy, okay, Randy was, I met how did we meet Randy? Oh, yes, I remember now. In college, there was this guy named Joe Gagliano. Now, this guy wore combat pants, and he looked like a combination of James Dean, Bruce Springsteen, and he just was. I'd never met a guy in my life that had a rolled up shirt with a pack of cigarettes rolled up in his sleeve, and he's there at the University of Texas at Arlington. There's this guy that has rolled up, and he's got these long sideburns, and he's got a Camel cigarette drooping just perfectly, and a rockabilly haircut. And he was in the art department, of course. He made this cool art, and he had girls all over him, and he could build cars. My friend Tom had a 72 Mustang that was identical to, what movie was it from? It was a white Mustang convertible, and it was right out of, he said, I forget what movie, there was one just like it in the movie. And so he had that car over at Joe Gagliano's place, and he would work on it and fix it up, and and his dad built hot rods, and he was just like he was like something out of a movie, this guy Joe Gagliano. And so he says to Tom, yeah, I've got this couple, these friends of mine over. We saw these cassettes that he had. This guy Randy that we hadn't met made these tapes for Joe, and he'd play them in his car, and it was like this. It was like, wow, whoever's making these mixtapes, it was Dion and the Belmonts and all that. And this was 1984, 85. You didn't hear that on the radio. It was like a revelation of music from the 50s that, it was more than just rock around the clock and the cliched songs you always hear. It was like deep cuts from the 50s and rockabilly, by musicians no one had heard of. And so Randy went out and met them, and then I was brought over to meet them, and they were over in Dallas, and they lived in a loft apartment in some old building that they had converted to, like, they had like a whole part of a floor with hardwood floors, and they had a jukebox, and we now own the jukebox that they used to have. And this guy was an expert in all the music. His wife had an unbelievable collection of rockabilly 45s, and she later was a DJ on a local radio station playing that stuff. And she dressed just like it was 1957. And he was more into the 60s garage rock, and it was like this guy was like all into the movies, the exploitation movies, and he traded with people all over the world and got VHS tapes of unbelievable music and movies and prank calls. And he had art by, back in the 80s, it was cool to have art by serial killers, and he had serial killer little museum on his wall. And he was there when the Sex Pistols played in Dallas, because he's a little older than me, maybe he's by 7 years. So he was there at the Sex Pistols concert in Dallas. He was he was a big fan of the Cramps. He knew, so I was learning from him about all bands like Panther Burns, Taff Falco's Panther Burns, and the Dickies, and I'd learn about all this, and it was like an older brother, someone that was schooling me and all this great stuff. And I'd go over there, he'd lend me VHS, like a whole grocery bag full of VHS. I'd go home and I'd record them all, and then I'd return them to him. I'd record it, then I'd develop this collection of cool video and live concerts and music from borrowing stuff from him. And anyway, and he also had been a comic collector. He wasn't then currently, but had been one. He'd been buying, he had Spider-Man from like issue maybe 10 up to maybe the mid 70s. He kind of stopped in I think he stopped after the early X-Men. He had X-Men #1. He had the whole run, all this stuff. And it was like, this is the guy that should be my older brother. And it's like, I always looked at him as a brother. And, so I'd like to have him on the show. He says, well, one day I'll borrow the camera from work and I'll take it home. And because I'm trying to talk him into coming on, because, it would just be fun to talk to him. And he watches the show. Maybe he's seeing this. I don't know if anyone's watching 3 hours into this live stream, but no, Drew, don't do that. So that's how I met Randy. I'd like to have Randy on. Higgy Pop would be cool. I'd like to have the couple that runs the Dark Ride Dracula channel on YouTube, out of wherever they're from, New Jersey or whatever, monster collectors and rock and roll people. I'd like to get Jay Stevens on. I used to want to have Mort Todd on, the guy that revived Charlton, but maybe that'll work someday. Who else would be cool to have on? The guys that do Monster Bash magazine. Iggy Pop goes, hey, except he's got a different version. I always thought A would be written A-A-Y-Y-Y-Y, but he's got ahee. He's got his own variation. Ahee. That's like the sound of vomiting after you get food poisoning.
Sit on it.
Hey, it's cool. Imagine that would be my version of Happy Days. So yeah, I got a lot of my whole aesthetic, and it was like a whole new world meeting him back in the 80s. Friar Tuck says, "Hey, that show ever have traction in Portugal? That show Happy Days?"
Yeah.
I used to have a
Uh,
Fonzie T-shirt that said "A" on it, and it was like a caricature of him. It wasn't a photograph of Henry Winkler. It was like a cartoon drawing of Fonzie giving the thumbs up, and it said the Fonz, and then it said "A!" exclamation point
I
across the
think I
top.
remember that shirt.
Yeah, I think you could probably
yeah.
find it.
Yeah.
It's
I was
probably
about 4 when that thing was on TV here.
Well,
Of course, by that time it had already ended it in the US, but they only bought like the first 3 or 4 seasons because
first,
Chachi doesn't grow up. They don't let Chachi grow up.
oh, when he came, it was the show. It's hard to talk about the show because it was a great show, and it was one of the worst shows ever created. It just depending on where you come in, because the first 2 seasons were really well done when it was shot on film, and they could go outside and you could see cars and they could be in cars. And then I think it was the third season when it started to be shot on videotape before a live studio audience. And I think that was about the time that Fonzie moved into the house upstairs above the garage. And I mean, I guess it was still watchable, but then it got to be where the stars of the show, well, we're big stars now. We don't want to cut our hair like this. It's the 70s. So they started to wear 1970s hair in 1950s, and it just looked strange. And then the guy that played Potsy wanted to, I'd like to sing. And he said, so he would sing the same freaking song like in every episode, singing "Put Your Head on My Shoulder," and it just it got. And then Chachi shows up, and he's got hair longer than the Beatles would have in a few years. And initially, when the Beatles came around, the people that grew their hair out like that for a little while were beaten within an inch of their lives. You wouldn't have had your hair that long unless it was completely slicked back. I mean, some of those guys did have long hair if when they came out of the shower, but no, it was never over your ears. He didn't have a leather jacket in the first season. That's right. It was
right.
I think because they were afraid he looked too much like the movie he just made, Lords of Flatbush.
Well, maybe the show
Plus,
jumped the shark, right? It was famous for jumping the shark, and then that term is now used still to this day to mean to screw up the good position that you had.
So I think that was right at the beginning of the 76 season, which was right about the time they went to shooting. It wasn't just the shark, it was the videotape thing.
It was okay that you jumped the chicken stand because that was like the first 3 seasons were great, or the first 2 seasons. Jumping the chicken stand was really cool, but then jumping the shark became jumping the shark.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was when he jumped that was believable. And the chicken stand, I forgot about that. But remember the older brother Chuck that just completely disappeared and was never mentioned again.
Never talked about him again.
And he wouldn't communicate. He was a basketball player, and when a question was asked, he'd dribble the ball once for yes or twice or something like that. That was it was great. It was great, and then it turned into absolute horrible. So it's hard to. And then
I actually just saw like a clip the other day. I can't remember the entire clip, but the context of the clip was that it must have been, maybe it was, I don't know if it was before that it jumped the shark or after it jumped the shark, but it was a situation. I don't know what the episode must have involved, them camping or being outside and lost or something. Maybe they were lost in the woods, but the bit was Fonzie did that thing where he snapped his fingers, and these 2 like Indian, like beautiful Indian princesses come out of the woods and appear, and like come up alongside of him, like Little Doe and Little Fawn or something. It was just hilarious, and that was what was great. That bit cracked me up.
Another thing that was
got
great
chicks everywhere.
I'm going to come back to Happy Days, but in Star Trek, you had the pilot with Pike and Spock looked younger in it, right? So using that as a flashback was masterful because, like, look, he's actually looks younger. Everything looks different. And this really does look like it's the past. It was masterful. That was brilliant what they did. But, Happy Days came out of a segment in Love American Style that was filmed several years before. So I think there was an episode where I think he's reunited with some girl or something. And then there's this flashback to when he first met her. And it's like all of a sudden it goes back to the footage where he's noticeably younger, and you can't just stage that. There was a movie that was great. And wasn't there a movie? Was it Wes Anderson or somebody made a movie where they shot it over several years and you saw the kid growing up in the movie? What was that? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name. I think Ethan Hawke.
But that's the only way you could actually do that but or now you can do it with CGI, but that, this was reality. Now they can de-age Harrison Ford or whatever. So. But, yeah, amazing.
Do you remember that show called An American Family? It was about this family in Santa Barbara called The Loud Family. It was a PBS show. It was probably the first reality TV show that was it was a cinema verite. It was that was the idea, right?
I remember that. Who was the filmmaker that made Titty Cut Follies? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Let me look it up. There was a big controversy. They were going to show a documentary called Titty Cut Follies on PBS, and it was like, should we show it? This movie was banned for years.
No.
It was made by Frederick Wiseman. Okay. And I just looked it up, and he filmed it in a mental institution. I think it was the Titty Cut Mental, and it's got some grueling footage, but the patients are going to put on a show, like a pageant, and it shows that at the end, and that was the Titty Cut Follies. It says filmmaker Frederick Wiseman exposes conditions at a Massachusetts hospital for the criminally insane. Came out October 3rd, 1967, and for years it wasn't shown. But he also made another movie called High School, and I've got that on tapes, disc somewhere, because they showed that on television, and it's just high school. It just camera goes around a high school like around 1970, and it's just it's brilliant. You hear the cool teacher teaching, and then this kid's in trouble in the principal's office, and the camera just goes everywhere and films everything, and it's great. And they're usually black and white, his movies. Frederick Wiseman. I wonder if any of that stuff's available. We'll have to do a Roku search on that.
I'm look on YouTube right now. What was the first one called that you mentioned?
Titty Cut Follies. I wonder if that's on YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm searching right now. TIDDY?
No, it's TI. Hold on. I still have it here. It's TITICUT Follies.
Okay.
Maybe this tells me if it's available anywhere. How long was Titty Cut Follies? Over the span of 25 years, it was banned. I think because, it shows the patients, and some of them are being shot. I think they're cleaning them with hoses, and they're not clothed. And it's like,
there's a 26-minute video on YouTube.
Yeah, I found it.
It's long. It's a full-length feature. That's probably just someone talking about the movie. Oh, Dr. Phibes is here. Dr. Phibes, can you come on? Because I was dreaming about seeing your comic collection in more detail. We're gonna have Nightiger on here in about an hour or so, but it would be cool to for you to be on too. Right now we're just so anyway, Frederick Wiseman was. I forgot about him. Yeah. Maybe I can just type in Frederick Wiseman into YouTube. Yeah, there was question whether that movie could ever be shown ever, just for legal reasons. But they somehow cleared it. And here's a little 58-second clip from that movie, High School. Oh, there was a great segment in PE class in that movie where they're playing. I don't know if it was like "Yummy, Yummy, Yummy." I've got love in my tummy. It was a song like that. No, it was "One, Two, Three, Red Light," the bubblegum song, and all these kids are dancing in the gym class to that bubblegum song. It was just like a wonderful slice of Americana that's captured by that documentary filmmaker. I wish that someone would make a movie about being a kid in the early 70s and recreate what it was like to have those military surplus parachutes that kids would play with. Because I'm getting
Right.
tears in my eyes thinking of this. Because the gym teacher would put on Up, Up, and Away by the Fifth Dimension, and you'd bring those parachutes up and you get inside of it. That was such a cool experience being a kid. And if someone could show that, I asked gym teachers, do you still have parachutes? I think they have all these colorful ones now. But back then it was something about knowing that that was a parachute that was probably used in combat that we were practicing with. I guess because, everything else was, the base we were living on was a German base from World War II. The hospital my dad worked at was a German hospital where the German soldiers were treated. It's weird. He's done a lot of films. One was called Hospital. And this stuff has to be available somewhere. Somewhere I've got a recording of Titty Cut Follies. I've got a recording of High School. I'll find them someday if I live that long. Yeah, I guess he's still around. This is what he looks like now. He went away. That's what he looks like now. I guess everyone looks like that if they get old enough.
Yeah. Have you ever noticed that Jewish actors look more Jewish as they get older?
Drew Friedman certainly has made a career out of drawing insane caricatures of
Collector
comedians.
card set of Jewish comedians or something like that.
But I mean, everyone gets. I mean, during our lives, everything kind of grows. Our ears, our noses, and everything.
Yeah, no, but have you seen how Steve Guttenberg looks like now?
No, but
Seriously, it's like, whoa.
I don't.
I mean, Steve Guttenberg could play any person. Now he can only play Grandpa Smurf. The thing he looks terrible.
Dr. Phibes, I have several U.S. military cargo parachutes from 1968. Well, of course you should. We never doubted it. Man, yeah, because you said you've got a whole trailer full of military memorabilia in your backyard, right? Well, if you can come on, that'd be cool. Man, I probably should go upstairs. If you guys could entertain, I could go. Take me 10 minutes to cook a little meal and eat it. But I can hold out for a while. Yeah. How about that? So
Well, let me see if I can. Let me pick up a couple of books in it from there.
here's a trailer for high school.
Anyone not ready? Begin.
It's like an old high school yearbook you'd find somewhere, but it comes to life and moves. I remember guys that looked like that. Yeah, I got to find that movie. Maybe I should look on Amazon and see if they're available for sale. Oh, what about uh, archive.org? That would be a perfect place because they have a tenuous relation with copyright. You ever look at archive.org?
No, I don't. Oh.
I usually don't. I find stuff there when I'm looking for some things, and sometimes they're at archive.org, but I don't spend any time there.
I'll be right back, you guys. Hold on.
Sure, yeah. It's a non-profit library of millions of free books, movies, software, music, websites, and more. But you can beam from your phone to your Roku, and then you can record from your Roku if you know how to do that. And that way you can get all the 60s Marvel superheroes cartoons and Hanna-Barbera stuff like Frankenstein Jr. and the Impossibles and all kinds of stuff. Reminds me of Room 222. Yeah, same era, a little bit. Yeah. So as far as other people that would be interesting to interview, one of the reasons I wanted to interview Mort Todd is Steve Ditko has this reputation as this weird guy, this inscrutable, very serious guy. And Mort Todd spent countless hours with the guy, just hanging out in the office with him, talking about movies and music and joking with him. And so, with the exception of Steve Ditko's family, to me, he would be the one person that you could find out the most about Steve Ditko and what he was really like, because you can create this image of a person from that may not be completely true, and I'd just like to ask him, well, what movies did he like? What was, what did he say? That's what I would want. And someone interviewed him from some comic book historians channel. I forget what it's called, but the guy interviewed Mort Todd, and he did get into that, and that was so that someone did finally, because usually people interview Mort Todd and they just, so Steve Ditko, oh yeah, that's cool, okay, let's talk more about this. It's like, wait, there's so few people that are alive that are pretty much young, that can remember what he was like as a real person. Dr. Phibes, hello, says Missing Mars. Yeah, everybody was a huge fan of that. After Thursday night, Dr. Phibes, it was the middle of the night, and I told my wife, you will not believe what just happened. I think I dreamed this. And she sat down and watched that whole thing. She couldn't believe, what she was seeing. She loved your house, and she says, you mean they might come visit us? It's just like, and she was just thrilled because it's just beyond words. I think any Captain Strangeliffe was fascinating. He put a comment, and I noticed you put a new music video up, and I saw Captain Strangeliffe had finally found, because he was saying, I can't find Dr. Phibes. I look, and all I get is movie stuff. And I said, well, he has two music videos up. One's called The Moon and one's called Lincoln. Type in Dr. Phibes Moon Lincoln, and it's got to give you him, and it did. So, yeah. I think this is going to put a burr under Hans's saddle, to get a big place in some state and escape from that dangerous, maybe not his neighborhood, but the city around him is not
Yeah, but
a
can
place
you
I'd
imagine?
want to be in a few months. What is it,
Yeah, but
Paul?
can you imagine what it would be like for somebody his age to move somewhere else and take everything that he has with him? It's pretty daunting
Yes.
from a physical perspective.
Well, Hans is, let me see, maybe 12, 13 years older than me.
Mhm.
And I did that 2 years ago. So I would have been 56 or whatever a couple of years ago. So I know what it took out of me. And,
Mhm.
and yeah, but he's not gonna, it's gonna be expensive and he has more stuff than me. Um, it's gonna be very expensive and he's gonna have to have other people do it, but, and some of us could even help because I'm just a state over from him. I've never been to that city. I'd be a little nervous going there, but people could help. I'm sure people in the comic book neighborhood, community, whatever, could come and help. But
Mhm.
what's going to happen is then he's going to discover things he didn't know he had, but then you're also going to like worry, where is this thing I know I had? And it's going to be
Yeah, yeah,
awful. And I went through all that and I went through it all live on this show. It's, yeah, having a horde like this is very daunting, but yeah, it's, trust me, I hear it enough.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's that way. I mean, but what can you do? You just gotta,
Yeah, I get it.
sometimes I knew a couple of years ago where things were going with this country. And my first thought is you need to be out in the country around good people and people and even people that live like it's 1850, like the Amish, because you figure if you're that committed to that lifestyle, you've got to be a good person. You're not going to be a criminal or doing bad things or even thinking bad things if you're so committed to your religion that you go by horse and buggy to buy Doritos at the supermarket, which I've seen. It's like I see the guy buying Doritos and then going out and getting his horse. I mean, that seemed kind of weird. I figured that they wouldn't eat processed food, but I guess we're all human beings. But I don't know. I just have respect for. Uh, I just, you know, I don't know what the United States is looked at like by people. Do people respect America's founding and the ideas behind it in other countries that they
No,
think maybe it's not that way anymore? How is it looked, or is it just looked at as an evil imperial thing?
neither. It's just you guys had a revolution and became independent. The whole point that we understand was having the revolution to become independent. Their ideals are irrelevant for the concept because we have a history of wars where we either lose or gain independence. So that's the whole perspective.
Yeah, but the
The
documents of the founding fathers and the ideas and principles the United States was set up upon, that's not thought of over in
Right.
Europe.
No, because we superseded them with the French Revolution,
Okay. And so,
which
but
which is not the same thing because the French Revolution was the first liberal revolution. You have to understand, capitalism was left wing in the 17th century, because the right wing comes from in the first places where there were parliaments, and not everyone had access to voting. So it was a select group of people who were allowed to vote. Those that were closest to the system set on the parliament. The king would preside over the parliament. Those who were closest to the regime would side to the right of the king,
Yeah.
and those who were in favor of changing the regime were to the left. So the merchant class, the capitalists, they did not want a system that was based on inherited privilege. They made themselves important by investing money, by trading, by establishing connections, and they were not viewed as people of renown by the nobility, and that's
Well,
kind
they
of what
wanted to
the
keep people down as serfs. They didn't want people rising from being poor up to becoming rich. That was considered. It's like keep those peasants down. We don't because it's and they don't want the new rich, like basically the American dream of coming up from nothing and becoming rich. They don't want that. They want people to stay in their position. I assume that's what it is. Oh, Dr. Phibes just appeared. I was going to click on him and he disappeared. It seems like he had trouble the other night. Oh, this is a wonderful example of capitalism in action. A Lancelot Link coloring book. That could never be produced in France. Something of this quality. Just kidding. Yeah, I guess
That's Matahari, right? Is that who that is?
I think so. I didn't like the voices that they gave to the girl and that. You know what I wanted? What would have been
what?
yeah, what she should have had a voice like Tina Louise or Marilyn Monroe because that's funnier. Giving her a stupid, silly voice coming from a monkey isn't funny. What's funny is having a glamorous movie star's voice coming from. That's just it's like the movies with Leslie Nielsen, the Police Squad, the Naked Gun, the airplane movies. He was told to play it straight, and that was funny. Delivering look at that. It was funny to hear him delivering these lines like a straight man. And then he starts thinking, "Gosh, everyone's laughing at my movies." I look. Is that your work as a kid?
No, I bought this like this.
Okay. And then he thought, "Oh, I'm funny. It's me that's funny. It's not that I'm delivering these lines like a straight guy." And then he starts making movies with other filmmakers where he's mugging for the camera and everything. And it's not funny at all because that's not what's funny is when it's played straight. And I've always been a fan of humor when it's played straight, but when you have to have a little, little cymbal crash to let that was a joke, there's a studio audience laughing to let you know it's funny. That's why that Police Squad TV show was to me so funny. There was no laugh track, and that confused people. They didn't like it because it didn't tell them when they're supposed to laugh. That's great. The original colorist was.
This is me. I colored these.
Oh, okay. There you go.
This was mine when I was a kid. I had these fluorescent, like neon. What were these? This is about 1970, 1971. Right?
Probably,
these are like the hippie colored crayons. Remember these?
Yeah. You know what about that show was brilliant? It had a brilliant look and everything, and the music, but some of the voices were really irritating. It was the same principle. Like she had a really annoying voice, but she could have been such a cooler character if they'd given her a different, you know what I mean? This is a better show to watch with the sound off, and then it looks amazing. Just play some rock and roll records and have this playing in the background. But when you hear their voices, same thing with Wacky Races.
I did. I almost filled out this whole thing. This
is great.
I was working on coloring in every single picture.
Yeah, and it's very well done. It's yeah, so you didn't ruin it. You didn't go outside the lines. It's actually kind of improved by what you've done. Yeah, it's like if you could find Richard Corbin's childhood coloring books, those would be amazing. Dr. Phibes, try coming back in. I was just about to click on you and you disappeared. Maybe
And then
you
this
got
is what
called to
happened.
dinner right at that point.
I lost interest, and there became a basket in my house that was coloring books. I didn't
Yeah.
care about coloring books anymore, and then my little cousins started coloring this coloring book.
Yeah. I don't have a coloring book, but I do have a pen. Oh, here comes Dr. Phibes back again.
Wait, all right.
Yeah, I didn't keep
Hey,
any
there
of
you
that
are.
stuff from,
Hey, can
from
you
when
hear
I
me?
was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
we can.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh, a phone box.
Hey, we'll come back to the coloring book. Let's see what he's got.
Oh, no,
There's
we're done
one
with
like that in our.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I did the wrong button. Okay, hold on.
There we go.
Look at that.
Hey, everyone.
There's one exactly like that in the town square where I live because the town is named after a place in Scotland. That's a Scottish phone booth, right? Or
Yes,
is it British?
That's correct. In fact, all phone booths are made in Scotland.
Oh, really?
Yes, all of them. All of them were made in Scotland.
Have you ever seen a video that I shot downtown where I show that?
No, I have not seen that one.
Okay, well, one of my next videos, I'll go downtown and film it. Anyway, cool. So that's on your property.
It is. It's actually the driveway. So, yeah, it's coming down the driveway. You will actually see this, and then that's heading towards the house.
Man, it looks just like the road in Night of the Living Dead going to the cemetery.
Yeah, it does. You're right. So yeah, I've got to paint this phone booth again this year. It's getting faded, and as you guys can see inside, there's an American phone. I'd like to replace that with a British phone. But that's the old American payphone, which of course those things are pretty obsolete nowadays.
Yeah.
Nobody has those anymore. But
Yeah.
I would love to have get a British one to put in there.
Are you going to actually hook it up to your phone plan?
No, I won't, just because it'd just be kind of useless. Nobody's going to come out here and use it.
Right.
So I do have it lit up,
might
though.
be to call the house to make sure that it's okay to visit you.
Right. I do have it lit up at night. You can't really tell right now because it's too bright out, but there is a light.
Wow.
So at night it's pretty bright.
Does it come on at certain hours? Is it on a timer?
No, I just leave it on all the time. It's an LED light, so it's not burning that many watts. So I'm not too worried about, it costing any money really to burn, because it's just an LED. And so yeah, I've been busy doing some projects outside, and I forgot that you were doing your show, so I came on and I missed most of it. And yeah. Well, I'm going to go this way.
Killing time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Technically,
know
the show hasn't started yet.
Well, we're waiting for 7:00 Central for one of our friends to come in that collects Golden Age comics. But I just came on early just because my wife was working and I was bored, and I thought I could hang out with friends and just use up all my StreamYard hours. But yeah, this is great. So you've got neighbors on the other side of that fence. I wonder what they think of you guys. Like the Munsters live next door, the Addams family.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows? But yeah, there's some neighbors on the other side of that, and then behind us we've got 15 acres. So, and then beyond that is 85 acres of nothing but woods.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice being out here in the country.
Yeah, man, that's beautiful.
Great, Doc.
So, and here's the. Let me see. Here's the house.
Oh wow. Are those wooden shingles?
Yeah, it's cedar shake.
Okay. they look so beautiful, but then you know, with your former profession, you don't have an aversion to them.
No, not here. We don't have
No.
that problem in Michigan. Now, obviously, in hotter states, you have to worry. But here in Michigan, no, it's not an issue at all. In fact, this is where I mount the screen, and there's lights behind the king's heads. So they have lights that shoot up and down. There's colored lights, and then I put a screen out here.
Is it a canvas or cloth screen?
Yeah, it's a big movie screen that it's made out of a synthetic type material. You can get them on Amazon.
That's a heck of a lawn to mow.
Yeah.
Do you have a riding lawnmower?
I do. Yeah, it looks much better in the summer, of course, because we've got flowers and everything, and everything's in bloom. But it's pretty remote. It's nice. It's real nice.
Yeah, things are just starting to bloom here. See the first buds on the trees.
Yeah, so I looked, and you're actually nine hours away from where I'm at.
Oh wow!
And we do head that way. We'll probably be heading that way this summer at some point to see my son. He's in Park City, Utah, as I said.
Oh yeah, my wife would be thrilled. She watched the 2 hours that you were on after the show was over, and I think I probably got half an hour's sleep that night, and then I had to go to work because it was just like she was so excited. I was excited because it was like, wow, we discovered, like, just to me, that was just that tour was as cool as Boris J. Ackerman had just contacted me or something from.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It was a lot of fun. It was the first time I've ever done anything on YouTube, and this is my second time. So I do plan on doing some shows. I'd like to do some more streams and stuff with you, and show some more of my collection. I've got a lot of things that you didn't see.
But I think that if you on your YouTube channel, come on streams here by all means, but on your channel, do shows like this where you start in your yard or coming up the driveway and then tour different rooms. Your channel will blow up to be in something incredible. I mean, because your camera's good, you know, everything. I think it'll be fantastic. And
well, thanks. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a little bit nerve-wracking at first. I like how, you know, laid back you guys are. It's just so easy, it seems, for you and Meyer and all of you guys, Graphic Man and Paulo, all you guys. It's just
yeah, this is the TV show. We're just a bunch of friends from all over the world hanging out.
Yeah,
and that's what I love about it too, is that it's so laid back and everybody can talk about anything. You guys, obviously, comics is one of the main subjects, but then you guys will branch off into a lot of different avenues. And and myself, I mean, I'm into a lot of different things as well, you know, and being pop culture, I love it. And I'm at that age too where we all have a lot in common as far as Meyer and Gratu and Graphic Man. I know, Paulo, you're younger, but again, even as a younger person, people like us, we appreciate things that are much older than us. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate a lot of stuff from the 1930s, 40s, 50s.
Yeah, a few years ago, the organizer for a historic racing festival, he wanted to hire our newspaper to produce the guide for all of the show, and the editor in chief pointed me at the guy. Said, "This is the guy who's going to write it for you." And I was 27, and he was sort of really? This kid is gonna write about historic cars, and then I start talking about Sterling Moss and Appendix J and Can-Am, and oh, looks like I know a few things. That was like 30 years before I was born.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, most of my favorite movies and TV shows are definitely not from the time period I grew up. I love the stuff from the 50s and the 60s. And of course, being born in 1965, I missed a lot of those really cool shows. Watched them in reruns, of course. And but that's my favorite stuff is that time period. And as far as film, again, I would say my favorite is 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and then starts changing a little by the 70s. 70s it started getting some stuff. I heard you guys talking about Happy Days, and I agree. I mean, when that show first started, I loved it, and then I just couldn't stand the fact that they completely disregarded the aesthetics of the 1950s, and all of a sudden you've got Chachi with feathered hair and looking and talking like literally it was, you know, the late 70s, and it just didn't work.
And the one thing about it was really funny in the first few years. There used to be a commercial. It might have been a local commercial for the reruns, and they had this one clip. They played it over and over again. This where it was an early episode where Richie gets drunk and his dad is talking to him and said, well, how many did you have? And he said, all I had was beer in teeny weeny glasses. And he said, how many did you have? And he said, 72. That was funny as hell. And then and someone was commenting he didn't have the leather jacket in the first season. The network was a little nervous about it. That's because we have this image of these leather jacketed guys now from Grease and Happy Days. They were just these nice guys. These guys fought with knives. They were vicious, horrible. Yes. They were like the way that people think of these skinheads. They were dangerous as, you know.
So my wife actually worked for Gary Marshall, and she lived out in LA at the time, and she worked for a woman named Alex Rose, who was a producer, and she worked on several films. And I always tease her because and she jokes about it too, because the movies that she worked on were just horrible movies, and it's such a bummer that she didn't get to work on something more iconic or something that was, you know, a good movie. But Gary Marshall has done some real stinkers. Now, I will say that she said that Gary Marshall was one of the nicest guys she's ever worked for. He was a complete sweetheart. And in fact, one time she got into a car accident, while she was delivering some scripts and stuff. And he wouldn't take no for an answer when he's, you know, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He says, no, I want you to go into the hospital and get checked out. He says, you don't worry about anything. We're paying for everything. Just, I want you checked out. And yeah, she just has nothing but good things to say. Now, she did say she worked on Pretty Woman. She worked on the movie with Rosie O'Donnell where she's, what is the name of that? It's an Anne Rice. I think it was based on the Anne Rice book. It's a horrible movie. But Rosie O'Donnell, I think, is a detective. And she said that Rosie O'Donnell was just, not the best person to work with.
I didn't. Yeah, the only Gary Marshall movie I can think of offhand was it Night Shift?
No,
when that came out, no, or was that
it's one with
Henry
Dan
Winkler?
Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd is in it. Rosie O'Donnell's in it, and also that woman who did a series on Vietnam. She was a nurse during the Vietnam War. It was a TV series. Delhaney. I can't think of her last. Her name escapes me. Anyway, it's an awful movie. Exit to Eden. That's the name of the movie.
I never saw that.
Yeah, most people didn't, and it's a movie you don't want to see.
It was terrible.
Hey,
I had to watch that movie on a flight, right? I had to watch it on a flight. It was awful. Yeah.
It's awful. Yes, it's really bad. And unfortunately, my wife had several props too that they gave her from that film. And I'm like, they're worthless. There's no value to this. and because the movie was just awful.
Yeah.
But she also worked with some other people while she was there. And in fact, they even had and thank God she said that they didn't use it, but they actually had a part for her in that movie, Exit to Eden. And they ended up cutting it. And she's very happy that it got cut because she just didn't like the movie at all. In fact, nobody did. No one cared for that movie after it was finished. Kind of like a lot of the movies today.
Is it possible to see inside your trailer filled with military memorabilia, or is it hard to even get into it?
Yeah, I would have to go. I got to get the keys because I keep it locked, of course, and I'm not sure what. I will do that. I mean, yeah, I would definitely like to because I've got a lot of some really, really cool stuff. I have some stuff in the basement, and I have a lot of stuff in the trailer, and I have the trailer set up to where I could take it for like reenacting. So I've got a tent, I've got all kinds of uniforms, web gear, tons of web gear, helmets, and just different things that you would use for setting up for a reenactment. One of the things that I enjoyed as far as the reenacting goes, for my son of course loved the battles. He was he found that exciting like any kid would. I would have been excited about it too as a child because I used to go and play that kind of stuff. But for me, I just enjoyed the camping side of it. To me, it was camping with a theme. So we'd set up the tent when there would be all these other people everywhere that would have all their encampments set up, all being World War II, or depending on what reenactment we were doing, it'd be Vietnam or World War II, usually. And I had a old radio set up where I had it where my iPod would play all 1940s music, and I had speakers hidden so you could hear all this music constantly playing of 1940s at our campsite. And yeah, it was just, for me, it was a lot of fun. And like I say, it was camping with a theme. But the battles themselves, they would literally have tanks and half tracks and jeeps and everything else. And depending on the location, some of these places like Conneaut, that's a reenactment of D-Day, and they've even got flash pots and everything set up to where they have it marked so you know not to run in that area. So while you're charging the beach, they've got explosions going off, they got airplanes flying overhead, and there's thousands of reenactors that show up, literally thousands. It's amazing. But for me also, like when the battles, the ammunition, blanks are very expensive. So I didn't want to waste my money just shooting a bunch of blanks because I didn't really find anything exciting about it anyway. But my son loved it, so I'm just like, hey, Jasper, have at it. Go ahead and shoot all the blanks you want. I'll be one of these guys that goes out there and just gets killed right away because nobody wants to die in a reenactment. So, yeah. But yeah, I will say the one thing that I admire about the reenactors is these guys really know their history. They really do. I mean, they're not just out there trying to glorify anything. They take it seriously. They're very serious about the uniforms and the equipment. You could walk up to any of these guys and ask them historical questions, not only about the equipment and the battles and so forth, but just overall World War II, anything. I mean, it's amazing the knowledge that these guys have and the amount of time that they put into it. Yeah. And my son as well. My son's very well read when it comes to World War II. That was his favorite subject. And yeah, he would read book after book after book. And I know that your father, Gratu, I know you talked about your father, and that's very impressive. That the rank that he made, and he had a whole career of it. It's impressive.
My friend Tom from college, he went off to Hollywood and worked on movies, and then came back, and then he showed up in front of my house and pulled up and hit this World War II troop transport truck, and he knocked on the door, and I wasn't home. My father answered, and And my dad said, you know, anyone that wants to, that knows anything about the military, could steal that truck. I didn't know this, but military vehicles don't have keys because, you know, in combat, it's like, wait, who's got the keys?
Exactly.
You just have a button to press and it starts up. And so, you know, someone was but they'd have to be an older combat veteran, you know, who's going to be, but anyway.
Yeah, right.
But
Same with
I had
fire
this
trucks.
giant big screen TV, and I had no way to get it home from Best Buy. And so he shows up in this World War II truck transport and puts it back. There were so many stories. His older brother, Gregory, was, you know, they were from a wealthy family, but his older brother was this was an arm. What do you call it? He dealt in machine guns and collected he had all kinds of old military vehicles and then my friend Tom, he had that big truck, and then he had and apparently it was brought back. It was put together from two different vehicles that had been blown up and put back together from two separate parts. And he had a Jeep, and he had all kinds. He passed away, but his oldest brother had all kinds of vehicles. But he was making a living just living at home, and he had all the manuals for all these trucks and for all the manuals on how to operate everything, and he would make copies of them and sell them through. You might have some of his copies in your place, and he'd just sell them through eBay or something, and he was doing great. I remember that's the only time I've seen an X-Men #1 in person, because he was older. He was probably about my oldest brother's age, probably class of '72. So he would have been the right age to pick up X-Men #1 off the stand. And we were filming my friend Tom was filming a movie for his art class. And we had made up, turned his older brother's garage into a bunker. And there was a paper grocery bag. It's got comics in it. The one on the top is X-Men #1. But it had a little burned corner at the top right. And most of the other comics were all war comics. And it was weird because none of the boys in the family were ever in the military, but they were all obsessed with the military and collecting everything. But then it turned out he had a house burned down in the past, and those comics were rescued from the fire because this ex-girlfriend went crazy and burned his house down. So there was a story behind that scorched X-Men comic. It was in perfect shape other than the little burn.
Wow.
Anyway.
Amazing. So, you know what? I know that you guys got a few minutes. I'm gonna sign off for a minute, go grab my keys and open up the trailer, and I can show you a few things.
Sure, I'd love to. And then if you'd like to later, I'd love to see more of your comics.
Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
That would be fantastic. All right.
Okay.
Well, we'll see you and take care. That's cool.
Okay.
See you, man.
Later.
I don't think Lead Paint has seen the stream from the other night because it's coming off like, who's this guy? It's like, wait, Lead Paint, calm down. This guy's cool.
Did you see that stream? Paulo, have you seen the inside of Dr. Phibes' house?
No, I didn't. Because I was here, then I left, and then it went on for a while, and I didn't see the rest.
One of the reasons I said, "Hey, can we see inside that trailer?" was to try to call off Lead Paint because he's always like, "Hey, girls," and it's like, who was that guy that used to come on, the young guy with the mullet? This guy from the South. Do you remember he would come on sometimes? There was a guy with a mullet that he's the comic guy that. Anyways, this young guy with a mullet. Lead Paint was like, "It's not a mullet." He's like what would you say, like a drill sergeant? It's like, what? Because he's like saying, "Hey boys, who's this guy? Not Nightiger." And he's brutal. Who does your hair? Where's the pipe and deer stalker? I wouldn't put this on while he was on. And then when he's talking about military reenactments, he goes, "Oh Lord." It's like I was trying to like cool it. He's okay. Because trust me, lead paint. When you see inside this guy's house, this guy is okay. It's just. But what's impressive is this guy has a perfect look. I mean, he's like right out of Hollywood. And this guy is going to be huge on YouTube if he really does his own. Can you imagine?
I'm still speaking.
If you discovered a YouTube channel by Dr. Phibes, he even looks a little bit like Dr. Phibes before he was, mutilated.
I don't know the adjectives to describe Dr. Phibes' collection. It's like that any adjective I come up with doesn't even feel like it does.
No, because it's not like Forrest J. Ackerman's. He had all kinds of stuff, but it was all kind of tacked up everywhere, like my friend Tom did. And then, in between all the bookshelves would be Stag and High Society and some of the more crude skin magazines. It just was because it was not classy, and everything was all shag green carpet. Hadn't been updated since 1969. I'm not knocking Forrest J. Ackerman, but just this guy outclasses him. Stop, lead paint. I'm not even going to put those comments up on the screen. Gotham City Comics. I had to rethink my whole life after seeing this collection. No, stop. Your collection's unbelievable. I think all people need is just a little more space to display their stuff, and then oh, wait, what's this here? Oh, Nightiger's saying, can I put a link in the chat? Yes, I can. There was a link in the chat, but it's back so far. Okay, so it looks like he's about to come on. Lead paint, give him a chance. Stop being mean. Was lead paint like a drill? What was he like? Have you talked with him, Meyer?
No, I mean just in the chat. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and here we go. And almost 4 hours in, here's Nightiger. Hey,
what's up, you crazy knuckleheads?
Yo.
Not much. I think we've discovered. Well, you're an internet sensation, but I think we've discovered this new find. There was Higgy Pop, and then the other night on a live stream, one of the people that's been watching my show comes on. It goes by Dr. Phibes and shows the interior of his house for 2 hours. And you wouldn't believe his house. And comics are just 1/50th of the amazingness in his house. And then he just came on a little while ago outside his house, and it's just incredible. But anyway, so how have you been doing today, Nightiger? You put up new shelves. Is it possible for us to see them?
Can I send you the pictures? Movable? Could you put the pictures up if I send you them? Let me see.
Yeah, I think I could.
Wait, here we go.
Oh, wait, let me give you full screen. Hold on.
Let me see.
Okay, you got your Frankenberry there. That's great. Okay, let me get rid of that comment so we can see. Okay, so when you do your video, this is what you're looking at. So
oh, wow.
This is the whole room.
That's what I've always wanted, is people on YouTube to show the other walls. I want to see.
So those ones I just put up and put up the comics today. It was really fun.
This looks great. So did you have like it's like a shell, just like, is it shelving of sort, like a little ridge?
Those wire racks that you get from Home Depot.
Home Depot. Okay.
$100 for those two, just the two top ones.
Oh, wow.
What the heck?
They must. I bet they were $30 back in the previous presidency.
Yes. I bet they were.
Those are the ones that everybody has, like Metarog and Silver Age Dave. Those are the ones.
I used to have them. I would slide the backing board up a little bit, and I had a bunch of them just hanging with the push pins. But I got nervous with that. I didn't like it.
Yeah, because it could tear. What about how do you keep the books up? Do you use a string or something?
I got this here. So I got this heavy gauge fishing line, and then I just kind of weave it up and down so they won't fall. I used to have these little clips, but every now and then they get pushed. The weight will, and they all fell. So I'm like, I got to figure something else out. But with that fishing line like that, then you can, if you got a book and you're like, man, I want to stick this one up, then you just put it up there in front of them, so you can do whatever you want. So finally got that done.
I've never had a comic wall. It's real tempting. I just don't know how to go about it. I figure I'd mount the shelves crooked.
I'm looking at this today going, I go to a lot of LCSs, and a lot of times the wall books are crap. And I'm like, this is how can I do it? Why can't they? I mean, they got the shop. They should be able to put all these cool books up, like hundreds and thousands of them.
Well, the problem is when you've got a store, other people are popping on, that when you've got a store with fluorescent light and you bleach all the color out of your comics, oh, we got some more people coming in. Graphic Man, and I saw Captain Strangelove there, and then he disappeared.
Hey, Steve, come on, too. Steve bought some nice books. He bought First Galactus and Ghost Rider #1 this week with his tax returns.
Looks like you're getting ready to see a Web of Mystery.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I just picked this up.
Captain Strangelove.
Hey, Captain.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Really nice copy, and I just read this today. It's really good. Some serious stuff.
I'm just laughing at the left paint comments.
Well, yeah, he's
he's
real military.
You're better off not even putting those on the screen.
Well, he doesn't realize that he's thinking that guy is just a poof, and he doesn't realize that guy's seen more than most combat veterans, because he was a paramedic and a fireman in Flint, Michigan. That guy is a tough SOB.
Lead Paint just doesn't have the full story yet. He doesn't.
Yes, I know that. That's what I was trying to say. Hey, cool it, man.
Grotto, if I may. Hey, Meyer. Hey, Paulo. Hey, Captain.
How you doing, Mike?
Hey, Graphic Man.
Hey, Mike,
doing good. Finally doing better now. Yeah, hanging out with the cool kids.
All the fossils.
Micah, I'm on the free plan. Am I allowed more than 6?
No, if Disney wants on, I can leave or something. But
I don't want anybody to leave, though.
I thought you had the plan at some point.
No, you notice I've got the duck up there. No, trust me, it doesn't.
I'm going to take off to make room for that way. When Dr. Phibes comes back too.
Yeah, Dr. Phibes is coming back. I hate you to do that, Meyer. Would you come back? If someone drops off, will you come back?
Yeah.
Okay, please. Yeah, sorry. I'm not trying to chase people off. I'm just, maybe I should get the
He's just cheap. That's it. We understand. It's the Biden. It's Bidenomics. I gotta clear it
with the wife first. We're not doing really good financially. It's like,
yeah.
Why all of a sudden do we have to pay money to the IRS when they usually give us money back? What's changed? Nothing.
Dude, I just paid $1,900. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, looks like we might have to pay like 700 something, but yeah, that's worse.
Count your blessings. Count your blessings.
$3,000, man. $700 is no. You know what? It's all those 87,000 extra IRS agents that idiot hired.
Yeah.
Now they're picking on all the middle class people.
I keep saying Polaris nuclear submarines were only $7 in the comic books. Just send those cardboard subs to Zelensky, and he can take care of whatever he needs to, and then you can feel good about yourself.
Did you see the Big Mac meal is $17 some in Connecticut? $17 for a Big Mac meal.
$20 in California somewhere. I think in California, not San Francisco, LA or somewhere. They were $20 Big Mac meal.
Oh, I love Disney saying, "Don't leave. I can't join."
He can. He can. Steve, get on here
for Dr. Phibes, because I want to see more of his comics, because that was a perfectly curated small collection of comics that was like there wasn't a clunker in those that he showed the other night.
So they were bangers, not clunkers.
Is clunker a term
It
that's
may
accepted
be.
by the comic book community?
We may start a trend here tonight.
I
It
had
is
some
now.
of his. I was watching it after I finally was able to find his channel. I couldn't find it at first, but then I found it with the additional information that you gave me to put on the moon and whatever else.
Yeah.
So I was watching.
Meyer, get a sandwich.
But
Watching
Go
on the
get a
replay, I
Big-
got a lot of
get
the
a Big
same
Mac.
posters.
Hans, look at his playlists. That's wonderful stuff. If you
gonna check
go
it
to
out.
his playlist on his channel,
I'm definitely going to check it out.
yeah. One is just 1960s go-go girls. Another one is Halloween stuff and drive-in intermission kind of stuff. It's all great.
Yeah.
He needed a break anyway. You know, you got to remember he just had major back surgery, and this is rough on your back after a while, just sitting in one spot. So that's good. So anyway, Nightiger is unboxing something as we speak.
The UPS drivers around here, they're like ninjas. I've been checking the door all day. Nothing. And then I go there and there's 2 packages.
On a Sunday?
Yeah, because it's UPS. That's what I like about my comic shop. You get packages on a Sunday.
I get packages all the time on a Sunday from you, even from USPS. We got a package today from FedEx, and UPS delivers on Sundays too.
You know, I'm still weird about mycomicshop.com because it was my local comic store from 1977 on, and so when everyone's ordering stuff from them, I think that's not fair. That's my store. You stick to your store.
Actually, they're better than eBay now. eBay,
Sure they are. They're great. The guy that ran that place, or maybe he's retired now, but his family's still running it, Buddy Saunders, was the greatest guy in the world.
I won this for $8.50 with the shipping and tax, and it's missing 2 centerfolds, but it's a really hard book to get.
Yeah. So
May 43.
Here's the thing about Golden Age comics I've noticed watching your channel and stuff is that there's always wraps missing a lot of times. Is that because the books were so thick that the staples just couldn't contain all of it?
A lot of them loosened up by the time they got to the newsstand. They just
okay.
Those
So
staples, they're so thick. Yeah.
Because you don't, after a certain point, you don't really have to open up a comic to check to see if it's all there. You just assume it, right?
Well, no, I mean, I knew.
Or do you do that with any comic?
I know when I buy stuff, I know it's missing. If I don't know, I'll ask.
First thing I always do is go straight to the centerfold, make sure the centerfold is there.
But before I buy a book,
from the 60s or 70s, you do that?
Doesn't. That's true, but they don't. The centerfolds aren't missing too often on the Silver Age.
Golden Age.
I mean, from Marvel forward, but Atlas, yes, could be. But I always send a message. Is everything attached? What is anything missing?
But sometimes the people don't have any clue about that, right? I mean,
that's why you watch our channels.
Yeah. No, right? I mean the eBay sellers, like when Hans got that date with Judy, that was all messed up.
That's unbelievable.
I just saw a listing. I don't remember what it was. It was a later issue of Spider-Man. It had Doc Ock on the cover, and it said first appearance of Doc Ock. So I messaged the guy and I said, "Why did you put that? It's not true." So I got a message back. He's like, "Thank you. I didn't catch that," or whatever. So you never know.
I've noticed your war with the what was that Facebook group where some of them are real jerks.
Oh yeah,
it's like you put
Facebook. I never like it.
It was like you said this was the first time Batman and Superman teamed up, and they were like, "You moron! Those were gangsters. That was Batman and then you were saying, "You guys."
No, I said it's the first time the characters teamed up. Facebook, they act like you don't know nothing about your own stuff.
Yeah,
these were $6 a piece. They were 1.0s, and they didn't have the actual picture or the actual description. But if you know the Jimmy Wakely DC series, it's mostly photo covers, but there are probably like a handful of art covers. So
Look at that. I never even heard of that title.
So there you
Was
go.
he a
52
movie
pages.
star or something, or like
Hollywood's sensational cowboy star.
Never heard of
that's
him.
a guy that you never hear of. He's not even mentioned in that Statler Brothers song about whatever happened to Randolph Scott. He mentions all of the old Western stars, but Jimmy Wakely,
It's all
that guy's lost to time.
It's all like a journey. It's like a road you go down and then you find research. So I would see these, and then lots of times I look at auctions, they will go for money. And I'm like, why are they going for money? So then I try to figure it out. And then once you learn stuff, then you decided, hey, is this something work? And then like what prices are good. Like, so $6. This looks like to me it's probably like a 2.5, maybe a 3.0. But my comic shop listed it as a pour. So, but my comic shop, they always undergrade a lot.
Yeah,
Right.
they're very conservative with their grading, and that's the main thing why I like buying from them.
I talked to
So,
a young
let
guy.
Let me ask you though, isn't that a beautiful looking book? Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, and they said that was like in 0.1 or 1.0 or something.
Yeah, 1.0.
Well,
that looks like much better than 1.0.
So when they had them for $6, man, I jumped on those.
It's not missing any coupons, is it?
I don't know. I just opened them up, but they look complete to me. And nothing.
But they would have, if that's from my comic shop, though, they would have said that. They would have described it that way. Look at that. I never heard of this title. Look at it.
So the reason I've started collecting them is because I got this one recently, which you guys will probably remember me showing in a minute. But it was the last issue. I guess they were trying to maybe keep it going, like ripping off the Ghost Rider.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that on eBay. The guy had 75, and actually I talked to him. I got it down to 60, and he's like, "Are you the channel that I watch?" And I was like, "Probably." I'm Nightiger, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you got a great channel." And when people say you got a great channel, I love your content, that's why I watch. That's what keeps you wanting to do the channel.
That happened to me a couple of times from people that I bought from on eBay. Are you the same guy that kept Strange Life? Then you get a discount. They didn't charge me any shipping and gave me a discount.
Isn't that cool?
I talked to a young kid in a comic store, maybe 20 years old, and he had worked at mycomicshop.com and grading comics. And he said they were told to undergrade comics so that there'd be no disputes and no return comics. They just wanted satisfied customers. And so it's not that they're morons. It's done intentionally.
Yeah.
And then what is Comic Collector Geek, your friend that has another friend that I don't know if you know that guy that he seems like a incredibly wealthy guy that just bought Batman #1 from mycomicshop.com. He talked to the owner himself, and he was saying on a stream that and he was told the same thing. What's his name? I think it's
Collecto
Steppo or something. Steppo 6 or something.
Collecto 6.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I talked to that seller and I told him that I knew you, and he charged me extra shipping.
Yeah.
Buddy Saunders would not remember me because he worked there in the early days in the 70s. I was like a 12-year-old kid, but later on it was always younger employees that worked there. I very rarely saw Buddy Saunders in the store.
You've aged well, but you're still a 12-year-old kid.
But yeah, he's a cool guy. He does not believe in slab comics at all. Buddy Saunders has no slab comics. So I saw him talk at a panel with the Dallas Fantasy Fair.
I paid $152 with shipping and tax for this book here. I thought it was a good deal. They said it was a 5.0, so I'm hoping it's like a 6.0, maybe higher. But it's a Fawcett book, one that I've been after for a while. I actually looked at a 0.5 missing centerfold, but I just didn't want to get this book with missing anything because it's got like a horror-esque cover.
Horror-esque?
Horror-esque, but it's a superhero title. It's a Fawcett. So
horror risk, like someone's in danger?
Horror-esque, I think he means.
Horror-esque.
Yeah,
as in
Risk.
grotesque?
Horror-esque.
Horror-like,
Isk.
horror-esque. I see.
Horror-like, horror-esque. Like
Okay,
Kirby.
It's
never
like
heard that
it's like a horror comic.
Right.
It's
Is
very
that term, or
expensive.
is that
It's very
a term that
expensive.
exists?
I'll say.
We went out to guys, you ever heard of Mellow Mushroom?
Yeah.
And you know, we're older gentlemen. Some foods we eat, they mess with us. So I told him I was eating the hamburger. I told my wife, this hamburger's like a dirty whore. It feels great when you're eating it, but the next day when you turn over, you feel like shit.
God.
Oh my gosh.
That's disgusting, man.
You said that to a waiter?
No, to my wife.
Oh, okay.
It's got a little skull there.
Yeah. That's cool. Ugly. Oh, would it be possible to see the ugly beauty contest?
So that would be about what, 1947, 48?
Hey, Mike, how come she's got a black leg? Her leg in the back is all black.
She's like, it's a doorway to beauty. So I'm guessing it was like an ugly witch or something.
Oh.
Maybe.
See,
look at
yeah,
the hand. Look at the hand. Look at her hand.
Yeah, I see.
yeah.
Right, that's what
It's the ugly beauty contest. So she was
I
ugly.
thought it was a guillotine at first.
Let's see, the ugly beauty.
Little Abner had something like where had a contest where you're supposed to.
We got Hitler.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Hitler panels are always bringing more
This
money.
has got to be 45 then, or older. If it's got Hitler in it.
Yeah.
The ugly beauty contest. That's probably the first.
It seems
story.
like Captain Marvel books are.
Oh, here we go.
More inexpensive than other.
Don't let me tear this one on camera. I'm getting nervous.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have asked you to do this. Oh, look at that.
Look at the old guy there. The evil guy.
Very nice, man. Look at those. From here, it looks like white pages.
He's riding the broom. This looks like it has two subscription folds in it.
Yeah, I see the crease marks. Yeah,
And it did put those in the description.
that's still a nice, beautiful.
But
copy.
I can press that out.
Would you think it's more likely a kid folding the thing up to take it to school?
Well, the folds look too nice and even and crisp.
Okay.
They look perfectly symmetric, you know.
How were subscription copies handled in the 40s?
They might have folded it like 3 ways. Maybe.
Fit it in a big envelope?
I don't know. I'm just guessing. I really don't even know. But they're pressable. They're not breaking colors, so that's good. Oh wait, Captain, here we go.
Oh yeah, look at that.
That's a nice copy, so that's why I paid up for it.
Yeah, it
So
is.
that's a golden age bag and board that's fitting that snugly on it.
Yeah, this is the silver or golden one.
It's got the single staple in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, let's see what year it is. It's February 1944.
Oh,
So there you go. Number 51.
yeah, it was a rough time.
Nice.
That's great. It looks like the pages are completely white to me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a nice copy. I'm glad. It was definitely worth the money.
150 or 125? I can remember.
125 with shipping and tax. 152, something like that.
See, I would have just thought that's a $500 book. I don't know anything about the
That's
market.
why I thought, it's an investable price. Like if I wanted to sell it, I could probably make a little bit off it. I mean, all you got to do is show that Hitler panel right there. What else is in here? We got some Japanese over here.
Yeah.
Stereotypical of the time period, of course.
Propagandical. So we'll put that in here. I like my books tight.
Yeah, but I would
Like
want
your
a
girl,
little more
huh?
space.
See, I
That's
have
my
2
now
backing
stuff.
boards in here, so I
That
think
makes
I need
me
to
a little nervous. I'd almost want to put that in a magazine bag and forth.
Oh, then yeah, but yeah, I don't like hardly any white showing around the edges.
I don't like the white showing either, but I use it. I like the extra wide space because it goes in and out of the bag easily.
Yeah, I won't force it. If it didn't slip in easy, like a nice negligee, I would definitely put it in a bigger
Oh
bag.
man, you guys never stop with this blue humor.
I went to a shop in Gainesville and paid $200 for this. This is a nice copy.
Yeah.
I actually read it today, and these Ace comics, they really are like serious horror. They're not like Atlas, like cheesy. There's vampires in here, zombie story, witch story.
Have has that title been reprinted in hardcover, like PS art books?
I'm
kind of
sure
style?
it has. I think it has.
That's the only way I'll get to read that stuff.
I just got this in today, another faucet book of horror. Really good stories in here. This is a Canadian edition too, so it's a little bit scarcer. And she's got like the Isis dress, so that's Ibis, and they never really say who her name is, but that's got to be Isis.
What's different about the Canadian edition?
The indicia and the inside cover is not there, and instead of color, it's black and white on the inside cover.
Oh,
and on the inside back cover.
But are the contents color?
Yeah.
And
so this came out in winter.
Exactly the same.
Yeah, this came out winter 48, and the other one came out spring 48.
Okay. Is it considered the same price, lesser, more when it's a Canadian variant?
These books like this, there's so few of them. Who knows? I mean, I would consider this probably not, probably about the same, I would guess, but I would pay a little more for it. Yeah. But it's a Kurt Schaffenberger cover.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I love him. I was just talking about him earlier today.
But the stories in here really good. Let me show you. They're also horror, like magic horror. All the stories. The first story, he finds this book at a curio shop, and it's made out of human skin. It's called The Book of Evil. So really, just a great opening story.
The Necromantican.
Yeah, so there's a panel here where he tells her, "I got this book, and the one right in the center, and it's made out of human skin." Right here on this side, that center panel. If you can read it, right here.
And this book looks like it's brand new too.
Oh, it's a high grade. This is a really cool couple. They sell out of Canada. I bought from them before. I message them. They always will work with you on the price. So they always have best offer. I offered $10 less. They didn't hesitate. Sent them a message, told them, hey, those books I got before, I'm still enjoying them. They smell great. And they say, well, this one's they sent me a message back. This one's from the same collection. So it's probably going to smell just as good. So it's really cool when you get to buy from sellers, over and over, then you get to kind of know them.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is a pretty high grade book. I paid with shipping and tax, I think it was $85. So I'm trying to put a higher end and golden age into my collection these days because I got so many comics that I'm trying to stay away from buying dollar books. I went to the comic shop yesterday with the grandson, looking through the whole bins. Didn't want to buy any dollar stuff, but I bought a couple $2 books. Really high grade Mike Zeck cover.
So the appeal of that is the new cover on the roof.
Yeah, it's the Mike Zeck cover, and it's like a 9.8 candidate.
Okay. So
and then this
you said you were going to bring your grandson on earlier.
I couldn't get a hold of him.
All right. Did he find some cool stuff?
He bought a bunch of Conan.
Oh, okay.
He's getting into Conan. Now, this is a 2007, but great show, Batman Strikes. I really like it. And then it's got a Joker cover, and it's a really high grade. It was $1, and it's in Mylar already, so what the heck?
Oh.
I try to support the shops, but this shop's pretty pick clean. I've go through their bins all the time.
It's better to have a picked clean store than no store.
Yeah.
No store.
And we were talking with the guy who does the stock. He's probably like 35. He used to work for Marvel, actually. And
Huh.
he said they won't let him price the books. He said they overpriced, and I'm like, I know. He goes, I try to get him to let me price, but they won't let me do it. So he knows. But I found some early Jonah Hex a couple weeks ago for like $4, and they were like high grade $50 books. So you never know. You can find stuff there. I stopped at Liberty, Missouri on my way up to Idaho, dropping off a rig, and stopped at a shop called Back in Time Comics and Toys. A lot of stuff overpriced. I went through the whole store. A lot of it was super low grade, but I did find some stuff. They gave me. I asked the lady if the guy negotiates, and she called him, and I actually met the owner and talked to him. He was a really nice guy, but he went to the bank and he said I'd do 15% off. So I got this one for $60. It's a really nice copy. I actually read it. It's a really fun story. If you haven't read this one,
I got my.
I recently got that. I'm sorry, I'm talking over somebody.
No, I just said I have that copy from when I purchased it off the rack.
Oh, cool. I got it, I think, within the last year from Gotham City Comics. It was a beat up copy, but I was happy with it. And it was weird because it was signed by a kid, but it wasn't a kid's signature. It looked like this kid had practiced the signature like he was a famous artist, like Frank Frazetta or something. It was a very unique signature. I have to dig that out and show it sometime.
Nice Ramita cover. You got one of the rogue villains on there.
It's a beautiful cover too.
Pretty decent copy. And it was a fun read. Of course, it is. Then he had a short box of Western comics, 50% off, and most of that shit was beat up, and it was mostly Silver Age and Bronze, but this was in there, and it was a really nice copy. So it was $60, so it was $30. Matt Baker cover, Matt Baker interiors.
That's cool.
So like I said, I went through the whole shop, so I found the deals. I was gonna buy a issue of All-Star. Is it All-Star? Star Spangled with Robin on the cover. And it was pretty low grade. He won 125. When I turned it over on the sticker, it said detached cover, and I'm like, for 125, I'm out.
What would not that? What it was something like that? What did that go for?
This curious. He had 60 and it went for 30, which I thought was a really good price for the grade.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's something that people aren't after, but it's a hard book to get. It's not really easy to find, and
people aren't after it because they don't know it exists.
Exactly, and to find it in higher grades too. This is what 1950, so
Yeah,
I figure 60 to 100 was probably retail what I probably would think on it. Now go ahead.
You know most of the stores on your trucking route?
I never stop, but people always ask me, do you stop at stores? So I said, you know what? I'm about to shut down. I'm in Missouri. I remember Alex, the comic hoarder, putting out some videos on the area. And that was one of the stores he went to and found some good stuff. So that's why I had it on my radar. Well, I looked up, there were 3 stores. One of them was already closing. The other one, I read the reviews, said it wasn't that good, but they weren't even open till the next day because it was Monday. And this one was still open. So it was like 20 miles off the route. And I didn't have a trailer. So usually I have a trailer, so that makes it harder. So without the trailer, I'm like, I'll stop. And I was going to stop again when I got to Wyoming. But I got to Rawlings, Wyoming, pulled in the Walmart to shut down, and some guy drove up in the pickup, and he's like, there's a storm coming. You don't want to stay here. So I was like, okay, I'm gone.
Yeah.
And then when I got to Idaho, it was Wednesday, and I wanted to get the faster you get back, the more money you make. So I'm like, let me get back as soon as possible.
And that's what's paying for these books.
Yeah, exactly. This was one that I got off my comic shop for, I think it was less than $10 before shipping. It's a really high grade copy.
Oh, that's beautiful.
What did I pay for that? So with shipping, it was $18 with shipping and tax, but it's a really nice copy.
Yeah.
Got your checkerboards. I was going to read this one today, but didn't get time. When I stopped over at, wait a minute. Oh, so I went to Coliseum of Comics. There's a bunch of stores around Florida. They have one in Gainesville that's been open for about a year. I haven't been in there yet. Oh, way overpriced. And then
Your
again,
routes ever take you through Dallas?
yeah, I try to avoid going through Dallas if I can.
I understand, but if you ever go there, go to Duncanville Books in Duncanville, which is
That's
you
where
got
you
to
used to
go there.
work.
You'll it. I wouldn't tell you about it if I still lived there, but since I'll never probably go there again, someone cool needs to plunder that store and get all.
Well, when I go through, I have a trailer, so I can't
Oh,
really go to any shops.
you wouldn't be able to get into their little parking lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can barely squeeze in there.
So I went to this store. I did a video. I haven't put it out yet, but I found an upgrade. I have a couple low grade copies of this, but every time I find it for cheap, I just love that Dawn Star character. Even though I don't care for the art, is it Joe Staten, I think. But
well, that whole era is a lot of fun. The 70s era, it's not as good as the 60s era, but it's wonderful. I love it all.
It's really hard not to draw her looking hot, Dawn Star. So I went to that store. I like to support the store, so I buy something, try to find something. Then there's another great shop in Gainesville. That one I got the Web of Mystery at, and I told my wife I won't go in because I usually spend 3 hours going through the whole store, and it's a small store. I told her I'll be right out. I'm just going to look through the bigger books, and then he tells me because I go there and usually drop about $200 every time. He's like, "Well, I'll let you go through my whole back stock if you want when you get time." And I'm like, "Dang it, I don't have time today." So he's got like 100 long boxes back there with golden and up to modern all mixed together, but he's got it numbered in such a way because he has it listed on eBay. So he's like, "You just go through there, just tell me what the number of the box is if you find anything." So I kind of went through it a little bit, but I'm like, I don't have time. I didn't want to make a liar out of myself. So I did find this. This is a book I've been wanting, but usually it's really beat up. But it's really high grade copy, and it's the only issue. You probably know this book. So it's number 1. There was no number 2, and so that was $15. But it's a really high grade book.
Love Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah, I'm a big Laurel and Hardy fan. Abbott Costello.
Yeah, some people I've read somewhere that people didn't really like that cartoon. Although I did like it, but
I think you had to be a fan of them already to like the cartoon. Probably if you just came in.
I wasn't. I was like 8.
Oh, okay. I was young too, but I already knew who Laurel and Hardy was because we didn't have internet, so we were always watching the old stuff. Mm-hmm. This was in the dollar bin.
Well, let me give you.
I already have it. With stuff like this in the dollar bin, I'll pick up and then I'll throw it in a bunch in a box, and then it'll be a good giveaway.
Yeah.
Yeah. That comic got progressively freakier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Nightiger, I wanted to introduce you to a new fossil member, Dr. Phibes here. Just come back in. And
hey, how's it going, brother?
Good. Good seeing everyone.
And Dr. Phibes, there's Captain Strangelife, and
I just
seen them on shows, but it's the first time I let you guys introduce yourselves or whatever.
I just subbed to you. I saw that video where you showed the posters in the inside of your place. The Headless Ghost and the other one.
Yes, sir. I saw the sub, and I actually wrote a comment.
Oh, I gotta check. See, I don't get notifications from YouTube like that. I have no idea. But I got a lot of the same posters that you do. But they're
fantastic.
They're not in the beautiful frames, and they're not beautifully set up. And
as you guys know, I mean, framing is so ridiculously expensive.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
It's just crazy. It's crazy to frame anything. And I actually used to do a lot of the framing myself. I would.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, I would buy the mat board. I had a mat cutter, and sometimes I would get the frames at different rummage sales, places like that. If you can find an old frame, if it was within the close enough, then you could cut a mat to fit it.
Mm-hmm.
But some of them were definitely special. I mean, they just needed to have a certain look to them. That large one that I have of Beauty and the Beast, that had to be specially framed, and it took me forever to find somebody who would even do it. Most people wouldn't even touch it. They
How
said
much must that weigh? The thing.
What's your
It's-
channel name?
Dr. Phibes.
Oh, because I can't find it.
Well,
No, I had a hard
look,
time finding it too. You gotta.
okay, he's also a musician. He's a retired firefighter, paramedic, and he's done everything. He might as well be James Bond. But what he has several music videos. So if you type in Dr. Phibes Moon and Lincoln, you'll find him. And
Okay.
Yeah, this is totally new. I have nothing posted right now. I mean, there's just nothing on my channel, and so I'm going to start creating some material like you guys. I'm going to start talking about some of the collection that I have. So yeah, I mean, you'll be disappointed if you go to my channel right now. You're just like, what the heck? There's nothing there.
Yeah, put your channel name in the tag, and then it'll come up when you search it.
Or I'll show you. The reason you won't be disappointed, I mean, he has some music videos, but if you look at his playlist, they're amazing. I'll show you guys here. So I typed in Dr. Phibes Moon, and I got one of his videos. So I click on it to go to Dr. Phibes, and so
I think if you look for the actual channel name, April 9th, 1821, you'll be able to find it.
Oh, okay. I never thought of that. See, you're an intellectual, so you can figure that out. See, it's got 3. It was 4 the other night. Now it's 12, so that's pretty quick. But let's click on playlist. He's got 60s go-go dancers, and then this is great, Halloween party, and it's got all the general cinemas, but it's also got these
another Moon song. I found it.
It's got these great AI. I guess it's AI that's enhanced these comic covers. It's
the Halloween party group is actually what a lot of times I play at a party. So like when we have our Halloween party, this is stuff that would be playing on the big screen in the background, and then I have music, of course, playing that would be my the selection of music that I would pick, and that would be everything from the Cramps to the Cure to the Beatles to whatever. But obviously I couldn't put a collection like that together on YouTube because everything would be copyrighted. But that's why
he's got a music list with 254 videos, so you can discover some new music. I always like looking at playlists. Another person, Meyer Greenblatt, has amazing. He spends a lot of time adding to his playlist, so you can discover incredible stuff.
I will definitely check that out. I love discovering new stuff.
Oh, Meyer's got great. I think I spent a lot of time doing my playlist. There's a lot on my channel, but Meyer's is just par none, whatever the cliche is. Anyway, let me go for a little bit to Dr. Are you in your comic room, or are you in your military room, or where are you at now?
No, so right now, and I apologize, Nightiger, if I ended up cutting in.
No, don't worry about it.
Because this was really impromptu. I did not anticipate this at all. In fact, the last time I just recently spoke to Gratu, I was going to show him the trailer that I have that's full of a lot of military stuff. And it's in total disarray. It was getting dark, and I thought, you know what? I've got to put something together. I mean, if they wanted me to kind of sit down and show some comics, I better find a spot to do it and set up some lights. And so
another time, one of the main reasons, I don't know if you heard this, one of the regular guys in chat is this cool guy, Lead Paint, that's like Myers, an ex-airborne guy. And he always comes on like a drill sergeant. Hey, ladies. Hey, girls. And he's merciless to people. And he didn't know who you were. And he was over there in the chat going, who's this guy? Who does it? And he was like treating you like some new recruit. And I was like wanting to say, hey, chill. This guy's cool. You just don't understand. You didn't see the show the other night. And so,
trust me, I can take some ribbing. It doesn't bother me one bit. I've got.
Yeah, I know, but I was like, hey, cool it, man. But anyway, that's why I was thinking maybe if
Show
you
some
showed the
some
military
comics. Show some
trailer,
comics.
then that would win lead paint over. That was one of my reasons for that.
So I just hurried up and grabbed something. I have nothing prepped, and so there's no order. But this was something I heard you guys talking about Scholastic, and when I was a kid, this was a book that I ordered, and it is Magnum Easy Eye, larger type for easy reading. Anyway, it's Frankenstein, and what was cool about this book also, and it is all faded now, but all of the pages were green. And this is it. The date inside is 1968, but I bought this book from school probably about 1974.
Yeah.
But
Nice.
Those were the times when the little newspaper would come around in classroom.
the Weekly Reader.
Yeah.
The Weekly
You know,
Reader.
this is what is going to make your channel so great. You've got perfect lighting. Everything's totally professional.
I'm
Whether
digging
you're
the
in your
tree.
yard or here, your camera works good, unlike
Thanks.
mine. Everything's top
I'm
notch.
digging that tree behind you.
Oh, yeah. My wife is actually during Halloween. She just put this up, and we had all kinds of skulls and crazy stuff hanging from it, body parts and what have you. And right now, it's got kind of Easter. It's got the Easter theme going, and yeah. So we'll be hanging all kinds of weird little oddities. Here is Marvel Tales, number 64, and again, you know, you guys know more. Here we go. I know there's a glare. You guys know more about this stuff than I do as far as like the artist. Again, this is probably 75, 76 could be. I know that most of the 25-cent things, because these are all the comics I bought as a kid, the ones I'm showing you right now. And I have quite a few of them, but yeah, it's kind of neat that I kept all of my comics that I bought as a kid, and I kept them separate from the stuff that I got later that was older comics. So here is a number 17, the Avengers Marvel Triple Action, 20-cent.
Nice.
Yeah, those mid-70s comics. Those are reprints of 60s. What's cool about them is the coloring is the way Stan Lee wanted it to be in the 60s, but Marie Severin wouldn't let him, because Marie Severin, that's nice. Marie Severin colored a lot of the covers in the 60s, and she had been the colorist for EC Comics, and she gave it the superhero covers muted colors and shadowy. And Stan Lee said, make it bright and vibrant like pop art. And she would say, okay. And then she wouldn't do it. And then they hired an assistant, and she told this assistant, just don't listen to him, because and the comics sold, so he didn't push it too far. But when she was no longer doing it in the 70s, they put all the bright colors on the artwork from the 60s.
The Bronze Age was just so cool.
It was. This is number 3.
Gil Kane,
yeah, I love the covers on these.
Yeah.
I'm reading his history right now. He grew up in the slums of New York back in the 30s.
Interesting.
Whose history?
Gil Kane's.
Oh, okay. I was thinking Burroughs. Sorry.
Number 150, Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, I bought that one when it came out. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of us have a lot in common, and we have a lot of the similar tastes and same comics.
Those Rimpy titles, when we were kids, you could buy them for a dime, and you get to read all that Silver Age stuff you couldn't afford.
Yeah. Well, the Silver Age stuff that you've acquired, Dr. Phibes, those DCs you were showing the other night, that stuff was beautiful.
Yeah,
this
I've got
some cool too.
I've got some really nice Silver Age Marvel as well, and I'll definitely show that.
Yeah.
But what's cool, like a cover like that, you wouldn't see such a 3D cover on a DC comic.
Yeah,
like
those are great colors. I love the colors in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
You get that Kurt Swan DC, and then you get the Bronze Age Marvel, and you'd be like, wow.
I love the slanted Hulk logo there in that time period.
First
Oh yeah, I
clone.
bought that one in 4th grade. Yeah,
Yeah, so that would have been what, 74?
I have
Somewhere
a memory
73.
of that comic book, reading it while the Carpenters were playing on the car radio. So that would be, you know, around the time Top of the World came out.
Oh yeah. In fact, I remember I had a teacher who was obsessed with the Carpenters. It was a female teacher, very sweet lady, and she had us all singing the Carpenters in our class and had to learn the songs.
My son sent me her drum solo. It was like she was rocking.
She's an amazing. Karen Carpenter was an amazing drummer.
Yeah,
That's a great cover.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a. You go on YouTube and just put in Karen Carpenter drumming.
Yeah,
You'll be blown away.
I was.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
could
I'm
be
a
like
drummer
in,
myself.
she could be like a heavy metal group.
Oh, easily. She could
These
play
are all your
jazz.
childhood copies we're saying, huh?
Yeah, these are all my childhood copies right here. These are all I bought.
That's a
kid.
great cover. I love that cover. That's like one of the iconic Bronze Age covers. Black Bolt always looks so cool. Oh yeah.
I'll get this lighting down. When I have time to mess with it and I can actually.
Believe me, your lighting is much better than a whole lot of other people's.
All of us. It looks. Yeah, your lighting looks like Creep Show. It's like it's been done by professional cinematographers. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm referring to the glare.
Oh,
Now,
the glare. You always
question,
gonna get glare.
Do you still read? Are you still reading your comics?
Oh, absolutely. In fact,
All
you
right.
guys have motivated me into really getting back into this.
Nice.
For many years, I would just ever so often, if there was a issue that I saw that looked interesting or a book, I would buy it. But I kind of got away from it for many years. And then I started watching you guys. And I'm telling you, I'm pulling out all of my old stuff and rereading it and buying more stuff. And I'm just, it's really, I mean, I've been bitten by the bug now.
We're doing our job, guys. We're doing
Well,
our
I'm
job.
curious. What was the order? Who did you discover first? Graphic Man, or how did you find us?
You know, out of this group, the very first one, for some reason, your channel popped up. And when it popped up, now I had also been looking at a lot of different comic book pages or YouTube channels, but a lot of them were even like just simply showing the comic book. They would just simply show it. There would be no talking. There might be background music, and then it would go page by page. And from that, all of a sudden, your page came up, your YouTube channel, and I started watching that, and I was intrigued because you had all that big collection. And I thought, wow, this guy's he's got these amazing posters, and a lot of these posters you have are on my list of, I want this list, I want this poster. And so anyway, I started watching your channel. Well, then of course, all of these other people started, the Captain and Graphic Man and all of you guys. I started, and I subscribed to Captain Strangelife, Graphic Man, started watching the 4-Color Fossils, saw Nightiger on there. So, again, the list started growing. So every time I'd see, or you would mention somebody, you'd say, so-and-so's got, a great collection. So I'd hurry up and rewind it and, okay, who is it again? And then I would, subscribe to that channel. So that's how I started learning about all of you guys. And I've subscribed to all of your guys' channels, and I've been watching your shows for, I'd say it's been well over 6 months.
Okay.
And it's just been growing. And finally, I just had I got up the nerve to just say, well, you know what? I'm going to try to make contact with Gratu, because one time, last Thursday, you had said, if anybody wants to come on, I'd never even done it before. I was sitting there trying to figure it out on my phone. So I'm looking at my phone going, now, how do I do this? And I'm hitting this and that. And even today I had a problem getting on because I'm not that familiar with it. So this is all brand new to me. Totally new.
I remember how I discovered everything. It was my wife's family in Houston, her mom and her sister and her sister's son were flooded out. That remember when Houston, pretty much the whole city flooded,
Yes.
and they thought there's no problem. Her sister put on Facebook, safe from hurricane, whatever it's called, and then the next morning, just a little bit of water seeped under the door, and then a little bit more, and it was going, oh shit. And before long, they were up on top of their truck in the driveway. A guy in a boat had to rescue them, but my wife's sister wasn't able to fit in the boat. She was pregnant and she had to swim behind the boat. And the guy that rescued them passed away afterwards. He was an older guy, and she named the unborn baby when a baby was born after this guy. So
that's very cool.
They're a Hispanic family, and everyone's got a Spanish name except for the youngest kid's name is Leland because he's named after the rescuer.
That's a great story.
But anyway, after that, they were for the longest time living in a hotel and having the house refurbished and fixed up. And my wife went down to help them for months. I think she was gone for 4 months. I'd go down and visit occasionally. And so I was just watching a lot of YouTube, and I discovered Captain Strangelife, who started all of this with people kind of our age. Or maybe he started it completely, for all I know.
I watched his anniversary show, and I was really impressed. I didn't know he went that far back with it. That was really cool.
And there was a guy, King of Comicdom. I thought that guy was cool, but he's disappeared. I think he's more of a writer now, but he was this guy from the South, and he divided his Silver Age from his newer comics too. And I was in the process of doing that. I thought, this is fascinating, seeing how these people how they have their collections. And there was a guy named Silver Age Dave. He's, I think, been gone for about a year.
Yeah, ever since he moved, he stopped.
He moved? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he downsized.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff I discovered. That was right about the time everything started to get really weird, and there were all these channels about the letter that you're not supposed to talk about on YouTube, and all the different celebrity every day that was being taken down for horrible crimes they did 30 years ago. And it was just, everything got weird. And YouTube, I've just got sucked more and more into YouTube. And anyway, that's how I discovered. Anyone else want to share how they discovered everybody else? Graphic Man, you just contacted me somehow. Is that how it happened?
Yep. Eric Breen had mentioned you, and I
discovered how to use StreamYard, and I learned it, I think, from him. Is that how it happened? You tell me, Graphic. My memory's bad.
I had you on my stream for a little while, and then one day you decided to do it, and I was at work, and I saw you were on, and I said, "What are you doing?" And I kind of guided you through a little bit. I'm sure you picked it all up afterwards, but I was there for your, I think, trial run.
Yeah.
But no, we just started hanging out, and then we had Jambo would show up, Captain Strangelife would show up, Charlton 66, and
I think
just
it's
grew.
Important to maybe I should have unlimited StreamYard. Maybe I should pay for it, because I think that this is going to be an important way to communicate over the next year and a half, because it's not that I'm psychic, but I have a feeling things are going to go very strange for the United States of America, and even over there in Europe, Paulo. And I think it would be really, it's maybe a great way to communicate through. You can laugh, but things are going to get, I wasn't meaning you. I always think Paulo's smirking at my American insanity.
We're the ham radio operators of the day.
I just
we're the ham operators.
Yeah, like we're going to be the ham radio guys. Are you okay over there? And
yeah, we're on the. I'm on the other side of Europe, but there's a great possibility that will be in a state of war by the end of the year.
Yeah. Well, it didn't have to be this way, but anyway, we don't want to get political here. Anyway, so
We
Anyway,
want to, but we shouldn't.
we shouldn't. Well,
We
you know,
want we
they'll
want
come
to,
and
but we shouldn't.
we'll be in a POW camp together. It'll be fun.
We'll collect. We'll have our own like pedigree collections. Then
What is POW? Prisoners of woke?
They're like,
We're
well,
already prisoners of woke.
Can
I think they're losing. It's like a dying animal, but dangerous in its death throes. And I think the death throes are what's going to be happening.
I got a question for Hans. Are those a couple
yes.
liberals over there to your side?
Or what?
Are those a couple liberals to your side there? Those skulls?
Liberal?
Oh, I thought you meant Dr. Okay, we haven't even given Captain Strangelove a full screen since he came on. So what's been up with you? You have new acquisitions you're promoting that you're going to show on Wednesday night show with Graphic Man at 7:00 Central. You probably don't want to show them now because that would ruin the surprise for Wednesday.
I got another question for you. What happened to the other half of Barbie?
Barbie?
Yeah, behind you. You only got half
Barbie
of
in
Barbie.
the cup, I think, is attention to the other side.
Oh, I thought she was cutting.
I bought one of those things, that Gotham City has, and I had her cut in half. No, with new acquisitions, that had nothing to do with the Graphic Man. We're going to be showing real funny books, the actual.
Oh, that's right.
So
the new acquisitions is your show you did today that I haven't watched yet.
I haven't seen that either.
I knew I read that somewhere.
I got to make a correction real fast. On my show, I was talking about 80-page giants.
Nice.
And I think I said it was something like 120. There's like 156, not 128. I don't know where I got 128 from. 80-page giant.
Yeah, that looks sexy.
So I gotta correct that. I don't know why I said that. I have no idea. It didn't dawn on me until after I uploaded it. I was watching it.
The Admiral.
128. What the heck? 128 giants. I don't. Hey, I do want to show this. This is for a Belgium poster from 1940.
Oh wow!
Nice.
It was a
Deadwood Dick.
1940. It was a movie serial, 15-part movie serial, and this is a Belgian.
Like seventh graders, man.
It was a Western pornography.
That's a great poster.
I love Belgian posters. Deadwood. That is actually a little bit. It is screaming for that.
I visited there a few times.
Deadwood Dick, but it is from 1940, the same year that the serial came out in the United States. They came out with this in Belgium.
Did you look to see if that was on YouTube?
Pardon me?
The movie? Did you see if it was on YouTube?
Oh, the serial here, the Deadwood Dick? No, I didn't.
It's very possible it could be.
I'm gonna look it up.
That Jimmy Wakely, those Jimmy Wakely books he had, no one knew who he was, but of course Charlton 66 knew.
Yeah.
But I was looking at it thinking Jimmy Wakely, the way the logo is written, it looks like he's more like a singing star, like maybe Jimmy Clanton or something. It doesn't look like a Western hero. It's not made out of fence posts or something or flames. And he said, he had a great voice. So he was a singer. He was that's why the lettering looks a little bit, I don't know, effeminate. It's not a dynamic logo for Jimmy Wakely like you normally see on a Western. So that makes sense. He was a singer and a Western guy. So anyway,
they do have the serials here on YouTube.
They have a lot of serials, complete serials. Absolutely. Yeah. YouTube is an amazing, there's two or three great things about YouTube for every horrible, nightmarish sin that YouTube commits. Let's see if Nightiger's got some more stuff.
Yeah.
He has so few comics.
Someone said they wanted you to show Harveys. I have a few Harveys here.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was going to show those another time.
I hit the wrong button.
I'm out.
I removed you from the stage instead of. Yeah.
Dogwood Dick. I mean, Dagwood.
Wood Dag.
Yeah, I've seen more than a few Blondie covers where they're in outer space. It's really strange.
Blondie is actually one of my favorite serials.
Yeah.
Penny
The thing-
Singleton, she is so sexy.
The thing is, it's perfectly understandable why Blondie got popular, but why is there so much focus on Dagwood? I'll never understand.
Well, I never thought
Nice.
that
Cool.
the way he was portrayed in those movies is he's not the way I thought he would act in the comic strip. He just seems more brain damaged in the films.
Yeah, he does. Absolutely. He absolutely seems that way.
Nice.
But
I just watched Penny Singleton. That's all I know.
yeah, those were just very frequent movies because it was right before TV came along, and it was almost like a TV series, but not quite. It was just a regular series in the theaters.
Baby Dumpling was funny as heck.
Yeah, yeah.
The names that they come up with, man.
Well,
I
she
think
even
I'd like to ask the doctor something when everything settles down and we stop having dick jokes. I think
There's certain there's certain issues of Marvel you just reread. This is one of them.
Yeah, Starlet's
Yeah.
Captain Marvel is amazing.
Yeah.
You know, the Brazilians marketed the entire Thanos event with Captain Marvel and Warlock as a single storyline.
Great goodness, she's Mamie Van Doren breasts there.
wow.
It's
Well, you know,
Mamie Van
Blondie-
Doren breasts.
Throw a couple
Blondie
nipples
even
on there.
fascinated Hitler.
shame on you, gentlemen.
Why good girls go wrong.
My
Swamp
goodness,
Girl.
they
That
look
is a
like half
beautiful
watermelons.
Yeah,
Swamp
the
Girl.
shadow is definitely. You see, when they do things like that, then I would say, okay, it's a good girl art cover. But sometimes I object just because there's a girl on the cover. It doesn't mean it's good girl art. That is, I would call that good girl art. That almost looks like a photograph. Is that airbrushed?
Yeah, I think it is.
That's nice.
She's got a nice pair of honey dumplings.
You should be ashamed of yourself. And Micah is present. You know, Micah doesn't like that guy. Looks like he has a halo, but it's his hat coming off. It's like they're kicking Buddha or something. He's got a halo.
The face. Who drew that?
This is Matt Bailey. Is it Matt or Mark?
I don't.
Mart Bailey.
Mark, yeah.
Are you asking because it's good or bad, Paula?
It's good. It's good. I have to find out more about that guy.
That's a very interesting concept.
I have that book. I'm probably going to show it on Wednesday.
Oh man, you've been breened before you did it.
Picking up some stuff for the annual Christmas show.
Nice.
Some new books. So this is Mickey Mouse. This is number 1, which is actually 28. So the first 27 issues were 4-color series.
Yep. He's in a wheelchair.
And then
I like those back covers.
Here's number 2. So we see a little winter and Christmas theme here. Another iconic cover. Walt Kelly.
Yeah. Yep.
And you smell good.
Oh, look at that.
You just brained yourself.
I always thought it was weird to have multiples, but then, you know,
Yeah, he does that all the
Silver Age
time.
Dave would have like 10 or 12, and it was like, that's actually cool. It's like you're in a store back then. And
let me explain the
became interesting.
concept. The concept of the double. When you're addicted to comics and you can't find nothing good and you see another copy of one you have for low price and it's in high grade, you buy it.
Yeah.
And you scratch the itch, satisfy the addiction.
I have to do it with not brand Ech. Whenever I find one cheap and it's in good shape, I've got to get it because I can't leave it behind because it's like a family member.
This is
It's
such a tough
comic I
book.
love so much.
And if I see another copy for 30 or less, I'll grab it. So I don't care how
That's
many.
beautiful. I've never seen that cover. That's gorgeous.
Where's the Fawcett logo on that one, Mike?
I
It's
guess
almost.
because it says Fawcett. I guess the Fawcett Funnies. They don't put it. I don't know.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well,
Oh yeah, it's above.
it's almost like it's blank. Yeah.
It's a negative space variant.
I
Yeah.
was thinking that on that Ibis comic, there was no logo on either side. I mean, no company stamp on either side of the logo, and it was like it seemed.
You know what's funny about that book? I was reading it, and it has the little letter from the publisher on the inside. It says you can guarantee. It has all the titles that they'll all be wholesome. That
Yeah.
first story has a book bound by human skin. Then the
Yeah.
animal, the demon animal escapes and murders the guy, and he's laying dead in the bushes. And they're like, "Oh, he's dead."
That's funny. Yeah, that looks more like a coloring book because it doesn't have what you normally expect to see in the corners of a comic. I mean, there's the 10-cent price, but you expect to see something to the left of Ibis, like something.
Yeah.
Wonderful time period with the window. You call them picture frames or window box? I call them whatever, but I know I love them.
It's not usually advertised, but the window covers were created by Gil Kane to celebrate Marvel's 10th anniversary.
Yeah,
So you got,
but I know a lot of older collectors were really hated it. But if you were a little kid then, it was really cool.
It was an interesting design, yeah.
You got the comic code, and then you have the Gates of Hell on the cover in full.
Very cool cover.
Superman had a lot of dealings, and Lois Lane had a lot of dealings with the devil, and
a lot of these are really nothing. But if they're Neil Adams covers, they're just dynamite.
Love Neil Adams.
Yeah. So I went through that store in Missouri, and I couldn't. So I found these are doubles, but they were high grade. They were inexpensive. I figured, walk away at least with something, upgrade, and then you can give the other ones away in a prize pack or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I got more, but if you want to move on to someone else, I'll come back to you later.
Anyone want to have some stuff to show?
Yeah, I was wanting to ask Dr. Phibes something.
Oh, yes. Let me give everybody.
I've never got to see your posters, and so maybe later you can talk about it a little bit. You said you started watching around 6 months ago. Have you seen any of the ones I have made? I make silly stuff.
Yes, I have. In fact, I've gone back and looked at a lot of your older videos, and with several of you guys. So it's been entertaining for me because that's great. That's fantastic. Love it. Yeah, this was great.
This was one of the first, so I
still got mine that you sent me.
That's clever.
And action number 1, I thought it needed some sprucing up with some Marvel. So
very clever.
Possibly the funniest thing you ever did was I going to say.
That's the one I saw. Yeah.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah, Gratu's got that obviously hanging up in the background.
That's great. I love that one the most, I think, the Sea Monkey.
That one's fantastic.
The one that you could retire on if you were allowed to sell it, like legitimately, would be that Richie Rich Bitcoin one.
Yeah. So,
that's great.
So she says the thing, so, and I did his feet. His feet are bursting through. But don't worry, I've only got like 3 more. So,
I love it.
Here's Trigger and the Lois Lane cover.
Oh, that's great.
And so,
yeah, that cover is very disturbing.
Very weird. Yes,
on a very fundamental level.
And Richie Rich Vault of Mystery was never really scary, so I made it scary. And if you look closely at the ashes,
I never noticed that.
So because yours, I didn't do that to. I just later decided I needed to do that. So, Crusader of Mars, I decided to make into Batman and Robin and Catwoman. Yeah, and the Martian Manhunter's in the background. If you look,
that looks like Betty Rubble as Catwoman.
Was that from my copy of Crusader of Mars that you got there?
No, I just found a good scan. Last one. It's Josie and the Pussycats, but somebody doesn't like to listen to their song. So anyway, I don't.
Do you have the Sergeant Pepper handy?
No, I sure don't. But I was wanting to know what kind of posters does he have, because I haven't got to see this yet. So that was my real question. But
so the posters that I have, I my wife and I, when I started collecting posters, I decided that we were only going to collect original. I didn't want any copies, reproductions. So, and of course, the posters that I love are the 1930s Universal. But of course, unless you're filthy rich like Steven Spielberg or you can't afford those. As you guys know, I mean, those posters you're looking at starting at $40,000-$50,000. So I started collecting posters that obviously I could afford, and I love the painted look. I love the posters when they're painted. I don't care for the photograph posters. So for me, really, the posters that I collect are from about 1969 or so, right in that area back. And there's nothing wrong with people that obviously like the later posters because it's a favorite movie of theirs or something. But really, it's not. It's aesthetically, I like the look of that painted look, and also I love those movies. My favorite movies are the movies from the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s. I love the Hammer films.
Okay.
Yeah, and a lot of those are very affordable. A lot of the posters that Gratu has are very sought after. Anything with Creature from the Black Lagoon goes for big money. And I noticed that you just hung one just the other day. It was a it wasn't a lobby card.
Window card.
Yes, exactly.
I just moved it from one spot to another.
That's a beautiful, beautiful piece. I would love to have. There's a French poster that is of the Creature from the Black Lagoon that I would like to get. But yeah, the majority of mine are basically sci-fi and horror. That's what I decided to collect. That's my favorite. That is, and also I have some Alfred Hitchcock, but I kind of throw Alfred Hitchcock, the thriller movies that he made could almost fall under, in some cases, horror, Psycho and Birds and so forth. So, but that's the bulk of mine, with the exception of Beauty and the Beast. That would fall more under, I guess, fantasy. But it's a beautiful poster. It's very rare. I was telling Gratu that it's a 1946 John Cocteau Beauty and the Beast poster. It's equivalent to a 6-sheet, the American 6-sheet poster, which is the largest that the American posters are. And this was, because it was 1946, there were very few of these posters made. Paper was very short in France right after the war. So they didn't make many of these. And these posters would only hang in the giant theaters, the big palace theaters that they had in Paris. So yeah, that's my most prized possession, is the Beauty and the Beast.
Let me show you real quick. This one here, it's a 5-hour, 28-minute. It has a corpse going after the girl. It's Comic Book Party Live. It was 2 days ago. This is the one you need to go to, and go to about, I think it's about 3.5 hours in is when Dr. Phibes makes his first appearance, and he takes us on a tour throughout his house. And I think you were on pretty much the rest of the show. Maybe about
that's a French poster there, House on Haunted Hill.
It's about a 2-hour tour of the house, Micah. You got to watch it. But I would say, could we have a quick tour around? But you probably want to have the lights all perfect and everything. But I was going to say, why don't you just go in the other room and show him real quick? But I don't want to spring that on you. We're doing comics right now, unless you want to.
Yeah, I don't have the lights on.
Gratu, can you put the link in the description?
I think I can. Man, you asked me to do these technological.
Oh, yeah, I keep on forgetting. You're doing it all on the phone, right?
Well, I think I can do it. Let me see. Okay, so I'm here. Maybe you guys can talk me through it. I think there is a way. I usually rely on my wife Cleo to show me how to do this stuff. Okay, so it's I give myself full screen. Somebody would be able to. It's got to be a possible. Everyone does put links in the chat, so there's got to be a way to do it.
Or in your description, later
in the
on.
description. Okay, so how do you do this? Oh, I think share, maybe share. Oh, okay, share, and then you get copy link. Yeah, okay. Sometimes I'm forced to learn when my wife's not around, and I can just immediately rely on her. Okay, and then I go to today's. Okay, I think I've got it. All right, I'll go back. Whatever. Let me go back to everybody. I'm so torn because Nightiger's got great stuff and Dr. Phibes has incredible stuff. In some of your other boxes, that stuff I couldn't. My mind was blown at the condition of the Silver Age DC, and you had the first, I think, issue of Boris Karloff Thriller, which Micah Graphic Man has the entire run, every single issue of that Boris Karloff Gold Key comic.
That's fantastic.
I didn't think anyone. Wow. He may be the only person in the world that has that whole run. I mean, there can't be many. Just search the episode number, says Missing Mars. Yeah, that's true. What was that comment? This is why you need a good wife.
Kids. Yeah, that's true.
Oh, okay. I have a good wife. No,
right. I think that's what he's implying, is that your wife helps you through this. And that's why it's good to have a wife. That,
I thought you mean because that's why how these chat things can make you mad. It's like, I need a good wife and kids. What? You son of a bitch. No, he means kids.
Yeah, all you kids watching.
Yeah,
yes.
Kids watching.
Okay. Yeah, well, episode title, that would be helpful if I gave you the episode title, because and that episode title is okay, it's not 938. 938. What a wasted life I have for the episode. Okay, so I go to today's episode and I'll put the link down there. All right, but just 938 should get you there. All right, Nightiger, you got some stuff in your hands, so let's see what you got there.
Hold on, I'm just putting the info on the back of this.
Oh, okay. Do you write it by hand?
I got stuff.
You do it, Captain Strange.
I put the number, the date, where I got it, what day I bought it, how much it was.
Yeah.
In case I keel over and my wife can figure stuff out.
Yeah. I was comparing because I had two comics, one that came from Hans's collection, and one that came from Micah's collection, and Micah does it by computer and Hans does it by hand. So but I was showing this is the way you can hold up a comic on a YouTube show and magically know everything about it.
There's the green label.
This is Dell's Batman ripoff. He had the owl car, the owl girl.
Yeah, what does a green label mean? Conserved?
Yeah, I have a raw copy also. I saw this on auction. I fought for it. This is one of my favorite covers. I love the trope of the giant villain or superhero with either the good guy or the villain small, picking them up, throwing them down.
Yeah.
I found this for $1 at the flea market a couple weeks ago.
There's Gratu's grandfather clock.
You're right.
What? Where? What?
I hear your grandfather clock, Ratu.
Yep, you're right.
Where?
That's what that was.
I
don't even notice it anymore.
I didn't even hear it.
Now, whose was that? Was that Gratu's or was that Dr. Phibes?
I'm sorry, it was Dr. Phibes. That was my.
Oh,
yeah. I was thinking, I didn't hear anything.
Oh, that was yours. I see. You got one too. All right.
I actually got the link. Look, how about that? I was able to do it.
Beautiful.
Now
Absolutely beautiful.
that is cool.
That's beautiful too.
Creepy cover. What would you do if Batman popped out of a box like that? You'd be like, "Where
Would
the
you
heck?"
smash it out for us so we can see the inside?
Eventually, I will eventually.
I want to see a
when I get to
tutorial on
reading
how
it.
to smash them.
Usually
Is that
a
all
hammer
you got to
will do.
Shotgun.
A hammer will do.
That's cool. I've never heard of this.
Oh yeah, Major Victory Comics. Yeah.
What's the company that put
Oh,
that
great
out?
cover.
Oh, who was this? This is Harry Chesler. Harry A. Chesler. The A stands for nothing.
The A stands for anything.
Oh, that's one of the pseudonyms of my wife at the bottom. Dr. Phibes is totally your soul brother. Laugh out loud, she says.
What are the best hanging covers?
Our birthdays are like 9 days apart, the same year.
A rare glance at my slab collection, which I'm ashamed to show actually.
Well.
Marvel Boy.
Yeah, man. What's to be
That
what's
is-
to be ashamed of?
That comic has magnificent art, but there's a Marvel Masterworks that reprints those Marvel Boy stories. And there's one coming out. There's a deluxe book coming out reprinting the Venus stories. One of those books, not by Marvel, but what was the pre-code horror book that just came out that was not put out by Marvel?
From Fantagraphics, yeah. Yeah, the thing is, I've actually seen the guy who did who edited the first what was supposed to be the first of 2 Venus volumes for Marvel, and they did the volume with the romance stories first, and that sold nothing. So because of that, Marvel did not want to put out the Venus volume with the Bill Everett horror stories, which are which I suppose are the ones that are coming out now.
Yeah,
because
so
those
there's
are the good
right.
ones.
This was my first slab purchase with the first COVID check we got. It's $125. I couldn't pass that out.
Yeah, comics are just now coming down in value from that spike caused by everyone getting those checks at the same time. It's a magnificent waste of tax dollars. Well, I mean, maybe not to us, to you, but to just in general.
Odd looking anatomy.
Mm-hmm.
This is
her
this
legs
is probably
aren't in the right spot, but it's still great.
I'm deciding which is the first one I'm going to break open. I think it's going to be this one because I really want to read this comic.
Yeah, that's an excellent reason to break it open, to read it.
Yeah, reading comics online is like having sex with a robot. It's just too cold.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
take your word for that.
It's like there's no smell when you're having sex with a robot.
Right.
So there's no smell of the comic.
Guys,
you ought to be ashamed of yourself, man.
How dare you?
I'm
How dare you? You ruined
truthful.
my childhood. Okay, so these are great.
Jerry the
like it came out
Jitterbug
last Wednesday.
Clean this one for me. It had a nice water stain in the top.
You got the water stain out?
Not really, but it's so low you could barely detect it.
Have you been watching Jerry the Jitterbug reassemble that X-Men comic?
I watch all his videos. He still has 2 of my books that he's working on.
It's like magic. I didn't even know that was possible.
You got to see these other 2 guys, Flying L Comics and who's the other guy? They do a lot of restoration work, and they show you step by step easy ways to do it. One guy does it just by using tap water, and I was amazed at what he accomplished with that. Tap water and 1 drop of Dawn dishwashing liquid.
That's me. I'm soaked in this book right now, right here.
Yeah, Flying L Comics and Liberty Hill. Those 2 guys, man.
I don't care for Liberty Hill because his videos seem more like kid, or the way he talks. It's more for like little kids.
Little kids?
Yeah, the way he speaks.
Yeah.
But I've been soaking this one because it has.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nice.
I bought that comic from Kevin at Gotham City Comics.
Yeah.
I think for
Nice.
$10.
It has some little bit of mold to it, so I've been soaking every wrap.
I never would have thought.
What are you soaking in? You use Triton X, or
I use 1 or 2 drops of non-fragrance dish soap and then 1/2 a cap of bleach.
I'll be right back. The cats are crying for food. I will be right back, but I'll be listening on the phone. In case someone asks me.
What about hydroxychloride? You ever try using a little bit of hydroxychloride?
I haven't. I'm an amateur. I use what I buy in the grocery store.
But those look pretty good. What I bet you the hardest part is putting that back together out of staples.
That's where the skill's at right there. The rest of it's simple. Putting it back together is where all the patience is at. Without ruining the staple holes. You want to try to learn to put it together without anybody being able to detect that you messed with it.
Right. I heard that CGC literally looks at that stuff with a magnifying glass. They're looking at the staples, to see if they've been altered or been messed around.
My birthday gift to myself this year. It's really the Gerber 8. So number 1, never seen a cover of it, a picture of it, or anything anywhere. Supposedly it exists.
Sharp. It's another title I'm not familiar with.
I forget who publishes this. But very cool, very cool. I know you have this one.
I have that one.
Everybody should have this one.
Oh, what's that one about?
I'm pretty sure I have it.
It's a saga.
Oh,
is it? Saga.
Gabriel the Airwalker.
In the Bronze Age, almost every Ghost Rider or Silver Surfer cover was cool. It was hard not to make them look cool.
Well, guys, I'm going to tap out. Captain, I will get in touch with you in the next couple of days. And,
okay.
Dr. Phibes, nice to meet you. And
pleasure meeting you.
Micah.
See you, Nightiger. And Paulo was still there. Good night, Paulo.
Take care.
Later, Micah.
See you Wednesday, Micah.
You bet.
Right.
Oh, that's nice.
That's an iconic cover right there.
Did you see the new trailer for Doctor Who on Disney Plus?
I haven't seen it. No.
It looks pretty good. I'm not a Doctor Who fan, but I was entertained just by the trailer.
Is the Doctor still non-binary?
I have no idea. Know nothing about it. That's what my brother asked me.
I'm back. That's a Marie Severin cover, right?
Which one? This one?
One with the Hulk and Silver Surfer.
It's
got to be.
You probably know more than I do.
Yeah, it's Marie Severin. I'm almost positive.
She looks like she was trying to mimic Kirby then.
That's a Kirby cover. I'm not sure that Marie Severin was coloring back then, because Stan Goldberg was
no,
the one who did that.
I didn't say. I meant she drew it.
No, that's a Kirby.
It looks like Kirby
Hulk
to me.
and Silver Surfer.
Oh, that one.
The Hulk and the Silver Surfer.
No, I was referring to the cover.
Yeah, you're right.
Over there. That's Marie Severin.
Right.
No, I know that the Fantastic Four covers Kirby, of course.
Iconic art by Marie Severin, right there.
Yeah, Marie Severin, right.
What did I pay for?
She's great.
$77.
She's one of the greats. Not enough people appreciate her and her importance.
I remember reading that when she did the cat, Wally Wood would send his pages in with the cat naked, and she'd have to redraw the costume.
Yeah, that's all true.
It sounds like that everyone was after her, flirting with her before she She got married
Well, she
over at
was
Marvel.
in the EC days. She was very pretty. She was kind of matronly by the 70s.
What does that mean? Let's
Like,
pull the box out
somebody's
here.
mom, or or a teacher.
You guys were talking about gold key. Here's one of my gold key boxes right here. Let's see. It's in alphabetical order. You've probably seen all the Star Wars, Tarzan.
I got a Marie Severin colored book right here from EC.
Let's see what we got here.
Let me take it out of here.
You guys are schooling me. I don't know that much about her.
Marie Severin colored all the EC comics. She was the colorist.
She colored every single one of them. I think that there were. I know she did this. I don't know.
And she was coloring the Silver Age Marvel stuff, and then
There's
she would
Aunt May.
draw.
Look at it, it's Aunt May.
And it was
It
probably
sure is.
it was probably Marie Severin's idea to do not brand echt.
Well, I don't know if it was her idea, but she definitely got. She had the humorous drawing style. It's amazing how close her and her brother's styles are. Where sometimes it's like, is that John Severin or is that Marie Severin? It's just like a genetic talent that was in that family, and she could mimic other artists' style, and her style was great. And she did a lot of the Hulk in the early 70s, and there's something really different. It's like Ramona Fradon's art, something different about a woman doing the art. It brings something different to it. I think Ramona Fradon was saying that guy artists are real heavy on the shadow and the darkness, and the female artists tend to be a little bright, like looking more like C.C. Beck, where it's not total reality. It's looks kind of real, but it's also cartoonish, and she brought that to it. Anyway, well, I just took the camera away from Nightiger. Sorry. All right, then I'm gonna let Dr. Phibes show some more here in a second. Oh, you got a Woodsy Owl? I got a Woodsy Owl T-shirt on.
Oh, nice.
He looks a lot like that owl in the How Many Licks Does It Take to Get to the Center of the...
I liked it a lot better. I liked him a lot better than Greta Thunberg.
Yes.
That's the guy I would get behind, and dance behind him as he led us through the woods, but not Greta Thunberg.
No. Let's see.
Lead Paint points out that Kurtzman colored his own titles for EC. That's correct. Yes. Library 88. I'm glad I didn't miss it all. I had to duck out for a bit.
Who watched the Mickey Mouse Club growing up?
The original one, when it was rebroadcast in this around 74. Yes.
Yes.
But Cubby, Spin and Marty. And Annette Funicello.
In the 70s, it seemed very alien, even though it was only 20 years old. Yeah, I have that one. That's cool.
These, I went to a flea market and he had all his books priced, and these were stacked with no boards. And I'm like, "What are those?" "Oh, those are junk." I'm like, "Those are the ones I want."
Hey, Mike, where did you get that Hinge comic book box?
The what? This for my?
Yeah,
I got it from my LCS.
You don't know what company makes those?
I don't, and they don't sell them anymore. They said they just were selling these because they couldn't get the regular ones, and I'm like, these ones are better. They fit all the gold. They fit all the Golden Age books in them.
LCS means local comic book store. For those of you that aren't in on the league.
Yeah, I remember when I had to say, what the hell's an LCS?
Yeah, I didn't know what that was.
Are they is that a plastic comic book box, or is that
what's a AOK? It's I don't know what you would call it. I don't know what you would call that.
Because it doesn't look like regular cardboard.
Plastic?
Some kind of plastic coating or something like. It's got like the waffle underneath a little bit, the waffling in between.
Yeah, that's plastic. It's
You got me.
well, those are nice boxes. That's
I'm sure everybody has these.
Not every issue, but it's a wonderful comic.
love those painted covers. I mean, they're just
Yeah.
These all these gold keys are dollar out of the dollar bins. Nobody nobody wants them.
I want them.
I love
Except
it.
for us cool kids, nobody else wants these. They want the Marvel keys.
Yeah. Well, they can get stuff, man. I'm so
I
sick of
wouldn't
that.
mind
damn
having
key.
those. Checker Books reprinted the Gold Key Star Trek, but I didn't have money to buy them.
I'll tell you, gold
But
key
it's
has
not
a
the
smell.
same. It's just not the same.
They have a
when you
smell
get the
all their
collection.
own.
Lead
Well,
Paint says they have those boxes on Amazon.
I don't know. I'd actually like to give some more.
I'm gonna check that out. Thanks, Lead Paint. I'm gonna check that out.
There's nothing like shoving your nose in the crevice and smelling it. Oh, I'm
You're such a
sorry.
dirty old man.
The centerfold. I get that from watching your channel.
Hey, Charlton 66 is here in the house.
All right. What's up, Steve? I should pull out the Charlton box.
BCW. I don't like that company because their box design with the bottom of the box, the way it's folded under or whatever. I don't like that design. But oh well.
Oh, look at that. I found a double.
Guys, you really shouldn't make jokes like that on Micah's show, just so you know, because
This is
he's
your
a
show.
very staunch Baptist. It's like
It's all in good fun, and we're adults.
yeah,
we're
why
married.
make him uncomfortable on his show? You know?
Oh,
I don't do that on this show.
I don't do it on his show. I just
Well,
do it on yours.
today you did a little bit.
Oh, well, I try to keep it reined in. as
No,
much as I
not
can.
you. I was talking to
Oh.
Hans. He was going phallic symbol, phallic symbol, phallic symbol.
Dirty old man.
Like his show.
No, seriously, I accidentally showed one French cover with breasts, and
Yeah, you
Did he
showed
edit
that,
Sick.
and you showed that on Micah's show.
yeah, but that was accidental. I actually didn't notice when I was downloading.
Yeah,
But
it just
it's French. You should expect that from French.
yeah, but you don't show French comics in church, man.
How about that? How about
We-
Top Cat?
Top.
We are the Church of the French Booby.
I mean, Hanna-Barbera,
like-
man, they were killing it. in
That
the
was
70s.
my favorite cartoon as a kid, man. Watching the Top Cat.
Now, if
Mine
you're on
was-
Porter Mike's show, you know, maybe you could get away with it.
Hong Kong
Did
Fooey.
you see his thumbnail for Friday night's show? It's just practically,
It's just a bunch of
I
breasts.
don't know how he got away with that.
Oh, look at that cover, man. Oh, I love the dinosaurs.
Brontosaurus.
It really makes
That,
it
that would feed a family of four for a couple of years.
Oh, I'll say.
You can make a nice
People were saying,
staircase.
Hans, that you and Higgy Pop should do a show together. That you're a good comedy pair, like Abbott and Costello or something. I've heard a lot of people really love that show a couple of weeks ago, where you're talking about the Smurf Dream.
Yeah.
Look at the dinosaurs.
That was
in
a
the
fan
red.
favorite. These were all $1, huh?
Oh, yeah.
And when you
Unbelievable.
bought them all, did that clue them in to maybe there's a demand for these?
No, they still have them in dollar bin. I was just over there.
But
I put them back.
in their defense, they may have been sitting on them for years.
No, it's a little shop.
may
He
be
prices
the only person
everything.
in Florida
You
that
get-
cares.
You get these shops. This one shop, then Donnell in Florida, he prices everything to move. Everything's negotiable. He's got one of the best dollar bins around Central Florida.
My wife's saying that she didn't even see the show, or maybe she did. I don't. Maybe she did.
The one with the Turkish taffy? Where
Where
Eric Green and I
you were talking. I don't know about the Turkish taffy, but you were talking about
What the hell
going
is
through a
Turkish
forest
taffy?
naked, stepping on blueberries, and it turned out that
Oh.
they were
I'm afraid to ask
Smurfs.
what
But
Turkish
the
Yeah.
taffy is.
Turkish taffy, I don't remember.
Yeah,
Well, I
Eric.
know everyone was joking about it. It was some inside joke, but I missed. Maybe I missed it.
What the heck is Turkish taffy?
There was somebody showed a comic book, and there was a sexy drawing of a female, a sexy art. You know, I don't know, it's good girl art, bad girl art, whatever you want to call it. And I said something about a tongue was like Turkish taffy, and then something just got away.
They started making more metaphors out of it.
Yeah, kind of.
You dirty old man. You just don't.
I love Disney and comics. I heard Mike talk about sniffing comics. It's better than sniffing model car glue. What is the joke, the inside joke that was on Four Color Fossils about somebody in airplane glue? I missed that one too. What was the origin of that inside joke?
That went over my head.
Grato,
all of a sudden, everyone's talking about sniffing glue.
Do you remember the head shops in the
I don't
70s and
remember
80s where you could buy the petroleum fuel and you could sniff it?
No,
it had the little metal ball in a little glass container. You never heard of that?
I think it's talking about airplane model glue, you know, that contained toluol, that gave you kind of a hallucinogenic high. And they had to take that out in the glues and the model glue because kids were getting high off of that stuff. And they replaced it with, they put something like really heavy garlic.
No wonder why you guys like putting models together.
And I remember by the early 70s, the glue smelled like lemon. It almost
oranges.
Or so, yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a real
Smelled
strong
like garlic and onions. They deliberately made it smell like garlic and onions so that kids wouldn't sniff it. It's just true.
I don't doubt it. If it's coming from you, I know it's true.
This is nice. The Black Hood.
I just bought another issue. It's coming in a couple of days.
Look at the size of that logo. That was meant to attract the kids. That's a huge logo.
I bought one on eBay. It's a poor copy. They had 125 and I offered them 60 and they took it.
We're getting carried away here. I don't want to get in trouble on this channel now, you know.
This is a fully adult channel. Right, Gratu?
Well, I trying to make the channel a little more less offensive,
family friendly. Let's say, trying to make it.
It's all right, you know. I noticed when I replayed an old episode the other night that there was a lot more expletives back then. But
here's some good girl.
Can you show that a little bit closer? Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if that. Yeah, that's probably some good girl art. I don't know.
It's some bad good girl
art.
Debatable, I suppose.
Where's the good girl art? Show me again.
It's some bad good girl art.
Where? Oh, the girl?
A girl on her shoulder, I guess. I don't know.
No. I mean, good girl art is
it's
more extreme than that. That's just in my opinion. I mean, good girl art is when you see it, you think, "What? They sold that to kids?" And you got to have an extreme reaction to it, and then you realize, "Oh, that's good girl art," because you're just like it's like right in your face.
I don't know, man.
But you know, like the way Al Cap drew women. That.
Here, you want some good girl art? I'll give you some good girl art.
Yeah, Fiction House is almost always going to be undoubtedly good girl art.
What a waste of a good woman.
This is good girl art too.
Man, you guys are confirming what all these socialists say about the patriarchy. You need to be quiet so they can go away. That's great. That's a great cover.
That's some good girl art, man. This is restored. You can see where I added part of the cover. I slipped it underneath.
Yeah, a little bit. I could see it. That looks nice, though. Man, look at that. It's a great cover.
She's the thing that killed.
Restored or not, it's a great cover.
Point out where you added something. Is it at the bottom right?
Yeah.
By her hair.
Yeah, I could see that.
Oh, I see it. Oh, yes, very much. But I never would have noticed it on YouTube without.
It was like, it was a $10 comic.
Because you're looking at that monster's face and totally distract you.
You don't see it. comic code.
Show 3 more. Then we're going to look at some of Dr. Phibes' older books, and then we'll rotate around. Anyone else wants to show things? Hans, if you want to show something. I mean, I've got some, but I can show mine anytime.
Yeah, I can.
I don't want to use up other people's time. Look at that. Holy smoke.
Red Dragon, man, you got a lot of odd titles, which is I think is pretty cool to have.
Hey, this only counts as one.
Oh, I got both of those. Those are great.
The one on the right is an early 60s reprint, right?
Yep.
No, it's 50,
left.
I think it's 50. 58, and then the other one is 50 or something like that.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems like there was some
This
early
is
60s.
this is a Canadian.
Okay, I've got a Buccaneers like the one on the right with that same logo.
Yep.
Not that issue. But
Oh, you have the Super Comics. The Super Comics.
Yeah, it might have been that.
Okay,
Anyway.
one more. Let's see what we got here.
I keep a separate container just for my pirate comics.
Well, we're going to do 2 more, okay? We'll do Phantom first.
That's fine.
Nice.
There's no set rules. Oh, see, that's good girl art without question. That's beautiful. Anything Fiction House.
That dude's getting some later. That's for sure.
You're man.
He's a hero.
That's just so great.
Remember,
Okay,
you only see it here at Nightiger Comics.
All right.
Okay. I went and grabbed some of those older comics.
Yeah, because I want you to build up your street cred here. Because I know you've got amazing stuff. The stuff you had was fantastic from your childhood. But yeah, this is what
I don't have that. It's one I'd like to have. That's a beautiful cover.
Now he's going to ask you how much it cost and where you got it. Because
how much does that cost? Where'd you get it?
He always does that. That's his.
Oh, that's great. So actually, this collection right here, I got when I was an adult, probably in my mid-20s. I got it from my uncle.
Oh,
so it was
there it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's good that it has a family provenance. Look at that.
Nice bright colors.
Yeah.
That last one you showed has such bright colors. I love it so much.
Your lighting is fantastic for showing comics.
Great.
Oh, there you go. I don't have that. It's another one I'd like to have.
Dr. Phibes, are you on Facebook by any chance?
Yes, I am.
You probably need to share that sometimes so we can, communicate.
Is that first solo Human Torch?
I don't know.
I think it is.
Sorry, I was talking over you.
So what I was going to say is, I would have to let you know because my Facebook is actually under a different name. It's under Frank Smith. And the reason I did that is a couple of reasons. I don't really do the whole family social thing, on Facebook. Yeah. I wanted to be able to connect with some of the hobby stuff that I'm into, movie posters, film, music, the list goes on, comics. So, and then the other reason I didn't want to use my name is when I worked the arson squad, I put a lot of people in prison, and I just don't want people trolling me.
Yeah, those aren't probably nice people to have.
Yeah, I don't need them trolling me, looking me up and saying stupid stuff. It'll make me mad.
Yeah,
that's another good one I don't have. I love
that's in beautiful condition too.
Yeah, it's in nice condition.
Luckily,
that's one you can
Marvel has destroyed that character in the movies, so maybe it's brought the value down with speculators on that book. Because they completely destroyed Kang, and then the actor got fired for for doing horrible stuff off screen.
Yes, he did. Yeah,
these are so bright; they just look like you don't normally see it. Maybe it's your lighting or the.
Yeah, they're probably terrible looking. It's just the lighting.
It's the mylar.
It's coming across like I'm saying that, but they're coming across so well.
It's the negligee.
Your lighting really is good.
That's
There
a
it
nice one. I
The-
pulled
these
mine
are-
apart and soaked it. The one that I
What
had.
condition would you guys say these books are in?
You
Like,
can see just by the edges all around the comic that it's pretty nice shape.
like over 7.0?
It
or
doesn't
something?
matter as long as it's all there and you can read it. That's what's important.
I know I'm saying that, just I normally don't give a shit about that either.
You're a big
Mary,
CGC guy, aren't you?
I'm
Yeah, I love
surprised that
CGC.
Grad 2 would say something like that. He just said something like that I didn't think he would ever say. He
The
just
word shit?
No, not that.
Oh,
He says
7.0.
that all the
No,
time.
I'm just wondering.
He said
these are-
7.0.
most the books like this have already been slabbed. Unfortunately,
Oh
there aren't
yeah.
many out there that are this nice
Yeah.
that have been kept where you can actually open them. No, I hate CGC.
Go
for
to
those of
my
you that might be watching
comic
now.
shop. All early Silver Age Marvels from 3.0 and higher are all slabbed. You won't find any raw.
Yeah.
It ruins the market. It ruins the
So-
collectability for the average Joe.
So I'm embarrassed to say that I do not own a single slabbed comic.
Oh man,
I
That's a
own
cool
one only because I was helping out a homeless man that had a car filled with comic collectibles.
Oh yeah, sure.
And it happened to be a 1950s Dick Briefer Frankenstein. And I love Frankenstein, so like. But
Okay,
I'm
hold on, hold that one up. Question: Who here in the chat or who in the show owns that? I have a copy.
I got a copy.
I thought you did.
I got the whole run.
that
Got
makes
two?
two. I don't have it.
Oh, you
Wow.
don't? I thought you
Well,
might have
only
that.
15, right? I mean, up to Amazing
There-
Fantasy 15. I mean, they changed the name, to Amazing Adventures and Amazing Adult Fantasy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, there's an
forgot about
omnibus with all of the 15 issues.
So you have it in a way.
There you go. One of the most overlooked titles. That is so fun to read.
It is great.
Isn't that Lois Lane and Good Girl art there?
There you go.
You guys remember the Super Dickory website?
I don't.
I
It was a
don't
web.
know what you're
It was
talking
they showcased covers where Superman was being an asshole to Jimmy and Lois.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's got to be quite a few.
This new Superman movie James Gunn's making, Jimmy Olsen and Lois Lane actually look like what you just saw.
Cool.
That's very unusual.
That is unusual. I'm surprised
I mean,
they didn't race swap them.
Yeah, because I haven't seen a red-haired person in a movie in 15 years.
Ginger Holocaust.
Oh, that's a cool one. I don't have that.
Yeah, that is. I don't think I have that. That ring of that's
Number 328.
Nice. Oh, I love those early Green Lantern looks by Gil Kane.
That looks like blood.
I look at his hair with the little curls and all that.
Yeah. Looks like he's punching out Nixon.
That's from Captain Marvel split.
These are so great.
Yeah.
This must be the box you were showing the other night. I was like, I gotta see.
Yeah, this is
those.
one of them.
Yeah.
I love that whole series, Mystery in Space was so great, man. Great
Yeah.
cover. Great sci-fi fantasy covers.
And you never see it in comic stores because maybe they don't think it'll sell. They don't put them out on the floor. I don't know.
I pick those up wherever I go in a comic store. If they're a nice enough price, I pick them up.
I never see them.
That's
And I never see House of Secrets from this time period either.
We'll get a good look.
Because they want to make sure they have the 70s, the superhero stuff out for Marvel and DC, and the other stuff just doesn't matter to most store owner. They figure it won't sell. Maybe they're right. Maybe it'll only sell to a couple of people once every few years. But that's cool. I've never seen that cover.
Looks like a time machine.
Yeah. How's your friend Leo, Hans?
Oh, he's doing pretty good. He's been busy with, wife and family. He's got a pretty big extended family.
Look at that.
Nice.
Nice. See
A lot
that?
of these I've never
that's a
seen
good
Russ
one.
before.
Heath? Is that a Russ Heath cover? He did a lot of those covers, I'm sure.
Probably. I mean, I don't think people
Don't know.
signed covers back then on DC.
I thought you had a pretty good DC Silver Age collection brought to you?
He does.
Well, I don't have everything.
I don't
I
have
don't
that
have
one.
enough Sea Devils. I mean, I've just bought what I could over the years when I could find it, but
Were they the inspiration for the Sea Monkeys? Library 88's in the house. There you go.
There we go. ACG.
AC, yeah.
ACG. They call that DC Comics sister company, ACG.
yeah. They had really cool ads in those
Two of
ACG.
them.
Yeah, they did. They
Oh, look at
absolutely-
that. Breened himself.
He just breened himself. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put a little sab on there. Some Charlton. Nice dinosaur. Devil
That's
dinosaur.
That's a great cover.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
nice
I like
cover.
that one.
Yeah. It is a nice cover, man. Another one.
That's so wonderful.
Yeah, I love
If
this.
you ever read those DC Silver Age and they use exclamation points on every sentence, even questions, even thoughts.
I thought that all comic books did that. Marvel and
That's-
DC, when I was a kid, everyone was always shouting, and I didn't know that was even possible to have
That's
a
one of my
comic.
favorites right there.
What was that? Darren McGavin on the cover down there?
Yeah, the Night
does
Stalker. It does resemble him.
When did they stop using exclamation points? Maybe that's when the industry went down the toilet.
You guys want to
I
see
don't know.
a few more, or you want somebody
Yeah,
else?
sure.
Okay, let me just grab.
But I like even in the thought bubbles, they're using exclamation points. I'm like, why are you shouting at yourself?
Whenever I drew my own comics, I always ended every
Nice.
sentence with exclamation points because I figured that was the way it's done.
I do
Look at
that
that.
now. Anytime I write anything in a text or on social media, I put exclamation point over
Great
everything.
cover. The flag.
Yeah, it upsets people, doesn't it?
No one's ever said anything yet.
Remember how upset people would be if you wrote in all caps?
Oh yeah.
It's like, why are you shouting at me? You're so ridiculous to get upset by a text.
Some of those early GLAs are hard to read.
Oh, I love them all.
They start explaining every action.
Just picture actual actors reading it, like picture Adam West's voice when you read Batman, and then it'll all make sense. Just imagine you're watching a live action movie and how wonderful it would be. Oh man, they're all becoming hippies
Secret
here.
of the Captured Caveman.
Yeah, they turned into cavemen.
I thought his suit was indestructible.
Micah could turn that cover into On the Way to Woodstock.
I love how they always had that trope where they're destroying each other, making each other cry.
Yeah.
Here's another one.
That's a good one. I read that one. That's one I like to read over and over.
All right, couple more, and then we'll let somebody else.
All right.
The hero was greater than Superman. He's so sad.
Yeah, look at him.
Wonder Man.
Wonder
in
Man.
action.
I'm a has-been. I'm washed up.
That's where Marvel got the idea from.
That's a nice. I like that. But the villain's giant again, and the superheroes are small.
Yeah.
Spaceman X.
Neat.
Last one, and then we'll let somebody else.
Oh,
yeah,
I need that one.
Yeah,
I've
that's one I've got. That's the first time that's the first Crisis
Yeah.
crossover, right?
I haven't found the right copy yet. Nice.
Yeah.
Yes. There's your good girl.
12 years.
Where's their good girl? Good girl's
Super
extreme.
Black Canary. I'm just
Oh
poking
well,
the bear.
Black
I'm
Canary,
poking the bear.
okay, the fishnets, okay, but
I'm
To
poking the
me,
grouchy
like
bear.
good girls, like Bill Ward, like stuff spilling over everywhere.
I know that's a sensitive subject with you, so
No,
I like to push you.
I just am ridiculous about things like that.
We got to be over the top. It's entertaining.
Yeah, it's like pro
Oops.
wrestling, sort of.
Oh.
So let's see, Paulo, you got anything?
Yeah, I want to make a reading recommendation.
All right.
The History of Science Fiction by Adam Roberts. It's a study on the evolution of themes and the statics of science fiction, beginning way back in ancient Greece and going into modern times. There was a lot of the author identifies a lot of things that could be considered science fiction. They had there were stories with a speculative nature about the nature of the universe, especially during the Renaissance, because one of the main themes of exploration of ideas were are other spheres, that is, planets outside, beyond the Earth. Do they have beings that can be saved? And there were a lot of stories like that during the 15th and 16th century.
So this guy traces science fiction as starting during the Renaissance, huh?
No, even goes before it, because
Ancient
they had stuff like that in ancient Greece.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. I mean, the stuff about the gods, could be, construed that they were actually space aliens.
Well, they don't think in those terms of space aliens. In ancient Greece, there's some technological bent, because in that sense you are trying to replicate what the gods were supposed to do, but then with the advent of Christianity, the focus becomes more philosophical. So the nature of the universe and of the potential beings that inhabit it.
All the mythological stories from different cultures could all be explained that they were those family of gods that different cultures are saying were actually fallen angels, but that would get into a religious subject here. Let's see.
Terrestrials, yeah.
Hans, do you have some cool? Of course you do. Do you have anything you want to show?
Well, I got a few things here, I guess, before I go.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give everyone a chance here. Look at that.
Good girl.
There's good girl art. Okay, that's unquestionable.
Nice.
Girl art, Terry and the P-Ritz.
Man, I never knew they went. That's kind of going kind of far, actually.
Yeah.
Is that one you've had for years, or you recently acquired?
No, I bought this about a year ago. And there's
nice.
Marvel
That's
Family.
cool.
Atomic cover.
There's more words on the cover than in a modern comic book.
Do you like that? I like when there's lots of words.
I love it. Yeah. Oh, I'm not knocking it.
Yeah, I love it too.
If I hated it, you'd know I hate it. No, that's wonderful.
And we got a Wiz Comics 138.
There you go. I need that one.
1951.
Fishbowl helmet.
There's two types of people that come up to the fast food window. Some people say, I'd like a Big Mac. And then there's other people that say, I need a Big Mac. And you ever notice that? I always say I'd like it. I don't say I need it. But
there's a CC Beck cover, 1948.
You showed all the ones I don't have. Now you're going to make me want to get on eBay.
Do you have a lot of the run of Wiz Comics?
I do.
Yeah, he probably does. Oh, this is a nice thick one. A nice thick Golden Age Target Comics. I wonder if this is
nice.
54 pages, nice. I think.
Nice. Yeah, that is nice.
Those early ones.
Somebody offered me $400 for this book. But this was a while ago. I don't want to sell this thing.
Yeah, don't sell your books.
Those are used car salesmen. Somebody offered me 2,000. I don't want to, they always said that line.
What year is this from? Did I didn't even put it in there? I got all sorts of other information. 2003. I bought this in 2003. It's from 1942.
Nice.
That's cool. You put down when you got it. Do you do that, Nightiger? Do you write
do.
when and where you
I
got
do.
books?
Yeah. You have to for the end of the year. Like, what did you get for the whole year? Then you don't know.
Oh, I thought you meant for taxes.
No,
You mean
everyone's
just
like,
for your end of the year show? Yeah.
or everyone wants to see what you picked up the year before. I bet you that smells really good too.
Here's a mediocre
Oh,
cover, but
It's well
still
drawn,
cool,
but
nevertheless.
I'm
yeah,
especially
there's Captain Midnight is in here. We got
yeah.
Oh yeah, that's wow. I need some of those in my life.
got a
How many issues was he in? 3 or 4?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Those are tough. Those Captain Midnight issues.
And I think that's about it.
Where'd you get that one? How much did you pay?
I don't remember that, man. Come on. This is an interesting. I never knew that Dal got involved with any kind of but it's slabbed superhero
Nice.
comics like this from 1940.
The Magic Moro. Yeah, I like it.
I mean, you got a superhero. He's virtually naked, for crying out loud.
There weren't too many superheroes, super comics.
Yeah. Oh, here's something, man. This is from Lev Gleason, Charles Burrow. Well, Maya Greenblatt says it's pronounced Biro, so Charles Biro. Let me get it out of here. This is a pretty bloody cover, man. Crime Comics.
Oh, nice.
Number 52 from 1947. Look at the guy shot in the head. He's laying on the.
Yeah.
Wow. You got the red. It's even the blood is red. There's red blood everywhere.
Byro's a stickler. Everything had to be realistic. The guns had to match real life, the perspective, everything.
Later on, I think most of the blood in these covers was black, so they didn't want it to be red. But here you got the rare instance where it's actually red, the color of blood.
The kid's like, Mom, I need to take this comic home.
Guy shot in the head, and the blood is splattered all over the street.
Kids are excited.
In the 70s, that blood started turning black, like in Jonah Hex and Conan. Like those old books, that was pretty much red.
They couldn't even say Nazi. They said Ratsy.
The Three Stooges used to say that, those ratsies. That's about all what I got here.
Okay, cool. Let's see.
Oh, wait. I got one other thing.
Hold on.
Oh, real quick here.
Remember, you saw it here on Gratu.
This is something. This is from 19. If I can read the Roman numerals right. 1966. Pebbles and
nice.
Bam. These are paper cutouts. They used to have stuff like this. It was really a wonderful thing back then. You don't see anything like this anymore.
Are they still all intact in there?
Yeah, it's all there.
You must
I got it taped shut, so I don't want to open it up. Here's the back of it.
Must really constrain yourself. I bet you really want to play with that.
I figured it must be old store stock, because there's no way a little girl could have gotten a hold of that without doing it.
And what did I don't even know. I can't remember where I got this. It wasn't from the internet. I know that. So it had to be at a store, probably a used bookstore. I'm pretty sure that's where I picked it up. And we got this. I'm not sure when this came out. I think probably the 1950s, though. But it's another one of those with cutouts.
The good old days.
Yeah. This was, the kids had fun with something simple like this, and they can use their imagination. Everything today is, like, oh, can't wait to get on the internet and play that next video game, get to the next level of that video game.
You could make
Fortnite.
color copies of that and actually build these things without destroying the book.
Yeah. Actually, there is I have a comic that is a motion. The cover is can be animated, and I'm going to show that on Wednesday night with Graphic Man.
Oh, great!
I'm going to make copies of it and then show how it works with the animation. And that is it. If I could see a copyright date in here, it might give me an general idea of when this was produced. I know it was from Chicago. I think they discovered a warehouse full of items like this in a Chicago warehouse. But I don't know. It's probably from the mid or early 50s, I think.
Yeah.
But that's all. I wish that they would. The times were different. Where they would make stuff. Kids would be more interested in things like this as they used to be. But,
yeah. Well, just anything printed is not interesting to kids once they have the computer screens. But maybe the pendulum will swing back, and kids will rebel against that once they realize they can barely see by the time they're 20. And
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, I mean the blue light's doing a number on. I know it's doing a number on my eyes. But well, I guess we'll see if Dr. Phibes got a little bit more. I probably need to end the stream because I haven't had dinner yet. My wife is finished with her job for the evening, so
okay.
Yeah, I gotta take off too. I have to go.
All right.
Upstairs.
All right. Well, all right.
Good talking, everybody, and maybe
Take care, brother.
Take care.
Take care, you guys. I was gonna say maybe in a future stream down the road, Micah does one of those specials, 4-color fossil specials. Maybe Dr. Phibes can come on or something.
Oh, that would be great. He's got the paid plan where he can fit. What can he fit? He can fit 9, maybe.
No, I think it's like 10. I'm pretty sure it's 10, 9 or 10. But
I know he's filled up 3 rows of 3 before. But yeah, that's good.
At least 9 then,
because it looked like the Brady Bunch, on his show sometimes. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, because to me,
get down.
We discovered a new fossil.
All right, you guys. Everybody, take care. We'll see you.
Take care,
later.
All right.
I'll show a few more.
Oop, wrong
I know we're
person.
wrapping it up.
No,
Avengers number 3.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Colors are so bright on these things, man.
That's a nice Kirby cover. You got to read that one again soon.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I need that one. That's a great cover.
That one I actually have.
Is that Sheldon Moldoff?
Huh?
Sheldon Moldoff?
Yeah, I believe so.
Always love that yellow costume for Batgirl. Oh yeah, nice. Love those Ant-Man. That's a cool one. Ant-Man was cool early when Kirby did them. Oh yeah, Metal Man.
Yeah, Metal Man was a great comic that not as many people know about. That
Good Girl.
Doom Patrol.
Good Girl Platinum.
Yeah, I guess you could make a case for that. I mean, but it's not. Basically, Good Girl to me is like Mamie Van Doren or Dolly Parton, as opposed to just regular Pretty Woman. I mean, it's an extreme
Cool
Russ
one.
Meyer kind of woman on a child's comic.
How many you have in your collection?
I don't know. Not nearly like you guys. I mean, not even
But
close to that.
if you had to guess.
If I had to guess, well, I could tell you by the boxes. The short boxes, I've got probably about 8 short boxes.
Okay.
So,
Mostly bronze and
so
silver.
you can do the math from there.
Yes. Yeah.
Was that 150 fit in a short box?
Something like that, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not even close to what you guys have.
That's cool. Yeah. Well,
Hey
it's not about.
Siri,
It's
what
not
is
competition.
150 times 8?
You got
She's not
Gratu, and
even
there you
listening.
got Brutu. I haven't seen that one. That's a cool one.
Hey Siri, what is 150 times 8?
Oh, nice. I just love that title. This looks so cool. And the 10 cent on the Atlas, the big 10 cent.
The robot says you have about 1,200 comics.
Okay. Which is drop in the bucket compared to you guys.
I think Hans
It's
said
not competition, brother. It's about
That's
cool.
true.
Hans
It's
said
a
he had
coolness.
61,000 to the other.
Yeah.
So
No, you're right.
about
You're right, Night Tiger. I mean,
60,000 more.
It's
You guys are-
coolness. It's
you
coolness.
guys are getting me back into it.
You got coolness. That's what's important.
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and I guess save some of these for future. Because I've got more.
And by the next
Yeah,
time,
oh,
you'll have much more.
That's right.
Check the daily new listings on my comic shop. Before the 1950s, 1960s, there's always great deals. You got to check them every day, usually around after 1 o'clock. And you'll find amazing deals. Like I found those Jimmy Wakeleys for $6 a piece.
Yeah, that is a good deal.
I don't know what's about my cats. They like to show their ass on camera every time they get up here.
Well, this has been a great show. Let me see what you're showing there. What time is it in Portugal, Paulo?
2 a.m.
Yee. It looks like he's shooting him with a squirt gun. Look at that.
Nice. That's cool.
Yeah.
You know who drew that cover?
I don't. This is the first old witch narrator in comics. So this is 7 years before EC.
Okay, but I would say
Incredible.
in comics, but the idea of an old witch narrating horror stories goes back to the 1930s on old time radio on a show called The Witch's Tale, which is what Gaines and Feldstein would have been listening to as little kids. So I would say the origin of the old witch goes back to radio. Look at that.
I'm saying in comics, it's the first.
Yes,
old
of course,
witch
in
narrator.
comics. I'm not trying to be one of those Facebook assholes that
I'm just trying to school you on the golden age.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that group that you were in Facebook that was being buttholes?
Golden Age pre-hero or something. I don't know.
Something like that. Yeah.
Here's another nice UFO cover.
Oh, are you putting your UFOs together?
I not necessarily, but
I started. I was following you, and I started taking all my Christmas comics and putting them in one box. Then all my Halloween in one box, and then it was like I'm missing some books here, and so I realized they were in another. And I thought I'm going insane just to show the same books every Christmas, and so I wound up putting them back in with their regular runs. The idea of grouping comics by subject matter is interesting. To have a box of UFO covers and
I am doing it. I haven't fully got everything. I got the Christmas ones together. I got the Western because of the show. It's easier when you do shows to get them grouped together. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that's a great cover.
I love collecting rocket covers.
Do you ever, Nightiger, do you ever watch the Sheena TV series from the 50s?
I actually have it on DVD.
Yeah, okay.
Nice.
That clock sounds so cool. Makes you feel like you're going back in time.
Yeah.
The Vulture.
Yeah, it does look like the Vulture.
Do you ever run across Nightiger, do you ever run across Tilly the Toiler?
Yeah, I have an issue of that.
Yeah, that's a book I'm really looking for, because my mother, throughout her entire life, whenever she was talking on the phone, she would draw a face, a profile of a cartoon face, and just a pretty girl face. And then when I asked her about what books did you read as a little girl, she said Tilly the Toiler. And then when I saw Tilly the Toiler, I realized that's the face she was copied as a little girl in the 30s, and she drew her entire life. So I'd like to have some comics just in her memory of Tilly the Toiler.
You know what? When I find the one that I have, I'll send it to you.
No.
No, it's okay. I bought it for $5.
And if you're in comic stores and ever see that, when they started All-Star Comics again in the 70s, number I think 58 with the first Power Girl, I'm looking for that Something Fierce, because I can't find my childhood copies. So if you ever see one and it's cheap, and I'll pay you back. Do you have one of that?
I have one. Actually, that was one I wanted. It got pricey with the key culture, and I finally found one at a decent price. But I don't see that book much.
I saw one in Des Moines for like $60, but I didn't have the money then, about a year and a half ago. I shouldn't. Oh, well. That's a book, not that one, but the one that has the blue cover. Yeah, I have 2 copies of that. They're all torn up like that, but it's weird. I found 2 next to each other in the $2 bin at Duncanville Books. And it's just a book I'd never heard of before, and it just seems like there's a lot of them out there, but they're all torn up. That's really cool.
Here's one of my favorites, and they had 2 of these for 10, and I only bought one. I should have brought the second copy. It's got the little robot boy over there looking, salivating at the toys.
Wow. McCrory's. I remember that store.
What, in Texas?
I don't remember. I've lived in a lot of places. I've lived in Virginia, San Antonio. Yeah, I think I remember it from Virginia, Hampton, Virginia. My father was in the Army, and we moved a lot of places when I was a little kid. But I think I've got a Halloween decoration. It has a McCrory's price tag on it.
My dad, he just got out of the Army right after I was born. He was 100. He was 101st Airborne.
Oh, a lot of airborne. Lead Paint and Meyer, and my dad, and one of my brothers, and your dad. I can't even imagine having the courage to jump out of a plane.
He got cancer from Agent Orange.
My father was exposed to Agent Orange. He wound up with this fibrous growth inside of his abdomen that I don't know if it was, they didn't call it cancer, but it was like something they couldn't figure out what it was. He had a lot of issues, I think, late in life that came possibly from Agent Orange exposure, but they also could have been caused by several packs of Kent cigarettes every day.
That might have done it.
That's because
my dad found out he had cancer, and my mom, she had 5 kids, and there was schizophrenia on her side of the family, so she ended up killing herself because she didn't want to be left taking care of 5 kids.
Oh,
so
sorry.
She killed herself.
Oh,
and then the next year, my dad passed away from the cancer.
Oh, wow! I didn't know
I was the oldest. I was 15.
Oh,
so I came home from school, and all the doors were locked to our house. We never locked our doors ever.
Oh.
So the front door was locked. I went around to the back. The back door was locked. I'm like, okay, something's not right. I crawled in my window to my room because I knew that was open, and my mom had started the car, got drunk, and then put towels down all around the garage.
Were you the oldest?
Yeah, so I found her.
Oh man! So did you kind of become the father figure to the rest?
Not really. I was into smoking pot, and then I kind of went off the deep end with drugs.
Oh yeah, like the picture of.
But my dad took all the kids, and he moved to Florida before he died.
Yeah.
And then my grandma took over, and he had set it up for me to stay here, and I was going to a program where I worked at a graphics plant, and then went to school half a day.
Right.
And I was living with my uncle who was a big partier, but you would think I thought, I couldn't live not being there when my dad passed away. So I went and moved to Florida. And then
that's
got
when you
stuck.
started doing your comic art.
Yeah, I had been doing that already many years before. But I got stuck here in Ocala. It's like purgatory. You just never get out.
Where is it that you're at right
look
now?
at that.
What's
Wait, let's
that?
compare the two.
So
That's
this
interesting.
is the first one right here, 1946.
Mainly
Then they made a Christmas issue out of it in 1951. They put the border around it.
the dog under the tracks is what's mainly different, huh? Like is he just colored differently?
It's the same. They just put the border around it.
He's a darker color on the one on the right of the screen.
and yellow gloves.
Yes.
And it's also a much
yeah.
smaller book.
Yeah.
Is the one on the left bigger than Golden Age? No,
this is the big Golden Age size. This is the smaller 50s Golden Age.
They're not that different. It's just the angle you were holding them at made one look bigger. Yeah,
it is. This is bigger. Can you see?
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I found these, and I searched on eBay for both the highest. Well, I found this one on my comic shop, and then realized there was this one, and looked for the highest grade one I could find on eBay. So I paid $30 for that and $21 for this.
Yeah. Wow.
It's funny. Like before COVID, you find these books at certain prices, and now you try to find them at this price. No.
But how many people are looking for that title?
Christmas covers.
Oh, yeah.
I found this $12, but it's got the panel out right there still.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, that's a shame, man, because that cover's so great.
But you don't really notice it.
No, you don't, because your eyes, it's like magic. Your eyes directed away from that to the action. Nice.
Love the Joker.
I think I have that issue, but I'm not sure. Maybe not.
As a kid, you just saw this. You're like, wow, 80 pages of comics.
Yeah. Well, that's a little before my time. I think the ones I saw as a kid were the 100-page giants.
But I mean, not off the newsstand, but at the comic shops.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah.
Here's a cool one. Is that Good Girl?
The girl in the stocking. Well, hold it a little bit so we can see her more. I'll give you my judgment. I think it's just a pretty girl. I mean, there's pretty girls, and then there's good girl, which is extreme. The difference between Mary Tyler Moore and Dolly Parton. I mean, it's like Mary. You know what I mean? I mean,
we were talking last night, playing dominoes and drinking, saying, "Who would you date, Dolly Parton, Cher, or Tina Turner?" And we all said Dolly Parton first.
Dolly Parton.
Are you talking about now?
Well, back then.
At a certain age?
Now.
In their prime, let's just say we were talking about.
Unquestionably, Dolly Parton.
And Tina second, I think. We all said Tina second.
Well, Cher was very attractive as a young lady, but
she was
I don't
pretty.
think she's someone personality-wise. I think she's, I don't think I'd get along with her politically, So.
Cher she's like that, kind of like looked like a man at some angles to me. She was very.
I don't know. She had a nose job at a very young age, which is a risky thing to do as a singer because that can alter your voice.
So I told my brother, I said, "What about the Bagel Boy?" And he's like, "What are you talking about? Do you guys remember the Bagel Boy in the 80s?
No.
The what?
Cher dated that guy, and they called him the Bagel Boy and all the
tabloids. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about the Beagle Boys, the Disney comics.
For Cher, the Bagel Boy, Rob something. He worked at a bagel Bistro
She
in
was
New
dating
York.
Gene Simmons, Greg Allman. She really got around. She was, I don't know. Dolly Parton's been with the same guy for decades. She owns an amusement park. I just think she'd be a better cook than Cher. I mean, can you imagine Cher's cooking? It's probably
I never thought Cher was
horrible.
all. I never thought Cher was all that. Tina Turner, now she's got that sexy attitude.
Greatest legs in entertainment.
Tina Turner. Let me think. I think
Dr. Doom.
maybe if you put Ronnie Spector in there instead of Tina Turner, then it'd be a different equation.
Yeah.
But why are we talking? We're all married men. Are you crazy? My wife's watching this.
We're fantasizing. What the heck?
You are. I'm not. What do you got here?
What about
What the
Olivia
heck are they
Newton-John?
doing?
I don't know.
It's not
They're going to a costume ball dressed as themselves.
some of these world's finest covers are just so mundane, you know. They're just not action packed, you know. It's like they're at three of them standing
cool.
at urinals.
Who's he killing with a smile on his face like that?
That's cool.
I got 2 copies of this. I like to if I find this book under 30, I'll buy it every time.
Oh, that's the other. When I asked my dad what books he read as a kid, he said Captain
True.
Midnight and True. I thought,
And you're like,
True
what's
is the most
True?
boring book. Why? Of course, that's my dad. You know, he was like Mr. Spock. That of
not
course he would be
boring.
reading True comics.
Here's
just like,
here's my second copy.
oh yeah, okay.
I'm trying to put together some good Christmas issues to give away at the end of the year.
My wife's saying this dirty dog Gratu hasn't got me fooled. LOL.
I got 2 copies.
It's
2
like-
copies of that. That's probably the cover with the most blood on it in the Golden Age.
Yeah.
Wow.
So King Cole
That's great.
was created by Robert E. Howard in the pulps, and at least the name King Cole, I guess it wasn't that no one tried to sue over that. That's nice. That's nice.
A giant flea. Is it a
Is
flea?
that a flea? Is that what that's
A
supposed
tick?
to be?
A tick? A spider?
Is-
It just
what does
says
it say
it just says insect.
It's a, I don't know what. I think it's a generic bug.
That's good girl
Okay,
right there.
there's good
Oh,
girl
yeah.
art. That's good girl art. Okay.
That's definitely not Burrow,
the
but he
difference
signed
between
it.
that
Is
and
not
the woman in the
that is
stocking.
not Charles Burrow art, even though he signed it.
Well, he had a studio of artists, right?
He had ghost artists.
Yeah. Well, it's
One of
like
them was
Bob
a-
Kane never drew anything in his life.
I've been trying to find a second copy of this for years.
Why do you
Great.
need another copy? What's wrong with that one?
It's just nothing. It's just such an iconic cover. I love
It's
it.
a great
Yeah,
cover.
but you got it. Why not find something else?
Investments like stocks, brother.
Oh, you want to have one to sell, huh?
Maybe. Who knows?
That woman's pretty stretched out, tall.
The rat man.
All boy heroes. That's kind of sexy.
The rat man.
Library 88 says, dang, I'm looking for a real Clue 5 too.
Here's some Kirby. Kirby, good girl.
Where's
Was it?
Well, that's just a girl.
Jack
like,
Kirby always draws himself in a lot of these characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
There goes that awesome clock again.
And and
Some more
people say he
Simon.
always drew the same woman's face.
Good girl. Good girl. Look at her baggy pants. I think she's wearing a diaper. She's got a load back there.
No,
or
that's
something.
not. That's just a girl. That's not. That's not a doll. You got to think Russ Meyer, Dolly Parton. Then it's going to be
Choking
Good Girl.
cover.
That's just the girl. That's a beautiful cover. You know what that looks like? Almost exactly the pose of the Aurora model kit from the 60s of Dick Tracy.
Let's see what we got here. I'm trying to show the best stuff. Here's some Harvey. She's in her brassiere. Man, no one says brassiere these days. Remember when you used to buy the nylons in a little egg?
I remember those being in the 70s.
Yes.
I don't think my mom ever bought those.
Do women ever wear nylons today?
Well, I think that they were called legs, right?
Yeah, legs.
Yeah, legs, eggs.
Yeah.
Do women even wear nylons anymore?
I don't think so.
Not much. No.
What happened?
Got replaced with yoga pants.
Oh yeah, I know. And there are a lot of women should be wearing those. I mean, a lot.
I'm gonna give myself the camera just for a second.
You just tell me when to stop.
All of Jack Kirby's women all look like Patricia Neal, the actress Patricia Neal, and I'll let you be the judge on that. This is who he was always drawing. Patricia Neal, Day the Earth Stood Still, whatever. Okay, I will. That's just what I've heard people say.
The only problem,
Jack Kirby said that at some point in an interview, about things like that.
The only time when I show these books and say I'm looking for a second copy, everybody in the chat goes, "Okay, now I got to find one of those."
Yeah, well, that's what happens. You create your own. You create a market, and what you do is you buy up a whole bunch of copies, and then you start making.
I'm an influencer.
Like that. Then you show it, and then it's like you create this artificial demand.
Yeah.
That'd be the thing to do.
No, that's what I want to do. If I buy these scarce books, 2-3 copies, every find them, then I can set the price.
But there's not that. Ooh,
that's Matt Baker right there.
Yeah, you showed this the other day. It looks great, and then but it's still most of the covers there. It's not.
Well, it was $20, $27 with shipping. Would you pay for that? I would.
Yeah, that would be good girl art there, just because of the tight fittingness of everything. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it's nice, man.
You're the go-to expert, brother.
When did you start? When did you start getting this Golden Age bug?
Oh, back when I was a kid looking through those Overstreet price guides.
Well, me too. But when did you actually start buying them? I never thought I
probably
could have them.
Yeah, that's exactly around 2006 when eBay. I discovered that there were comic groups on Facebook and people were showing comics.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, oh wow, because it's just you have your own bubble. And I'm like, wow. So I have other people I can show my cool stuff to, which I thought, it was cool that I had. Then you realize, okay, there's Facebook. Then you realize there's more social media. There's eBay. First there was YouTube, and then I'm like, then I saw Captain Strangelove. I'm like, wow, I can make videos showing my comics. And then I started doing that. And then when he talks about eBay, I'm like, okay, what's eBay? Yeah. I mean, the only connection I had to online shopping was my boss, who I work for. They were rich, always giving me they would give me bags of clothes for my wife. The wife would, his wife, or his stuff. Once he wanted to get new clothes, they go through the closet, give me a big garbage bag full of clothes, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we shop online." I'm like, "Okay, what's that about?" Then someone mentions eBay. Then I'm like, discovered you can buy comics on eBay. And you can look for whatever you want, and then you can find Golden Age. Then it was like off to the races.
Okay.
And it was, learning, research up from there. You start buying stuff. You're like, this is cool, but you realize it's cool, but there's so much out there. It's not like Terry and the Pirates, like later issues, easy to find. They're prevalent, But then you start doing research, and the books you remember that you looked at as a kid, you're like, some of these books can't be found. So you start searching, can they be found? And then you hit one or two, and then you realize, hey, what if there's somebody who doesn't know what they're selling? And it just started like that. I started, little by little, you start learning about it.
Do you keep a budget per month that you don't want to go over?
Well, I have my bills are set. They're all, I know what I have to take out of my account. I know when I make extra money during the week, like if I have my big money runs, then I can spend $100 or $200 but I'm responsible. My house is almost paid off. It'll be paid off in a couple months. And
It's a great feeling.
I don't feel, I grew up poor. My dad had $1 million business, but we had to buy our own stuff, or we got the hand-me-downs, or we got the cheaper product. So it wasn't, and then once they died, I had to learn how to be an adult. I raised two kids and got remarried, had 4 kids. So living paycheck to paycheck, learning how to budget and be cheap. So I really don't feel comfortable spending more than $50 on a comic. So $30. If I could find scarce books at that price, I get excited.
How far have you ever? You may not want to answer this. How much have you? What's the most you've ever paid? I'll just say it for a book.
$400.
Okay, that's reasonable. I mean, I see people talk about. I spent $6,000. I'm thinking I could have bought a '63 Thunderbird with that, or all my problems that I'm having in life would be solved with just a fraction of that. It's like, my God.
I have like 3 books I think I bought for $400 each. They're all of them for Jesse Simon. You know who he is?
Of course, yeah, the grandson of Joe Simon.
Right.
And so did he inherit anything, or is he trying to rebuild his grandfather's legacy completely from scratch?
He would collect Silver Age, and then he would just sell it and then buy bigger books and sell them and buy bigger books, and until he worked his way up to Timely's and stuff like that. His goal was to buy all the books that his grandfather was involved in.
Right. But did any of the books or any of the original art get passed to him, or did he have to start completely from scratch?
He started from scratch. So this is one of the books.
Fascinating. It seems like people would.
This is the 7th appearance of Captain America.
Oh wow!
It's reproduction cover and missing 4 wraps though.
Oh, okay. So you're kind of buying it for the cover.
Well, and the history. It's my only timely superhero, I think.
Right, but I mean, when 4 wraps is 16 pages, that's a lot.
Yeah, but you know how expensive this book is? It's like
I know,
probably around $2,000 or more.
I know, but it still has value. It's just like,
when you look at, I haven't read it. I sat down to read it once, and then I haven't. So you know how it is. You start to read stuff, and then you put it aside, and then you end up picking something else up. So that's a reproduction cover, but
it's not. Oh, I see. Oh, it's missing the beginning wraps, not. But that's so cool. That's really neat.
You got to see the splash pages in here. I mean, these Timelies are unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of this could ever be reprinted in today's day and age, just because of how extreme. Because even in the 60s in fantasy masterpieces, when they reprinted the Golden Age Captain America, they would tame it down and redraw little bits where they made the Germans or the Japanese just look like complete demons.
No, I spent $200 last week on that Web of Mystery, and I felt like a dirty whore for quite a while.
What, 200?
Yeah.
You felt guilty, yeah.
But looking at other copies, that price is really good for that condition.
Yeah.
And he gave me $50 off. And then this was that other one. So that book's iconic right there. My early action. Jesse's a good friend, and I'm glad I got to meet him in New York, and we talk quite often. So
That's really cool. How close is he to actually getting a large? I mean, is he doing pretty good getting a collection of his grandfather's stuff?
I don't know. He used to do YouTube, but got to be a lot of work, so he stopped doing it.
Yeah, I used to
And
watch him. I didn't really realize it has been a long time.
but
Look
he's
at that.
focused on he's reproducing the first issue of Stuntman right now, and then with original stories in the back of it.
He's
So
going to
you
have to get
can
a bunch of
go.
sick magazines too, because his grandfather was the editor of Sick magazine for a while in the 60s.
So he's doing that project. He did the Shield Master. He just redid that. I bought that issue from him. So that's what he's doing. He goes around keeping the grandfather alive through the cons and stuff like that, doing presentations, and he's been able to, all these people that are still alive from that era, kind of take them under their wing since his grandfather's gone. So he'll send me pictures of him sitting at a table at Thanksgiving with all these creators from Marvel from the past and stuff.
That's really neat. If I was Elon Musk or one of these type people, I would send him a few books every month. It's such a great, noble thing to actually care about your grandfather, because a lot of people, they don't care about their ancestors. To him, to want to really build up a collection of all the great work his grandfather did, I think is wonderful.
He was telling me that back when Kirby, they went back to work at Marvel right after the Fantastic Four era, they were in litigation. The Simon family were suing Marvel because they stole the Captain America, and Marvel was countersuing, saying that at the time it was created that they were paid per hour, they were employees, but they weren't. They were work for hire.
Yeah.
And so they told Jack Kirby if he testified that they were paid as employees in court, they would give him all the work he wanted from now on. And so he did, and that's how Marvel got to keep the rights to Captain America. And they stole it from Joe Simon.
Yeah. Well, that's a shame. Wow. Is there still any chance of going up against that corporation? Because
I don't think so. He's friends with the Kirby family, and they get together. Him and Jack's son and stuff. They're good friends, family. They go to premieres. He gets invited to premieres and stuff, Marvel premieres and stuff like that.
Yeah. So Captain America, they pretty much just threw that character out. I mean, they gave him, I guess, a nice little closing where he's reunited with his love, but it's like, why did you get rid of Captain America?
Well, you see what happened now. They can't make any money. They got rid of the core characters, and
no one cares. It's like if an actor stops playing, you get a different actor. You get how many different actors have played James Bond? You don't just look, well, we can't do any more Captain America movies.
Well, that's
Black
like if
Panther, the guy that played Black Panther dies. Well, we'll just make a movie and we won't even have Black Panther in it. It's like, oh, really? And
that's like if you build a castle and you say 100 years later, well, we're just going to pull all the foundation blocks out of it. We don't want those anymore. It crumbles.
Those movies were great for a while. I mean, for a good 10, maybe longer than that years. And then they just turned to absolute.
If they put out a Captain America movie now, where in the 1940s he's fighting the Nazis, none of the woke, just right from the comic books, I bet you that movie would make $1 billion.
But they were too scared to actually make them the Nazis in that movie. I mean, I love the movie, and Winter Soldier and Civil War, great movies. But you notice that it was a splinter off of the Nazis. It was Hydra, so they could use the octopus Hydra symbol.
But even if they made a Hydra movie and kept it all Silver Age material, it would still probably do $1 billion.
Yeah, I mean, and it was, that actor was perfectly cast. I mean, it was like Christopher Reeve was Superman, and it's like, what is that guy going to do? I mean, he's got a
Do
great
a-
career now outside of
Do a
that.
Hulk movie like it's Frankenstein, and that movie will do $1 billion.
Yeah.
Do the
I don't
Hulk
think
as
they
as
can
if
do a Hulk movie because Hulk is partly owned by Universal.
well, you know what I'm saying. If they do it to the material, to the foundational material, that's what people want to see. People will flock to that.
People aren't wanting to see the Professor Hulk. They're wanting to see,
Exactly.
and they were doing it great there for a while, and they just and then the
Yeah.
actor that played the Hulk turned out to be such a douchebag in real life that I can't look at him and think he's a smart guy because I know he's so stupid in real life. And then they have a 15-year-old girl in the Black Panther smarter than Bruce Banner, who's supposed to be one of the smartest scientists. And it's like that
They
even
did
diminishes his intelligence even more.
Did you see that Black Panther animated cartoon that they did for MTV? It was like 15 minutes episodes.
I saw a motion comic that was made like 20 years ago.
No, it
I
was
don't know if I have
MTV.
seen
I
that.
think it was MTV, 15 minutes, but they did.
Did it have
where-
Captain America in it?
Yeah, Captain America
Yeah, I
invaded
did see that.
Wakanda,
It was
and they
pretty
battled.
good, as I recall.
Yeah, it was good. But before you started watching it, you got into, you're like, holy crap, this is good. Then it'd be over. Credits would be
Yeah.
running. The credits are equaled about as much as the animated episode. But that was
Yeah.
good. I liked it. I'm like, whatever happened to that?
Yeah, who knows? Man, I want to keep going, but I'm realizing it's almost 10 and I haven't eaten dinner. And
It's
my
your
wife
show,
may be
brother.
upset with
Cut
me.
it.
I doubt it, but
Cut it. It's your show.
yeah, I gotta like pull the plug. But I did feed the cats. I gotta feed myself and get a little sleep. But this has been a great live stream. I mean, we had a great reunion of the fossils, and Dr. Phibes, it's always great when you come on. And
Thank
Now,
you.
do we call you Dr. Phibes, or do you have like a Christian name, or
well, like, what do you want to?
what do you
tell us
what do you like to
name
go?
is?
What do you like to go by?
On the show, I'm fine with Dr. Phibes, but
Okay.
but yeah, my real name is Martin.
Markson?
Martin,
Tim.
like yeah,
Martin. Okay.
yeah.
That's my middle
okay.
name. My wife says we've got this connection because our birthdays are. And yeah, my middle.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't be telling that on here because I'm giving.
You should
too
have
much
a catch.
personal- Everyone's got let's
catchphrase.
make credit cards with all this information. He's given us his birthday, his name. Holy shit! I need.
I'll give you a catchphrase for free. Good vibrations.
What?
I'll give him a catchphrase for free. Good vibrations.
Vibrations.
Vibrations. Got it.
But that
No
sounds
charge,
too
no
much
charge.
like what my dad had, that fibrosis growth inside of him from the Agent Orange.
You either get fibrosis or
I'll be right back.
vibrations.
I got to let my dog in. I'll be right back.
Oh, sure. And it's
Who let the
probably
dogs
like
out?
4 a.m. for Paulo because we've
2:30.
gone later.
He
than
looks wide
Hotel
awake.
Fossils
You-
normally goes.
You
It
drinking
normally
coffee?
ends about 9.
No, I'm not. No, I had a coffee after dinner, and that's it.
You going to work tomorrow or today?
I have some writing to do, but I can do it at any time.
Okay, so you work from home.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you working on?
I'm doing some
He's
writing
like
for
Joe
a car
Friday.
magazine.
For
For a
what?
car magazine, but officially I'm unemployed.
But you just do pieces.
Yeah, but I pay more taxes than I bring money home.
Really?
Isn't that the way it is all over the world? It's just amazing
No,
how they do that.
See, here's the thing: if I make 1,000 a month, I pay about 200, 250, 270 in taxes. If I work for somebody, if I'm self-employed, I pay about 600 in taxes from 1,000.
So
Because
is
I
it
have
better
to-
just
I
to
have
go
to
on the
pay-
government dole?
Yeah,
So
I would
That's
have
what
to
they
make
want.
3,000. I would have to make about $3,000 a month to justify being an independent contractor only, and there's no business for that.
It's crazy.
So you've just become a useless eater. That's what they call
Yeah.
us here in the United States. Maybe everywhere. The lizard people that want us exterminated.
No, last year I only managed to be employed for 6 months, and I was trying out at a bank and didn't cut it. The thing is, the older I get, the harder it is to adapt to something that I have no experience in.
Right.
You could start an OnlyFans channel.
Yeah, I don't think people want to pay to see my bod.
What do you need for that?
Just pose on this Elvira couch, you know.
You get a
See
pole.
the Apollo channel.
The Apollo pole channel.
Bad idea.
Hey, you never know. With this day, you'll probably be making some good money.
I'll
Yeah, all
create
the
an
fossils
AI
start
avatar.
their own OnlyFans channels. What do you think?
I'll create an AI avatar of myself.
There you go.
Kevin says, having your own business is the same. I could make more if I closed my shop. Doesn't that suck? He has one of the coolest comic stores in North America. It's just like, it's a non-essential business. I don't know if you know how they did it to us here in this country. If you had a comic store, that's a non-essential business. Church is non-essential. You know, you're not an essential worker. But if you had a strip club, you're essential. They let those stay open during the pandemic. But churches, they have to close. You can see where the lizard people, what their priorities are.
The strip clubs here were closed because nobody could go out at night. And even if you had to go out at night to the pharmacy, why do you have to go to the pharmacy? But after a while, they stopped controlling that.
Oh boy. Let's not give them ideas on starting a new one. Let's see here. My wife says, dang, Kevin. It's all by design, says Kevin, Gotham City. Yeah, my wife has been under 2 different identities tonight, so that means she can like it as 2 different people. I get 2 likes.
They forced neighborhood grocers to shut down, so everybody started ordering from the supermarkets and the big retail chains. Profits all went up like crazy during the pandemic.
That's right. They let the Targets and the Walmarts stay open, but all the little mom and pop businesses had to shut down. Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Yeah, that was all by design.
Yeah. I saw your headbanger picture, Nightiger. Yeah, I put it up as I made a commercial for this show earlier.
Oh,
I put that picture up. Yeah, that's a great picture. That's I knew so many guys that looked just like that back in the 80s.
How old were you in that picture?
18.
Oh, let's look at your Bob Hope comics there. What is the difference? Different part of the print run? They ran out of blue ink, possibly?
I guess. I don't know. Just a good cover.
The one on the the one on the right, I guess I like that more with the bright colors. Yeah. But I really like the mid-60s Bob Hope with all the monsters appearing. They were so desperate to sell that comic. They had Frankenstein on the cover of every issue. So those look pretty much the same.
They are the same. Well, I mean, I was going through boxes yesterday for the wall, and I was like, wait a minute. Didn't I just see this? And I'm like, wow, I have 2 copies? I didn't even know that.
Oh, you didn't even know it. Yeah.
It's nice when you find 2 copies from 1941.
Yeah, I find that sometimes when I'm alphabetizing comics I bought this 3 times.
Is that good, girl? It's a nice breast right
there.
The cover looks so
I'm
cool.
not decided on that.
The cover looks so cool, but this guy looks so dorky, so doofy.
Oh yeah,
It's like he's waddling up with the sword.
What is the word at the top? Something fortune? Soldier of fortune. Yeah, I should have figured. It's so hard to read.
Yeah.
It's like green against blue or something.
Oh, I was gonna say. Oh, this is a cool one. This is a scarce book. This is called the Lost Charlton comic.
Oh, really?
It says printed
from Headbanger to collector of Bob Hope comics. Yeah, I
it says Published by Holyoke in the Indicia, and then it has the address to the Charlton headquarters.
Yeah,
So
Never
the
heard of
theory is either they were overstaffed at Christmas and sent it to Holyoke for publishing, or they were understaffed.
yeah, who knows? Wow.
I actually found a second copy of that and sent one to Charlton, 66.
No, that's cool.
Macroboy.
Yeah.
There's another copy on eBay right now for 85. I'm toying about buying it.
Do you remember the first time you said that name and how unsure you were of if you were pronouncing it right? I mean, that's how the first time I ever said it aloud, I'd read it for years, and I'm still not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You like his sandals?
This is not good girl art.
That's bad boy.
That's a little creepy. I wouldn't trust the little kid that bought that comic when they had all the other ones out there to buy.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know about that. That's cool. That's incredibly cool and should be on your wall.
I'm doing an
You know what? You should have all flag covers when Trump is reelected on one of your walls. Make it all flag. Maybe you've already done this.
I have all War Bond, Victory Garden, War Letter, but I'm doing an annual Golden Age patriotic Golden Age comic show in the end of June for 4th of July.
Jim Hardy, Andy Hardy's dad. No, his dad was a judge. Yeah, man. There's so much great stuff in your collection. I can't ever. You're like me. I can never stop, but I gotta stop because I gotta eat and sleep, and I'm gonna get in trouble. It just you can't stop. I understand though. Nightiger.
That's what Michael Jackson said. Can't stop, can't get enough.
But we gotta go because we're all getting bleary-eyed. But anyway,
all right, guys, great.
You are now free to escape, and I'm gonna try to get some sleep here and eat. So take care, everybody, and everybody in the chat.
Appreciate you. Take care.
Bye. See you, everybody. I will pull the plug, and I will see you guys soon. Take care in stream.